12. Vin resisted the urge to pick at her noblewoman's dress. Even after a half-week of being forced to wear one, Sazed's suggestion, she found the bulky garment uncomfortable. It pulled tightly at her waist and chest, then fell to the floor with several layers of ruffled fabric making it difficult to walk. She kept feeling as if she were going to trip, and, despite the gown's bulk, she felt as if she were somehow exposed by how tight it was through the chest, not to mention the neckline's low curve. Though she had exposed nearly as much skin when wearing normal buttoning shirts, this seemed different somehow. Still, she had to admit that the gown made quite a difference. The girl who stood in the mirror before her was a strange, foreign creature. The light blue dress, with its white ruffles and lace, matched the sapphire barrettes in her hair. Sazed claimed he wouldn't be happy until her hair was at least shoulder length, but he had still suggested that she purchase the brooch-like barrettes and put them just above each ear. "Often aristocrats don't hide their deficiencies," he had explained. "Instead, they highlight them. Draw attention to your short hair, and instead of thinking you're unfashionable, they might be impressed by the statement you are making." She also wore a sapphire necklace, modest by noble standards, but still worth more than 200 boxings. It was complemented by a single ruby bracelet for accentuation. Apparently the current fashion dictated a single splash of a different color to provide contrast. And it was all hers, paid for by crew funds. If she ran, taking the jewelry and her 3,000 boxings, she could live for decades. It was more tempting than she wanted to admit. Images of Cayman's men, their corpses twisted and dead in the quiet lair, kept returning to her. That was probably what waited for her if she remained. Why then didn't she go? She turned from the mirror, putting on a light blue silken shawl, the female aristocrat's version of a cloak. Why didn't she leave? Perhaps it was her promise to Kelsier. He had given her the gift of allomancy, and he depended on her. Perhaps it was her duty to the others. In order to survive, crews needed each person to do their separate job. Reen's training told her that these men were fools, but she was tempted, enticed by the possibility that Kelsier and the others offered. In the end, it wasn't the wealth or the job's thrill that made her stay. It was the shadowed prospect, unlikely and unreasonable but still seductive, of a group whose members actually trusted one another. She had to stay. She had to know if it lasted, or if it was, as Reen's growing whispers promised, all a lie. She turned and left her room, walking toward the front of Mansion Renew, where Sazed waited with the carriage. She had decided to stay, and that meant she had to do her part. It was time to make her first appearance as a noblewoman. The carriage shook suddenly, and Vin jumped in surprise. The vehicle continued normally, however, and Sazed didn't move from his place in the driver's seat. A sound came from above. Vin flared her metals, tensing as a figure dropped down off the top of the carriage and landed on the footman's rest just outside her door. Kelsier smiled as he peeked his head in the window. Vin let out a relieved breath, settling back into her seat. "You could have just asked us to pick you up." "No need," Kelsier said, pulling open the carriage door and swinging inside. It was already dark outside, and he wore his mist cloak. "I warned Sazed I'd be dropping by sometime during the trip." "And you didn't tell me?" Kelsier winked, pulling the door shut. "I figured I still owed you for surprising me in that alleyway last week." "How very adult of you," Vin said flatly. "I've always been very confident in my immaturity. So, are you ready for this evening?" Vin shrugged, trying to hide her nervousness. She glanced down. "How, do I look?" "Splendid," Kelsier said. "Just like a noble young lady." Don't be nervous, Vin. The disguise is perfect. For some reason, that didn't feel like the answer she'd wanted to hear. Kelsier? Yes? I've been meaning to ask this for a while, she said, glancing out the window, though all she could see is mist. I understand that you think this is important, having a spy among the nobility. But, well, do we really have to do it this way? Couldn't we get street informants to tell us what we need to know about house politics? Perhaps, Kelsier said. But those men are called informants for a reason, Vin. Every question you ask them gives a clue about your true motives. Even meeting with them reveals a bit of information that they could sell to someone else. It's better to rely on them as little as possible. Vin sighed. I don't send you into danger heedlessly, Vin, Kelsier said, leaning forward. We do need a spy among the nobility. Informants generally get their information from servants, but most aristocrats are not fools. Important meetings go on where no servant can overhear them. And you expect me to be able to get into such meetings? Perhaps, Kelsier said. Perhaps not. Either way, I've learned that it's always useful to have someone infiltrate the nobility. You and Sazed will overhear vital items that street informants wouldn't think important. In fact, just by being at these parties, even if you don't overhear anything, you will get us information. How so? Vin asked, frowning. Make note of the people who seem interested in you, Kelsier said. Those will be of the houses we want to watch. If they pay attention to you, they're probably paying attention to Lord Renew. And there's one good reason why they would be doing that. Weapons, Vin said. Kelsier nodded. Renew's position as a weapons merchant will make him valuable to those who are planning military action. These are the houses on which I'll need to focus my attention. There should already be a sense of tension among the nobility. Hopefully, they're starting to wonder which houses are turning against the others. There hasn't been an all-out war among the great houses for over a century, but the last one was devastating. We need to replicate it. That could mean the deaths of a lot of noblemen, Vin said. Kelsier smiled. I can live with that. How about you? Vin smiled, despite her tension. There's another reason for you to do this, Kelsier said. Sometime during this fiasco of a plan of mine, we might need to face the Lord Ruler. I have a feeling that the fewer people we need to sneak into his presence, the better. Having a Ska Mistborn hiding among the nobility, well, it could be a powerful advantage. Vin felt a slight chill. The Lord Ruler. Will he be there tonight? No. There will be obligators in attendance, but probably no inquisitors, and certainly not the Lord Ruler himself. A party like this is far beneath his attention. Vin nodded. She'd never seen the Lord Ruler before. She'd never wanted to. Don't worry so much, Kelsier said. Even if you were to meet him, you'd be safe. He can't read minds. Are you sure? Kelsier paused. Well, no, but if he can read minds, he doesn't do it to everyone he meets. I've known several Ska who pretended to be noblemen in his presence. I did it several times myself before... He trailed off, glancing down toward his scar-covered hands. He caught you eventually, Vin said quietly. And he'll probably do so again, Kelsier said with a wink. But don't worry about him for now. Our goal this evening is to establish Lady Valette Renew. You won't need to do anything dangerous or unusual. Just make an appearance, then leave when Sazed tells you. We'll worry about building confidences later. Vin nodded. Good girl, Kelsier said, reaching out and pushing open the door. I'll be hiding near the keep, watching and listening. Vin nodded gratefully, and Kelsier jumped out of the carriage door, disappearing into the dark mists. Vin was unprepared for how bright Keep Venture would be in the darkness. The massive building was enveloped in an aura of misty light. As the carriage approached, Vin could see that 8 enormous lights blazed along the outside of the rectangular building. They were as bright as bonfires, yet far more steady, and they had mirrors arranged behind them to make them shine directly on the keep. Vin had trouble determining their purpose. The ball would happen indoors. Why light the outside of the building? "Head inside, please, Mistress Vin," Sazed said from his position above. "Proper young ladies do not gawk." Vin shot him a glare he couldn't see, but ducked her head back inside, waiting with impatient nervousness as the carriage pulled up to the massive keep. It eventually rolled to a stop, and a Venture footman immediately opened her door. A second footman approached and held out a hand to help her down. Vin accepted his hand, trying with as much grace as possible to pull the frilled, bulky bottom of her dress out of the carriage. As she carefully descended, trying not to trip, she was grateful for the footman's steadying hand, and she finally realized why men were expected to help a lady out of her carriage. It wasn't a silly custom after all. The clothing was the silly part. Sazed surrendered the carriage and took his place a few steps behind her. He wore robes even more fine than his standard fare. Though they still maintained the same V-like pattern, they had a belted waist and wide enveloping sleeves. "Forward, mistress," Sazed coached quietly from behind. "Up the carpet, so that your dress doesn't rub on the cobbles, and in through the main doors." Vin nodded, trying to swallow her discomfort. She walked forward, passing noblemen and ladies in various suits and gowns. Though they weren't looking at her, she felt exposed. Her steps were nowhere near as graceful as those of the other ladies, who looked beautiful and comfortable in their gowns. Her hands began to sweat inside her silky blue-white gloves. She forced herself to continue. Sazed introduced her at the door, presenting her invitation to the attendants. The 2 men, dressed in black and red servants' suits, bowed and waved her in. A crowd of aristocrats was pooling slightly in the foyer, waiting to enter the main hall. "What am I doing?" she thought frantically. She could challenge mist and allomancy, thieves and burglaries, mist wraiths and beatings. Yet facing these noblemen and their ladies, going amongst them in the light, visible, unable to hide, this terrified her. "Forward, mistress," Sazed said in a soothing voice. "Remember your lessons. Hide. Find a corner. Shadows, mists, anything." Vin kept her hands clasped rigidly before her, walking forward. Sazed walked beside her. Out of the corner of her eyes, she could see concern on his normally calm face. And well he should worry. Everything he had taught her seemed fleeting, vaporous, like the mists themselves. She couldn't remember names, customs, anything. She stopped just inside the foyer, and an imperious-looking nobleman in a black suit turned to regard her. Vin froze. The man looked her over with a dismissive glance, then turned away. She distinctly heard the word "renew" whispered, and she glanced apprehensively to the side. Several women were looking at her. And yet it didn't feel like they were seeing her at all. They were studying the gown, the hair, and the jewelry. Vin glanced to the other side, where a group of younger men were watching her. They saw the neckline, the pretty dress, and the makeup, but they didn't see her. None of them could see Vin. They could only see the face she had put on, the face she wanted them to see. They saw Lady Valette. It was as if Vin weren't there. As if she were hiding right in front of their eyes. And suddenly her tension began to retreat. She let out a long, calming breath, anxiety flowing away. Sazed's training returned, and she adopted the look of a girl amazed by her first formal ball. She stepped to the side, handing her shawl to an attendant, and Sazed relaxed beside her. Vin shot him a smile, then swept forward into the main hall. She could do this. She was still nervous, but the moment of panic was over. She didn't need shadows or corners. She just needed a mask of sapphires, makeup, and blue fabric. The Venture main hall was a grand and imposing sight. 4 or 5 daunting stories high, the hall was several times as long as it was wide. Enormous rectangular stained glass windows ran in rows along the hall, and the strange, powerful lights outside shone on them directly, throwing a cascade of colors across the room. Massive, ornate stone pillars were set into the walls, running between the windows. Just before the pillars met the floor, the wall fell away, indenting and creating a single-story gallery beneath the windows themselves. Dozens of white-clothed tables sat in this area, shadowed behind the pillars and beneath the overhang. In the distance, at the far end of the hallway, Vin could make out a low balcony set into the wall, and this held a smaller group of tables. "The dining table of Lord Streff Venture," Sazed whispered, gesturing toward the far balcony. Vin nodded. "And those lights outside?" "Lime lights, mistress," Sazed explained. "I'm not certain the process used. Somehow the quicklime stones become heated to brilliance without melting them." A string orchestra played on a platform to her left, providing music for the couples who danced in the very center of the hall. To her right, serving tables held platter upon platter of foods being attended by scurrying serving men in white. Sazed approached an attendant and presented Vin's invitation. The man nodded, then whispered something in a younger servant's ear. The young man bowed to Vin, then led the way into the room. "I asked for a small solitary table," Sazed said. "You won't need to mingle during this visit, I think. Just be seen." Vin nodded gratefully. "The solitary table will mark you as single," Sazed warned. "Eat slowly. Once your meal is through, men will come to ask you to dance." "You didn't teach me to dance," Vin said in an urgent whisper. "There wasn't time, mistress," Sazed said. "Worry not. Respectfully and rightly, you can refuse these men. They will assume that you are simply flustered by your first ball, and no harm will be done." Vin nodded, and the serving man led them to a small table near the center of the hallway. Vin seated herself in the only chair while Sazed ordered her meal. He then stepped up to stand behind her chair. Vin sat primly, waiting. Most of the tables lay just beneath the overhang of the gallery, up close to the dancing, and that left a corridor-like walkway behind them near the wall. Couples and groups passed along this, speaking quietly. Occasionally someone gestured or nodded toward Vin. "Well, that part of Kelsier's plan is working." She was getting noticed. She had to force herself not to cringe or sink down in her chair, however, as a high prelin strolled along the pathway behind her. He wasn't the one she had met, fortunately, though he had the same gray robes and dark tattoos around his eyes. Actually, there were a fair number of obligators at the party. They strolled about, mingling with the partygoers. And yet there was an aloofness to them, a division. They hovered about, almost like chaperones. "The garrison watches the ska," Vin thought. "Apparently the obligators perform a similar function for the nobility." It was an odd sight. She'd always thought of the noblemen as being free. And truthfully, they were far more confident than the ska. Many seemed to be enjoying themselves, and the obligators didn't seem to be acting really as police, or even specifically as spies. And yet they were there, hovering about, joining in conversations, a constant reminder of the Lord Ruler and his empire. Vin turned her attention away from the obligators, their presence still made her a bit uncomfortable, and instead focused on something else. The beautiful windows. Sitting where she was, she could see some of the ones directly across and up from where she sat. They were religious, like many scenes preferred by the aristocracy. Perhaps it was to show devotion, or perhaps it was required. Vin didn't know enough, but likely that was something Valette didn't know either, so it was all right. She did fortunately recognize some of the scenes, mostly because of Sazed's teachings. He seemed to know as much about the Lord Ruler's mythology as he did about other religions, though it seemed odd to her that he would study the very religion he found so oppressive. Central to many of the windows was the deepness. Dark black, or in window terms, violet. It was formless, with vengeful, tentacle-like masses creeping across several windows. Vin looked up at it, along with the brilliantly colored depictions of the Lord Ruler, and found herself a little bit transfixed by the backlit scenes. What was it, she wondered? The deepness. Why depict it so formlessly? Why not show what it really was? She'd never really wondered about the deepness before, but Sazed's lessons left her wondering. Her instincts whispered scam. The Lord Ruler had invented some terrible menace that he'd been able to destroy in the past, therefore earning his place as emperor. And yet, staring up at the horrible, twisting thing, Vin could almost believe. What if something like that had existed? And if it had, how had the Lord Ruler managed to defeat it? She sighed, shaking her head at the thoughts. Already she was beginning to think too much like a noblewoman. She was admiring the beauty of the decorations, thinking about what they meant, without giving more than a passing thought to the wealth that had created them. It was just that everything here was so wondrous and ornate. The pillars in the hall weren't just normal columns, they were carved masterpieces. Wide banners hung from the ceiling just above the windows, and the arching, lofty ceiling was crisscrossed by structural buttressings and dotted with capstones. Somehow she knew each of those capstones was intricately carved, despite the fact that they were too far away to be seen from below. And the dancers matched, perhaps even outshone the exquisite setting. Couples moved gracefully, stepping to the soft music with seemingly effortless motions. Many were even chatting with one another while they danced. The ladies moved freely in their dresses, many of which Vin noticed made her own frilly garment look plain by comparison. Sazed was right. Long hair was certainly the fashion, though an equal number kept their hair up as let it down. Surrounded by the majestic hall, the sharp-suited noblemen looked different somehow, distinguished. Were these the same creatures that beat her friends and enslaved the Ska? They seemed too perfect, too well-mannered for such horrible acts. I wonder if they even notice the outside world, she thought, crossing her arms on the table as she watched the dancing. Perhaps they can't see beyond their keeps and their balls, just like they can't see past my dress and makeup. Sazed tapped her shoulder, and Vin sighed, adopting a more ladylike posture. The meal arrived a few moments later, a feast of such strange flavors that she would have been daunted had she not eaten similar fare often during the last few months. Sazed's lessons might have omitted dancing, but they had been quite extensive regarding dining etiquette, for which Vin was grateful. As Kelsier had said, her main purpose of the evening was to make an appearance, and so it was important that she make a proper one. She ate delicately, as instructed, and that allowed her to be slow and meticulous. She didn't relish the idea of being asked to dance. She was half afraid she'd panic again if anyone actually spoke to her. However, a meal could only be extended so long, especially one with a lady's small portions. She soon finished and set her fork across the plate, indicating that she was done. The first suitor approached not 2 minutes later. "Lady Valette Renew?" the young man asked, bowing just slightly. He wore a green vest beneath his long dark suit coat. "I am Lord Ryan Strobe. Would you care to dance?" "My lord," Vin said, glancing down demurely, "you are kind, but this is my first ball, and everything here is so grand. I fear that I'll stumble from nervousness on the dance floor. Perhaps next time?" "Of course, my lady," he said with a courteous nod, then withdrew. "Very well done, mistress," Sazed said quietly. "Your accent was masterful. You will of course have to dance with him at the next ball. We shall surely have you trained by then, I think." Vin flushed slightly. "Maybe he won't attend." "Perhaps," Sazed said, "but not likely. The young nobility are quite fond of their nightly diversions." "They do this every night?" "Nearly," Sazed said. "The balls are, after all, a prime reason people come to Luthadel. If one is in town and there is a ball, and there almost always is, one generally attends, especially if one is young and unmarried. You won't be expected to attend quite so frequently, but we should probably get you to attending 2 or 3 a week." "2 or 3?" Vin said. "I'm going to need more gowns." Sazed smiled. "Ah, thinking like a noblewoman already. Now, mistress, if you will excuse me." "Excuse you?" Vin asked, turning. "To the steward's dinner," Sazed said. "A servant of my rank is generally dismissed once my master's meal is finished. I hesitate to go and leave you, but that room will be filled with the self-important servants of the high nobility. There will be conversations there that Master Kelsier wishes me to overhear." "You're leaving me by myself?" "You've done well so far, mistress," Sazed said. "No major mistakes, or at least none that wouldn't be expected of a lady new to court." "Like what?" Vin asked apprehensively. "We shall discuss them later. Just remain at your table, sipping your wine. Try not to get it refilled too often, and wait for my return. If other young men approach, turn them away as delicately as you did the first." Vin nodded hesitantly. "I shall return in about an hour," Sazed promised. He remained, however, as if waiting for something. You are dismissed," Vin said. "Thank you, mistress," he said, bowing and withdrawing, leaving her alone. Not alone, she thought. Kelsier's out there somewhere, watching in the night. The thought comforted her, though she wished she didn't feel the empty space beside her chair quite so keenly. 3 more young men approached her for dances, but each one accepted her polite rejection. No others came after them. Word had probably gotten around that she wasn't interested in dancing. She memorized the names of the 4 men who had approached her. Kelsier would want to know them, and began to wait. Oddly, she soon found herself growing bored. The room was well ventilated, but she still felt hot beneath the layers of fabric. Her legs were especially bad, since they had to deal with her ankle-long undergarments. The long sleeves didn't help either, though the silky material was soft against her skin. The dancing continued, and she watched with interest for a time. However, her attention soon turned to the obligators. Interestingly, they did seem to serve some sort of function at the party. Though they often stood apart from the groups of chatting nobility, occasionally they would join in. And every so often a group would pause and seek out an obligator, waving one over with a respectful gesture. Vin frowned, trying to decide what she was missing. Eventually, a group at a nearby table waved to a passing obligator. The table was too far away to hear unaided, but with tin... She reached inside to burn the metal, but then paused. Copper first, she thought, turning the metal on. She would have to grow accustomed to leaving it on almost all the time, so that she wouldn't expose herself. Her allomancy hidden, she burned tin. Immediately, the light in the room became blinding, and she had to close her eyes. The band's music became louder, and a dozen conversations around her turned from buzzes to audible voices. She had to try hard to focus on the one she was interested in, but the table was the one closest to her, so she eventually singled out the appropriate voices. "Swear that I'll share news of my engagement with him before anyone else," one of the people said. Vin opened her eyes a slit. It was one of the noblemen at the table. "Very well," said the obligator. "I witness and record this." The nobleman reached out a hand and coins clinked. Vin extinguished her tin, opening her eyes all the way in time to see the obligator wandering away from the table, slipping something, likely the coins, into a pocket of his robes. Interesting, Vin thought. Unfortunately, the people at that table soon rose and went their separate ways, leaving Vin without anyone close enough to eavesdrop upon. Her boredom returned as she watched the obligator stroll across the room toward one of his companions. She began to tap on the table, idly watching the two obligators until she realized something. She recognized one of them. Not the one who had taken the money earlier, but his companion, an older man. Short and firm-featured, he stood with an imperious air. Even the other obligator seemed deferential to him. At first, Vin thought her familiarity came from her visit to the Canton of Finance with Cayman, and she felt a stab of panic. Then, however, she realized that this wasn't the same man. She'd seen him before, but not there. He was... my father, she realized with stupefaction. Reen had pointed him out once, when they had first come to Luthadel a year ago. He had been inspecting the workers at a local forge. Reen had taken Vin, sneaking her in, insisting that she at least see her father once, though she still didn't understand why. She had memorized the face anyway. She resisted the urge to shrink down in her chair. There was no way the man would be able to recognize her. He didn't even know she existed. She forcibly turned her attention away from him, looking up at the windows instead. She couldn't get that good a look at them, however, because the pillars and overhang restricted her view. As she sat, she noticed something she hadn't seen before. A lofty inset balcony that ran just above the entire far wall. It was like a counterpart to the alcove beneath the windows, except it ran at the top of the wall, between the stained glass windows and the ceiling. She could see movement upon it, couples and singles strolling along, looking down upon the party below. Her instincts drew her toward the balcony, from where she could watch the party without being seen herself. It would also give her a wonderful view of the banners and the windows directly above her table, not to mention let her study the stonework without seeming to gawk. Sazed had told her to stay, but the more she sat, the more she found her eyes drawn toward the hidden balcony. She itched to stand up and move, to stretch her legs and perhaps air them out a bit. The presence of her father, oblivious of her or not, served only as another motivation for her to leave the main floor. "It isn't like anyone else is asking me to dance," she thought, "and I've done what Kelsier wanted. I've been seen by the nobility." She paused, then waved for a serving boy. He approached with alacrity. "Yes, Lady Renew." "How do I get up there?" Vin asked, pointing toward the balcony. "There are stairs just to the side of the orchestra, milady," the boy said. "Climb them to the top landing." Vin nodded her thanks. Then, determined, she stood and made her way to the front of the room. No one gave her passing more than a glance, and she walked with more confidence as she crossed the hallway to the stairwell. The stone corridor twisted upward, curling upon itself, its steps short but steep. Little stained-glass windows, no wider than her hand, ran up the outside wall, though they were dark in color, lacking backlight. Vin climbed eagerly, working away her restless energy, but she soon began to puff from the weight of the dress and the difficulty of holding it up so that she didn't trip. A spark of burned pewter, however, made the climb effortless enough that she didn't sweat and ruin her makeup. The climb proved to be worth the effort. The upper balcony was dark, lit only by several small blue-glassed lanterns on the walls, and it gave an amazing view of the stained-glass windows. The area was quiet, and Vin felt practically alone as she approached the iron railing between two pillars, looking down. The stone tiles of the floor below formed a pattern she hadn't noticed, a kind of free-form curving of gray upon white. Mists? She wondered idly, leaning against the railing. It, like the lantern bracket behind her, was intricate and detailed. Both had been wrought in the form of thick, curving vines. To her sides, the tops of the pillars were carved into stone animals that appeared frozen in the motion of jumping off of the balcony. "Now see, here's the problem with going to refill your cup of wine." The sudden voice made Vin jump, and she spun. A young man stood behind her. His suit wasn't the finest she had seen, nor was his vest as bright as most. Both coat and shirt seemed to fit too loosely, and his hair was just a bit disheveled. He carried a cup of wine, and the outer pocket of his suit coat bulged with the shape of a book that was just a bit too big for its confines. "The problem is," the young man said, "you return to find that your favorite spot has been stolen by a pretty girl. Now, a gentleman would move on to another place, leaving the lady to her contemplations. However, this is the best spot on the balcony. It's the only place close enough to a lantern to have good reading light." Vin flushed. "I'm sorry, my lord." "Ah, see, now I feel guilty. All for a cup of wine. Look, there's plenty of room for two people here. Just scoot over a bit." Vin paused. Could she politely refuse? He obviously wanted her to stay near him. Did he know who she was? Should she try to find out his name so she could tell Kelsier? She stepped a bit to the side, and the man took a place next to her. He leaned back against the side pillar and, surprisingly, took out his book and began to read. He was right. The lantern shined directly on the pages. Vin stood for a moment watching him, but he seemed completely absorbed. He didn't even pause to look up at her. "Isn't he going to pay me any attention at all?" Vin thought, puzzled at her own annoyance. "Maybe I should have worn a fancier dress." The man sipped at his wine, focused on the book. "Do you always read at balls?" she asked. The young man looked up. "Whenever I can get away with it." "Doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of coming?" Vin asked. "Why attend if you're just going to avoid socializing?" "You're up here too," he pointed out. Vin flushed. "I just wanted to get a brief view of the hall." "Oh? And why did you refuse all three men who asked you to dance?" Vin paused. The man smiled, then turned back to his book. "There were 4, Vin said with a huff, "and I refused them because I don't know how to dance very well." The man lowered his book slightly, eyeing her. "You know, you're a lot less timid than you look." "Timid?" Vin asked. "I'm not the one staring at his book when there's a young lady standing by him, never having properly introduced himself." The man raised a speculative eyebrow. "Now, see, you sound like my father. Far better looking, but just as grumpy." Vin glared at him. Finally, he rolled his eyes. "Very well, let me be a gentleman, then." He bowed to her with a refined, formal step. "I am Lord Elland. Lady Valette Renew, might I have the pleasure of sharing this balcony with you whilst I read?" Vin folded her arms. "Elland? Family name or given name? Should I even care?" He just wanted his spot back. But how did he know that I'd refused dancing partners? Somehow she had a suspicion that Kelsier would want to hear about this particular conversation. Oddly, she didn't feel a desire to shrug this man away as she had the others. Instead, she felt another stab of annoyance as he again raised his book. "You still haven't told me why you would rather read than participate," she said. The man sighed, lowering the book again. "Well, see, I'm not exactly the best dancer either." "Ah," Vin said. "But," he said, raising a finger, "that's only part of it. You may not realize this yet, but it's not that hard to get over-partied. Once you attend 500 or 600 of these balls, they start to feel a bit repetitive. Vin shrugged. You'd probably learn to dance better if you practiced. Ellen raised an eyebrow. You're not going to let me get back to my book, are you? I wasn't intending to. He sighed, tucking the book back into his jacket pocket, which was beginning to show signs of book-shaped wear. Well then, do you want to go and dance instead? Vin froze. Ellen smiled nonchalantly. Lord, he's either incredibly smooth or socially incompetent. It was disturbing that she couldn't determine which. That's a no, I assume, Ellen said. Good. I thought I should offer, since we've established that I'm a gentleman. However, I doubt the couples below would appreciate us trampling their toes. Agreed. What were you reading? Dilisteni, Ellen said. Trials of Monument. Heard of it? Vin shook her head. Ah, well, not many have. He leaned over the railing, looking below. So, what do you think of your first experience at court? It's very overwhelming, Ellen chuckled. Say what you will about House Venture, they know how to throw a party. Vin nodded. You don't like House Venture, then? She said. Perhaps this was one of the rivalries Kelsier was watching for. Not particularly, no, Ellen said. They're an ostentatious lot, even for high nobility. They can't just have a party, they have to throw the best party. Never mind that they run their servants ragged setting it up, then beat the poor things in retribution when the hall isn't perfectly clean the very next morning. Vin cocked her head. Not words I'd expect to hear from a nobleman. Ellen paused, looking a little embarrassed. But, well, never mind that. I think your terraceman is looking for you. Vin started, glancing over the side of the balcony. Sure enough, Sazed's tall form stood by her now empty table, speaking to a serving boy. Vin yelped quietly. I've got to go, she said, turning toward the stairwell. Ah, well then, Ellen said. Back to reading it is. He gave her a half-wave of farewell, but he had his book open before she passed the first step. Vin reached the bottom out of breath. Sazed saw her immediately. I'm sorry, she said, chagrined as she approached. Do not apologize to me, mistress, Sazed said quietly. It is both unseemly and unnecessary. Moving about a bit was a good idea, I think. I would have suggested it had you not seemed so nervous. Vin nodded. Is it time for us to go, then? It is a proper time to withdraw, if you wish, he said, glancing up at the balcony. May I ask what you were doing up there, mistress? I wanted to get a better look at the windows, Vin said. But I ended up talking to someone. He seemed interested in me at first, but now I don't think he ever intended to pay me much attention. It doesn't matter. He didn't seem important enough to bother Kelsier with his name. Sazed paused. Who was it you were speaking to? The man in the corner there, on the balcony, Vin said. One of Lord Venture's friends? Vin froze. Is one of them named Elland? Sazed paled visibly. You were chatting with Lord Elland Venture? Yes? Did he ask you to dance? Vin nodded. But I don't think he meant it. Oh dear, Sazed said. So much for controlled anonymity. Venture? Vin asked, frowning. Like Keep Venture? Heir to the house title, Sazed said. Vin said, realizing that she should probably be a bit more intimidated than she felt. He was a bit annoying, in a pleasant sort of way. We shouldn't be discussing this here, Sazed said. You're far, far below his station. Come, let us retire. I shouldn't have gone away to the dinner. He trailed off, mumbling to himself as he led Vin to the entryway. She got one more glimpse into the main chamber as she retrieved her shawl, and she burned tin, squinting against the light and seeking the balcony above. He held the book, closed in one hand, and she could have sworn that he was looking down in her direction. She smiled and let Sazed usher her to their carriage. I know that I shouldn't let a simple packman perturb me. However, he is from Terrace, where the prophecies originated. If anyone could spot a fraud, would it not be he? Nevertheless, I continue my trek, going where the scribbled auguries proclaim that I will meet my destiny, walking, feeling Rashik's eyes on my back, jealous, mocking, hating. 13. Vin sat with her legs crossed beneath her on one of Lord Renew's fine easy chairs. It felt good to be rid of the bulky dress, instead getting back to a more familiar shirt and trousers. However, Sazed's calm displeasure made her want to squirm. He stood on the other side of the room, and Vin got the distinct impression that she was in trouble. Sazed had questioned her in depth, seeking out every detail of her conversation with Lord Elland. Sazed's inquiries had been respectful, of course, but they had also been forceful. The terraceman seemed, in Vin's opinion, unduly worried about her exchange with the young nobleman. They hadn't really talked about anything important, and Elland himself was decidedly unspectacular for a great house lord. But there had been something odd about him, something Vin hadn't admitted to Sazed. She'd felt comfortable with Elland. Looking back on the experience, she realized that for those few moments, she hadn't really been Lady Valette. Nor had she been Vin. For that part of her, the timid crew member, was almost as fake as Valette was. No, she'd simply been whoever she was. It was a strange experience. She had occasionally felt the same way during her time with Kelsier and the others, but in a more limited manner. How had Elland been able to evoke her true self so quickly and so thoroughly? Maybe he used allomancy on me, she thought with a start. Elland was a high nobleman. Perhaps he was a soother. Maybe there was more to the conversation than she had thought. Vin sat back in her chair, frowning to herself. She'd had copper on, and that meant he couldn't have used emotional allomancy on her. Somehow, he had simply gotten her to let her guard down. Vin thought back to the experience, thinking about how oddly comfortable she'd felt. In retrospect, it was clear that she hadn't been careful enough. I'll be more cautious next time. She assumed that they would meet again. They'd better. A servant entered and whispered quietly to Sazed. A quick burn of tin let Vin hear the conversation. Kelsier had finally returned. Please send word to Lord Renew, Sazed said. The white-clothed servant nodded, leaving the room with a quick step. The rest of you may leave, Sazed said calmly, and the room's attendants scampered away. Sazed's quiet vigil had forced them to stand, waiting in the tense room, not speaking or moving. Kelsier and Lord Renew arrived together, chatting quietly. As always, Renew wore a rich suit, cut in the unfamiliar Western style. The aging man kept his gray mustache trimmed thin and neat, and he walked with a confident air. Even after spending an entire evening among the nobility, Vin was again struck by his aristocratic bearing. Kelsier still wore his mist cloak. Says, he said as he entered, you have news? I am afraid so, Master Kelsier, Sazed said. It appears that Mistress Vin caught the attention of Lord Elland Venture at the ball tonight. Elland? Kelsier asked, folding his arms. Isn't he the heir? He is indeed, Renew said. I met the lad perhaps 4 years ago when his father visited the West. He struck me as a bit undignified for one of his station." 4 years, Vin thought. There's no way he's been imitating Lord Renew for that long. Kelsier only escaped the pits 2 years ago. She eyed the impostor, but, as always, was unable to detect a flaw in his bearing. "How attentive was the boy?" Kelsier asked. "He asked her to dance," Sazed said, "but Mistress Vin was wise enough to decline. Apparently their meeting was a matter of idle happenstance, but I fear she may have caught his eye." Kelsier chuckled. "You taught her too well, Saze. In the future, Vin, perhaps you should try to be a little less charming." "Why?" Vin asked, trying to mask her annoyance. "I thought we wanted me to be well-liked." "Not by a man as important as Elend Venture, child," Lord Renew said. "We sent you to court so you could make alliances, not scandals." Kelsier nodded. "Venture is young, eligible, and heir to a powerful house. Your having a relationship with him could make serious problems for us. The women of the court would be jealous of you, and the older men would disapprove of the rank difference. You'd alienate yourself from large sections of the court. To get the information we need the aristocracy to see you as uncertain, unimportant, and, most importantly, unthreatening." "Besides, child," Lord Renew said, "it is unlikely that Elend Venture has any real interest in you. He is known to be a court eccentric. He is probably just trying to heighten his reputation by doing the unexpected." Vin felt her face flush. "He's probably right," she told herself sternly. Still, she couldn't help feeling annoyed at the three of them, especially Kelsier, with his flippant, unconcerned attitude. "Yes," Kelsier said. "It's probably best that you avoid Venture completely. Try to offend him or something. Give him a couple of those glares you do." Vin regarded Kelsier with a flat look. "That's the one," Kelsier said with a laugh. Vin clenched her teeth, then forced herself to relax. "I saw my father at the ball tonight," she said, hoping to distract Kelsier and the others away from Lord Venture. "Really?" Kelsier asked with interest. Vin nodded. "I recognized him from a time my brother pointed him out to me." "What is this?" Renew asked. "Vin's father is an obligator," Kelsier said, "and apparently an important one if he has enough pull to go to a ball like this. Do you know what his name is?" Vin shook her head. "Description?" Kelsier asked. Bald? Eye tattoos?" Kelsier chuckled. "Just point him out to me sometime, all right?" Vin nodded, and Kelsier turned to Sazed. "Now, did you bring me the names of which noblemen asked Vin to dance?" Sazed nodded. "She gave me a list, Master Kelsier. I also have several interesting tidbits to share from the steward's meal." "Good," Kelsier said, glancing at the grandfather clock in the corner. "You'll have to save them for tomorrow morning, though. I've got to be going." "Going?" Vin asked, perking up. "But you just got in." "That's the funny thing about arriving somewhere, Vin," he said with a wink. "Once you're there, the only thing you can really do is leave again. Get some sleep. You're looking a bit ragged." Kelsier waved a farewell to the group, then ducked out of the room, whistling amiably to himself. Too nonchalant, Vin thought, and too secretive. He usually tells us which families he plans to hit. "I think I will retire," Vin said, yawning. Sazed eyed her suspiciously, but let her go as Renew began speaking quietly to him. Vin scrambled up the stairs to her room, threw on her mist cloak, and pushed open her balcony doors. Mist poured into the room. She flared iron, and was rewarded with the sight of a fading blue metal line pointing into the distance. "Let's see where you're going, Master Kelsier." Vin burned steel, pushing herself into the cold, humid autumn night. Tin enhanced her eyes, making the wet air tickle her throat as she breathed. She pushed hard behind her, then pulled slightly on the gates below. The maneuver swung her into a soaring arc over the steel gates, which she then pushed against, to throw herself farther into the air. She kept an eye on the trail of blue that pointed toward Kelsier, following him at enough of a distance to remain unseen. She wasn't carrying any metal, not even coins, and she kept her copper burning to hide her use of allomancy. Theoretically, only sound could alert Kelsier of her presence, and so she moved as quietly as possible. Surprisingly, Kelsier didn't head into town. After passing the mansion's gates, he turned north out of the city. Vin followed, landing and running quietly on the rough ground. Where is he going? She thought with confusion. Is he circling Feliz? Heading for one of the peripheral mansions? Kelsier continued northward for a short time, then his metal line suddenly began to grow dim. Vin paused, stopping beside a group of stumpy trees. The line faded at a rapid rate. Kelsier had suddenly sped up. She cursed to herself, breaking into a dash. Ahead, Kelsier's line vanished into the night. Vin sighed, slowing. She flared her iron, but it was barely enough to catch a glimpse of him disappearing again in the distance. She'd never keep up. Her flared iron, however, showed her something else. She frowned, continuing forward until she reached a stationary source of metal. 2 small bronze bars stuck into the ground a couple feet from each other. She flipped one up into her hand, then looked into the swirling mists to the north. He's jumping, she thought. But why? Jumping was faster than walking, but there didn't seem much point to it in the empty wilderness. Unless... She walked forward, and she soon found 2 more bronze bars embedded in the earth. Vin glanced backward. It was hard to tell in the night, but it seemed that the 4 bars made a line that pointed directly toward Luthadel. So that's how he does it, she thought. Kelsier had an uncanny ability to move between Luthadel and Feliz with remarkable speed. She'd assumed that he was using horses, but it appeared that there was a better way. He, or perhaps someone before him, had laid down an allomantic road between the 2 cities. She gripped the first bar in her palm, she'd need it to soften her landing if she was wrong, then stepped up in front of the second pair of bars and launched herself into the air. She pushed hard, flaring her steel, throwing herself as far up into the sky as she could. As she flew, she flared her iron, searching for other sources of metal. They soon appeared, 2 directly north and 2 more in the distance to either side of her. The ones on the sides are for course corrections, she realized. She'd have to keep moving directly north if she wanted to stay on the Bronze Highway. She nudged herself slightly to the left, moving so that she passed directly between the 2 adjacent bars of the main path, then hurled herself forward again in an arcing leap. She got the hang of it quickly, hopping from point to point, never dropping even close to the ground. In just a few minutes, she had the rhythm down so well that she barely had to do any corrections from the sides. Her progress across the scraggly landscape was incredibly swift. The mists blew by, her mist cloak whipping and flapping behind her. Still, she forced herself to speed up. She'd spent too long studying the bronze bars. She had to catch up to Kelsier. Otherwise, she'd arrive in Luthadel but not know where to go from there. She began to throw herself from point to point at an almost reckless speed, watching desperately for some sign of allomantic motion. After about 10 minutes of leaping, a line of blue finally appeared ahead of her, one pointing up rather than down toward bars in the ground. She breathed in relief. Then a second line appeared, and a third. Vin frowned, letting herself drop to the ground with a muted thump. She flared tin, and a massive shadow appeared in the night before her, its top sparkling with balls of light. The city wall, she thought with amazement. So soon? I made the trip twice as fast as a man on horseback. However, that meant she'd lost Kelsier. Frowning to herself, she used the bar she'd been carrying to throw herself up onto the battlements. Once she landed on the damp stone, she reached behind and pulled the bar up into her hand. Then she approached the other side of the wall, hopping up and crouching on the stone railing as she scanned the city. What now? She thought with annoyance. Head back to Feliz? Stop by Clubs' shop and see if he went there? She sat uncertainly for a moment, then threw herself off the wall and began making her way across the rooftops. She wandered randomly, pushing off of window clasps and bits of metal, using the bronze bar, then pulling it back into her hand when long jumps were necessary. It wasn't until she arrived that she realized she'd unconsciously gone to a specific destination. Keep Venture rose before her in the night. The limelights had been extinguished, and only a few phantom torches burned near guard posts. Vin crouched on the lip on a rooftop, trying to decide what had led her back to the massive keep. The cool wind ruffled her hair and cloak, and she thought she felt a few tiny raindrops on her cheek. She sat for a long moment, her toes growing cold. Then she noticed motion to her right. She crouched immediately, flaring her tin. Kelsier sat on a rooftop not 3 houses away, just barely lit by ambient light. He didn't seem to have noticed her. He was watching the keep, his face too distant for her to read his expression. Vin watched him with suspicious eyes. He'd dismissed her meeting with Elend, but perhaps it worried him more than he'd admitted. A sudden spike of fear made her tense. Could he be here to kill Elend? The assassination of a high noble heir would certainly create tension amongst the nobility. Vin waited apprehensively. Eventually, however, Kelsier stood and walked away, pushing himself off the rooftop and into the air. Vin dropped her bronze bar, it would give her away, and dashed after him. Her iron showed blue lines moving in the distance, and she hurriedly jumped out over the street and pushed herself off a sewer grate below, determined not to lose him again. He moved toward the center of the city. Vin frowned, trying to guess his destination. Keep Arakeller was in that direction, and it was a major supplier of armaments. Perhaps Kelsier planned to do something to interrupt its supplies, making House Renew more vital to the local nobility. Vin landed on a rooftop and paused, watching Kelsier shoot off into the night. He's moving fast again. A hand fell on her shoulder. Vin yelped, jumping back, flaring pewter. Kelsier regarded her with a cocked eyebrow. "You're supposed to be in bed, young lady." Vin glanced to the side, toward the line of metal. "But—" "My coin pouch," Kelsier said, smiling. "A good thief can steal clever tricks as easily as he steals boxings. I've started being more careful since you tailed me last week. At first, I assumed you were a Venture Mistborn." "They have some?" "I'm sure they do," Kelsier said. "Most of the great houses do. But your friend Elend isn't one of them. He's not even a misting." "How do you know? He could be hiding it." Kelsier shook his head. "He nearly died in a raid a couple of years ago. If there were ever a time to show your powers, it would have been then." Vin nodded, still looking down, not meeting Kelsier's eyes. He sighed, sitting down on the slanted rooftop, one leg hanging over the side. "Have a seat." Vin settled herself on the tile roof across from him. Above, the cool mists continued to churn, and it had begun to drizzle slightly, but that wasn't much different from the regular nightly humidity. "I can't have you tailing me like this, Vin," Kelsier said. "Do you remember our discussion about trust?" If you trusted me, you'd tell me where you were going. Not necessarily, Kelsier said. Maybe I just don't want you and the others to worry about me. Everything you do is dangerous, Vin said. Why would we worry any more if you told us specifics? Some tasks are even more dangerous than others, Kelsier said quietly. Vin paused, then glanced to the side in the direction Kelsier had bin going, toward the center of the city, toward Creedic Shaw, the Hill of 1,000 Spires, the Lord Ruler's palace. You're going to confront the Lord Ruler, Vin said quietly. You said last week that you were going to pay him a visit. Visit is perhaps too strong a word, Kelsier said. I am going to the palace, but I sincerely hope I don't run into the Lord Ruler himself. I'm not ready for him yet. Regardless, you are going straight to Clubs' shop. Vin nodded. Kelsier frowned. You're just going to try and follow me again, aren't you? Vin paused, then she nodded again. Why? Because I want to help, Vin said quietly. So far my part in this all is essentially boiled down to going to a party. But I'm Mistborn. You've trained me yourself. I'm not going to sit back and let everyone else do dangerous work while I sit, eat dinner, and watch people dance. What you're doing at those balls is important, Kelsier said. Vin nodded, glancing down. She'd just let him go, then she'd follow him. Part of her reasoning was what she'd said before. She was beginning to feel a camaraderie for this crew, and it was like nothing she had ever known. She wanted to be part of what it was doing. She wanted to help. However, another part of her whispered that Kelsier wasn't telling her everything. He might trust her, he might not. However, he certainly had secrets. The 11th Metal, and therefore the Lord Ruler, were involved in those secrets. Kelsier caught her eyes, and he must have seen her intention to follow in them. He sighed, leaning back. I'm serious, Vin. You can't go with me. Why not? She asked, abandoning pretense. If what you're doing is so dangerous, wouldn't it be safer if you had another Mistborn watching your back? You still don't know all of the metals, Kelsier said. Only because you haven't taught me. You need more practice. The best practice is doing, Vin said. My brother trained me to steal by taking me on burglaries. Kelsier shook his head. It's too dangerous. Kelsier, she said in a serious tone, we're planning to overthrow the final empire. I don't really expect to live until the end of the year anyway. You keep telling the others what an advantage it is to have 2 Mistborn on the team. Well, it's not going to be much of an advantage unless you actually let me be a Mistborn. How long are you going to wait? Until I'm ready? I don't think that will ever happen. Kelsier eyed her for a moment, then he smiled. When we first met, half the time I couldn't get you to say a word. Now you're lecturing me. Vin blushed. Finally, Kelsier sighed, reaching beneath his cloak to pull something out. I can't believe I'm considering this, he muttered, handing her the bit of metal. Vin studied the tiny silvery ball of metal. It was so reflective and bright that it almost seemed to be a drop of liquid, yet it was solid to the touch. Atium, Kelsier said. 10th and most powerful of the known allomantic metals. That bead is worth more than the entire bag of boxings I gave you before. This little bit? She asked with surprise. Kelsier nodded. Atium only comes from one place, the pits of Hath-Sin, where the Lord Ruler controls its production and distribution. The great houses get to buy a monthly stipend of atium, which is one of the main ways the Lord Ruler controls them. Go ahead and swallow it. Vin eyed the bit of metal, uncertain she wanted to waste something so valuable. You can't sell it, Kelsier said. Thieving crews try, but they get tracked down and executed. The Lord Ruler is very protective of his atium supply. Vin nodded, then swallowed the metal. Immediately she felt a new well of power appear within her, waiting to be burned. "All right," Kelsier said, standing. "Burn it as soon as I start walking." Vin nodded. As he began to walk forward, she drew upon her new well of strength and burned atium. Kelsier seemed to fuzz slightly to her eyes. Then a translucent, wraith-like image shot out into the mists in front of him. The image looked just like Kelsier, and it walked just a few steps in front of him. A very faint trailing after image extended from the duplicate back to Kelsier himself. It was like a reverse shadow. The duplicate did everything Kelsier did, except the image moved first. It turned, and then Kelsier followed its same path. The image's mouth began moving. A second later, Kelsier spoke. "Atium lets you see just a bit into the future. Or at least it lets you see what people are going to do a little bit in the future. In addition, it enhances your mind, allowing you to deal with the new information, allowing you to react more quickly and collectedly." The shadow stopped, then Kelsier walked up to it, stopping as well. Suddenly the shadow reached out and slapped her, and Vin moved reflexively, putting her hand up just as Kelsier's real hand began to move. She caught his arm mid-swing. "While you're burning atium," he said, "nothing can surprise you. You can swing a dagger knowing confidently that your enemies will run right into it. You can dodge attacks with ease because you'll be able to see where every blow will fall. Atium makes you quite nearly invincible. It enhances your mind, making you able to make use of all the new information." Suddenly, dozens of other images shot from Kelsier's body. Each one sprang in a different direction, some striding across the roof, others jumping into the air. Vin released his arm, rising and backing away in confusion. "I just burned atium too," Kelsier said. "I can see what you're going to do, and that changes what I'm going to do, which in turn changes what you're going to do. The images reflect each of the possible actions we might take." "It's confusing," Vin said, watching the insane jumble of images, old ones constantly fading, new ones constantly appearing. Kelsier nodded. "The only way to defeat someone who is burning atium is to burn it yourself. That way, neither of you has an advantage." The images vanished. "What did you do?" Vin asked with a start. "Nothing," Kelsier said. "Your atium probably ran out." Vin realized with surprise that he was right. The atium was gone. "It burns so quickly." Kelsier nodded, sitting down again. "That's probably the fastest fortune you've ever blown, eh?" Vin nodded, stunned. "It seems like such a waste." Kelsier shrugged. "Atium is only valuable because of allomancy. So if we didn't burn it, it wouldn't be worth the fortune that it is. Of course, if we do burn it, we make it even more rare. It's kind of an interesting relationship. Ask Ham about it sometimes. He loves talking about atium economics. Anyway, any Mistborn you face will probably have atium. However, they'll be reluctant to use it. In addition, they won't have swallowed it yet. Atium is fragile, and your digestive juices will ruin it in a matter of hours. So you have to walk a line between conservation and effectiveness. If it looks like your opponent is using atium, then you'd better use yours too. However, make sure he doesn't lure you into using up your reserve before he does." Vin nodded. "Does this mean you're taking me tonight?" "I'll probably regret it," Kelsier said, sighing. "But I don't see any way to make you stay behind, short of tying you up, perhaps. But I warn you, Vin, this could be dangerous. Very dangerous. I don't intend to meet the Lord Ruler, but I do intend to sneak into his stronghold. I think I know where we might find a clue on how to defeat him." Vin smiled, stepping forward as Kelsier waved her toward him. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a vial, which he handed to her. It was like regular allomantic vials, except the liquid inside held only a single drop of metal. The atium bead was several times larger than the one he had given her to practice on. "Don't use it unless you have to," Kelsier warned. "You need any other metals?" Vin nodded. "I burned up most of my steel getting here." Kelsier handed her another vial. "First, let's go retrieve my coin pouch." Sometimes I wonder if I'm going mad. Perhaps it is due to the pressure of knowing that I must somehow bear the burden of an entire world. Perhaps it is caused by the death I have seen, the friends I have lost, the friends I have been forced to kill. Either way, I sometimes see shadows following me, dark creatures that I don't understand nor wish to understand. Are they perhaps some figment of my overtaxed mind? 14. It started raining just after they located the coin pouch. It wasn't a hard rain, but it seemed to clear the mist slightly. Vin shivered, pulling up her hood, crouching beside Kelsier on a rooftop. He didn't pay the weather much heed, so neither did she. A little dampness wouldn't hurt. In fact, it would probably help, as the rainfall would cover the sounds of their approach. Creedic Shaw lay before them. The peaked spires and sheer towers rose like dark talons in the night. They varied greatly in thickness. Some were wide enough to house stairwells and large rooms, but others were simply thin rods of steel jutting up into the sky. The variety gave the mass a twisted, off-center symmetry, an almost balance. The spikes and towers had a foreboding cast in the damp, misty night, like the ash-blackened bones of a long-weathered carcass. Looking at them, Vin thought she felt something. A depression, as if simply being close to the building was enough to suck away her hope. "Our target is a tunnel complex at the base of one of the far-right spires," Kelsier said, his voice barely carrying over the quiet hush of the falling rain. "We're heading for a room at the very center of that complex." "What's inside?" "I don't know," Kelsier said. "That's what we're going to find out. Once every 3 days, and today isn't one of them, the Lord Ruler visits this chamber. He stays for 3 hours, then leaves. I tried to get in once before, 3 years ago." "The job," Vin whispered. "The one that—" "Got me captured," Kelsier said with a nod. "Yes. At the time, we thought that the Lord Ruler stored riches in the room. I don't think that's true now, but I'm still curious. The way he visits is so regular, so odd. Something's in that room, Vin. Something important. Maybe it holds the secret to his power and immortality." "Why do we need to worry about that?" Vin asked. "You have the 11th metal to defeat him, right?" Kelsier frowned slightly. Vin waited for an answer, but he didn't ever give one. "I failed to get in last time, Vin," he said instead. "We got close, but we got there too easily. When we arrived, there were Inquisitors outside the room, waiting for us." "Someone told them you were coming?" Kelsier nodded. "We planned that job for months. We were overconfident, but we had reason to be. Mare and I were the best. The job should have gone flawlessly." Kelsier paused, then he turned to Vin. "Tonight I didn't plan at all. We're just going in. We'll quiet anyone who tries to stop us, then break into that room." Vin sat quietly, feeling the chill rainwater on her wet hands and damp arms. Then she nodded. Kelsier smiled slightly. "No objections?" Vin shook her head. "I made you take me with you. It's not my place to object now." Kelsier chuckled. Guess I've been hanging out with Breeze too long. I just don't feel right unless someone tells me I'm crazy." Vin shrugged. However, as she moved on the rooftop, she felt it again. The sense of depression coming from Creedic Shaw. "There is something, Kelsier," she said. "The palace feels wrong, somehow." "That's the Lord Ruler," Kelsier said. "He radiates like an incredibly powerful soother, smothering the emotions of everyone who gets close to him. Turn on your copper. That will make you immune." Vin nodded, burning copper. Immediately, the sensation went away. "Good?" Kelsier asked. She nodded again. "All right then," he said, giving her a handful of coins. "Stay close to me and keep your ATM handy, just in case." With that, he threw himself off the roof. Vin followed, her cloak tassels spraying rainwater. She burned pewter as she fell and hit the ground with alamantically strengthened legs. Kelsier took off at a dash, and she followed. Her speed on the wet cobblestones would have been reckless, but her pewter-fueled muscles reacted with precision, strength, and balance. She ran in the wet, misty night, burning tin and copper, one to let her see, the other to let her hide. Kelsier rounded the palace complex. Oddly, the grounds had no outer wall. Of course they don't. Who would dare attack the Lord Ruler? Flat space, covered in cobblestones, was all that surrounded the Hill of 1,000 Spires. No tree, foliage, or structure stood to distract one's eye from the disturbing asymmetric collection of wings, towers, and spires that was Creedic Shaw. "Here we go," Kelsier whispered, his voice carrying to her tin-enhanced ears. He turned, dashing directly toward a squat, bunker-like section of the palace. As they approached, Vin saw a pair of guards standing by an ornate gate-like door. Kelsier was on the men in a flash, cutting one down with slashing knives. The second man tried to cry out, but Kelsier jumped, slamming both feet into the man's chest. Thrown to the side by the inhumanly strong kick, the guard crashed into the wall, then slumped to the ground. Kelsier was on his feet a second later, slamming his weight against the door and pushing it open. Weak lantern light spilled out of a stone corridor within. Kelsier ducked through the door. Vin dimmed her tin, then followed in a crouching dash, her heart pounding. Never, in all her time as a thief, had she done something like this. Hers had been a life of sneaky burgling and scamming, not raids or muggings. As she followed Kelsier down the corridor, their feet and cloaks leaving a wet trail on the smooth stonework, she nervously pulled out a glass dagger, gripping the leather-wrapped handle in a sweaty palm. A man stepped into the hallway just ahead, exiting what appeared to be some sort of guard chamber. Kelsier jumped forward and elbowed the soldier in the stomach, then slammed him against the wall. Even as the guard collapsed, Kelsier ducked into the room. Vin followed, stepping into chaos. Kelsier pulled a metal candelabrum from the corner up into his hands, then began to spin with it, striking down soldier after soldier. Guards cried out, scrambling and grabbing staves from the side of the room. A table covered in half-eaten meals was thrown to the side as men tried to make room. A soldier turned toward Vin, and she reacted without thinking. She burned steel and threw out a handful of coins. She pushed, and the missiles shot forward, tearing through the guard's flesh and dropping him. She burned iron, pulling the coins back to her hand. She turned with a bloodied fist, spraying the room with metal, dropping 3 soldiers. Kelsier felled the last with his impromptu staff. I just killed 4 men, Vin thought, stunned. Before, Reen had always done the killing. There was rustling behind. Vin spun to see another squadron of soldiers enter through a door opposite her. To the side, Kelsier dropped his candelabrum and stepped forward. The room's 4 lanterns suddenly ripped from their mountings, slamming directly toward him. He ducked to the side, letting the lanterns crash together. The room fell dark. Vin burned tin, her eyes adapting to the light from the corridor outside. The guards, however, stumbled to a halt. Kelsier was amidst them a second later, daggers flashing in the darkness, men screaming. Then all was silent. Vin stood surrounded by death, bloodied coins dribbling from her stunned fingers. She kept a tight grip on her dagger, however, if only to steady her quivering arm. Kelsier lay a hand on her shoulder and she jumped. "These were evil men, Vin," he said. "Every Ska knows in his heart that it is the greatest of crimes to take up arms in defense of the final empire." Vin nodded numbly. She felt wrong. Maybe it was the death, but now that she was actually within the building, she swore that she could still feel the Lord Ruler's power. Something seemed to push her emotions, making her more depressed despite her copper. "Come, time is short." Kelsier took off again, hopping lithely over corpses, and Vin felt herself following. "I made him bring me," she thought. "I wanted to fight like him. I'm going to have to get used to this." They dashed into a second corridor, and Kelsier jumped into the air. He lurched, then shot forward. Vin did the same, leaping and seeking an anchor far down the corridor, then using it to pull herself through the air. Side corridors whipped past, the air a rushing howl in her tin-enhanced ears. Ahead, 2 soldiers stepped into the corridor. Kelsier slammed feet first into one, then flipped up and rammed a dagger into the other's neck. Both men fell. "No metal," Vin thought, dropping to the ground. "None of the guards in this place wear metal." Haze killers, they were called. Men trained to fight allomancers. Kelsier ducked down a side corridor, and Vin had to sprint to keep up with him. She flared pewter, willing her legs to move faster. Ahead, Kelsier paused, and Vin lurched to a stop beside him. To their right was an open, arching doorway, and it shone with a light far brighter than that of the small corridor lanterns. Vin extinguished her tin, following Kelsier through the archway and into the room. 6 braziers burned with open flames at the corners of the large dome-roofed chamber. In contrast to the simple corridors, this room was covered with silver-inlaid murals. Each obviously represented the Lord Ruler. They were like the windows she had seen earlier, except less abstract. She saw a mountain, a large cavern, a pool of light, and something very dark. Kelsier strode forward and Vin turned. The center of the room was dominated by a small structure, a building within the building. Ornate, with carved stone and flowing patterns, the single-story building stood reverently before them. All in all, the quiet, empty chamber gave Vin a strange feeling of solemnity. Kelsier walked forward, bare feet falling on smooth black marble. Vin followed in a nervous crouch. The room seemed empty, but there had to be other guards. Kelsier walked up to a large oaken door set into the inner building, its surface carved with letterings Vin didn't recognize. He reached out and pulled open the door. A steel inquisitor stood inside. The creature smiled, his lips curling in an eerie expression beneath the 2 massive spikes that had been pounded point first through its eyes. Kelsier paused for just a moment. Then he yelled, "Vin! Run!" as the Inquisitor's hand snapped forward, grabbing him by the throat. Vin froze. To the sides, she saw 2 other black-robed Inquisitors stride through open archways. Tall, lean, and bald, they were also marked by their spikes and intricate ministry eye tattoos. The closest Inquisitor lifted Kelsier up into the air by his neck. "Kelsier, the survivor of Hathsin," the creature said in a grinding voice. Then he turned toward Vin. "And you. I've been looking for you. I'll let this one die quickly if you'll tell me which nobleman spawned you, half-breed." Kelsier coughed, struggling for breath as he pried at the creature's grip. The Inquisitor turned, regarding Kelsier with spike-end eyes. Kelsier coughed again, as if trying to say something, and the Inquisitor curiously pulled Kelsier a bit closer. Kelsier's hand whipped out, ramming a dagger into the creature's neck. As the Inquisitor stumbled, Kelsier slammed his fist into the creature's forearm, shattering the bone with a snap. The Inquisitor dropped him, and Kelsier fell to the reflective marble floor, coughing. Gasping for breath, Kelsier looked up at Vin with intense eyes. "I said run!" he croaked, tossing something to her. Vin paused, reaching out to catch the coin pouch. However, it lurched suddenly in the air, shooting forward. Abruptly, she realized Kelsier wasn't throwing it to her, but at her. The bag hit her in the chest. Pushed by Kelsier's allomancy, it hurled her across the room, past the two surprised Inquisitors, until she finally dropped awkwardly to the floor, skidding on the marble. Vin looked up, slightly dazed. In the distance, Kelsier regained his feet. The main Inquisitor, however, didn't seem very concerned about the dagger in his neck. The other two Inquisitors stood between her and Kelsier. One turned toward her, and Vin felt chilled by its horrifying, unnatural gaze. "Run!" The word echoed in the domed chamber, and this time, finally, it struck home. Vin scrambled to her feet, fear shocking her, screaming at her, making her move. She dashed toward the nearest archway, uncertain if it was the one she had come in through. She clutched Kelsier's coin pouch and burned iron, frantically seeking an anchor down the corridor. Must get away. She grabbed the first bit of metal she saw and yanked, tearing herself off the ground. She shot down the corridor at an uncontrolled speed, terror flaring her iron. She lurched suddenly, and everything spun. She hit the ground at an awkward angle, her head slamming against the rough stone, then lay dizzily, wondering what had happened. The coin pouch. Someone had pulled on it, using its metal to yank her backward. Vin rolled over and saw a dark form shooting down the corridor. The Inquisitor's robes fluttered as he dropped lightly to his feet a short distance from Vin. He strode forward, his face impassive. Vin flared tin and pewter, clearing her mind and pushing away the pain. She whipped out a few coins, pushing them at the Inquisitor. He raised a hand, and both coins froze in the air. Vin's own push suddenly threw her backward, and she tumbled across the stones, skidding and sliding. She heard the coins pling against the floor as she came to a rest. She shook her head, a dozen new bruises flaring angrily across her body. The Inquisitor stepped over the discarded coins, walking toward her with a smooth gait. "I have to get away." Even Kelsier had been afraid to face an Inquisitor. If he couldn't fight one, what chance did she have? None. She dropped the pouch and jumped to her feet, then she ran, ducking through the first doorway she saw. The room beyond was empty of people, but a golden altar stood at its center. Between the altar, the 4 candelabra at the corners, and the cluttering of other religious paraphernalia, the space was cramped. Vin turned, pulling a candelabrum into her hands, remembering Kelsier's trick from before. The Inquisitor stepped into the room, then raised an almost amused hand, ripping the candelabra from her hands in an easy allomantic pull. "He's so strong," Vin thought with horror. He was probably steadying himself by pulling against the lantern brackets behind. However, the force of his iron pulls was far more powerful than Kelsier's had ever been. Vin jumped, pulling herself slightly up and over the altar. At the doorway, the Inquisitor reached over to a bowl that sat atop a short pillar, pulling out what appeared to be a handful of small metal triangles. They were sharp on all sides, and they cut the creature's hand in a dozen places. He ignored the wounds, raising a bloody hand toward her. Vin yelped, ducking behind the altar as pieces of metal sprayed against the back wall. "You're trapped," the Inquisitor said in a scratchy voice. "Come with me." Vin glanced to the side. There weren't any other doors in the room. She peeked up, glancing at the Inquisitor, and a piece of metal shot at her face. She pushed against it, but the Inquisitor was too strong. She had to duck and let the metal go, lest his power pin her back against the wall. "I'll need something to block with, something that isn't made of metal." As she heard the Inquisitor step into the room, she found what she needed. A large, leather-bound book, sitting beside the altar. She grabbed it, then paused. There was no use in being rich if she died. She pulled out Kelsier's vial and downed the atium, then burned it. The Inquisitor's shadow stepped around the side of the altar, then the actual Inquisitor followed a second later. The atium shadow opened its hand, and a spray of tiny translucent daggers shot at her. Vin raised her book as the real daggers followed. She swung the book through the shadowy trails just as the real daggers shot toward her. She caught every one, their sharp, jagged edges digging deeply into the book's leather cover. The Inquisitor paused, and she was rewarded by what seemed to be a look of confusion on its twisted face. Then 100 shadow images shot from his body. Lord Ruler, Vin thought. He had atium too. Not pausing to worry about what that meant, Vin hopped over the altar, carrying the book with her as protection against further missiles. The Inquisitor spun, spike eyes following her as she ducked back into the hallway. A squad of soldiers stood waiting for her. However, each one bore a future shadow. Vin ducked between them, barely watching where their weapons would fall, somehow avoiding the attacks of 12 different men. And for a moment she almost forgot the pain and fear, and they were replaced by an incredible sense of power. She dodged effortlessly, staves swinging above and beside her, each one missing by just inches. She was invincible. She spun through the ranks of the men, not bothering to kill or hurt them. She only wanted to escape. As she passed the last one, she turned around a corner. A second Inquisitor, his body springing with shadow images, stepped up and slammed something sharp into her lower side. Vin gasped in pain. There was a sickening sound as the creature pulled his weapon free of her body. It was a length of wood affixed with sharp obsidian blades. Vin grasped her side, stumbling backward, feeling a terrifying amount of warm blood seeping from the wound. The Inquisitor looked familiar. The first one from the other room, she thought through the pain. Does that mean that Kelsier is dead? "Who is your father?" the Inquisitor asked. Vin kept her hand at her side, trying to stop the blood. It was a large wound, a bad wound. She had seen such wounds before. They always killed. Yet she still stood. Pewter, her confused mind thought. Flare pewter. She did so, the metal giving her body strength, letting her stay on her feet. The soldiers stepped back to let the second Inquisitor approach her from the side. Vin looked in horror from one Inquisitor to the other, both descending upon her, blood pouring between her fingers and down her side. The lead Inquisitor still carried the axe-like weapon, its edge coated with blood. Her blood. "I'm going to die," she thought with terror. And then she heard it. Rain. It was faint, but her tin ears picked it out behind her. She spun, lurching through a door, and was rewarded by the sight of a large archway on the other side of the room. Mist pooled at the room's floor, and rain slapped the stones outside. Must have been where the guards came from, she thought. She kept her pewter flared, amazed at how well her body still worked, and stumbled out into the rain, reflexively clutching the leather book to her chest. "You think to escape?" the lead Inquisitor asked from behind, his voice amused. Numbly, Vin reached into the sky and pulled against one of the palace's many spires. She heard the Inquisitor curse as she pitched into the air, hurling up into the dark night. The 1,000 spires rose around her. She pulled against one, then switched to another. The rain was strong now, and it made the night black. There was no mist to reflect ambient light, and the stars were hidden by clouds above. Vin couldn't see where she was going. She had to use allomancy to sense the metallic tips of the spires and hope there was nothing in between. She hit a spire, catching hold of it in the night and pulling to a stop. "Have to bandage the wound," she thought weakly. She was beginning to grow numb, her head cloudy despite her pewter and tin. Something slammed against the spire above her, and she heard a low growl. Vin pushed off, even as she felt the Inquisitor slash the air beside her. She had one chance. Mid-jump, she pulled herself sideways toward a different spire. At the same time, she pushed against the book in her hands. It still had bits of metal embedded into its cover. The book continued in the direction she had been going, metal lines glowing weakly in the night. It was the only metal she had on her. Vin caught the next spire lightly, trying to make as little sound as possible. She strained in the night, burning tin, the rainfall becoming a thunder in her ears. Over it, she thought she heard the distinct sound of something hitting a spire in the direction she had pushed the book. The Inquisitor had fallen for her ruse. Vin sighed, hanging from the spire, rain splattering her body. She made sure her copper was still burning, pulled lightly against the spire to hold herself in place, and ripped off a piece of her shirt to bandage the wound. Despite her numb mind, she couldn't help noticing how big the gash was. "Oh, Lord," she thought. Without pewter, she would have fallen unconscious long ago. She should be dead. Something sounded in the darkness. Vin felt a chill looking up. All was black around her. "It can't be. He can't." Something slammed into her spire. Vin cried out, jumping away. She pulled herself toward another spire, caught it weakly, then immediately pushed off again. The Inquisitor followed, thuds sounding as he jumped from spire to spire behind her. "He found me. He couldn't see me, hear me, or sense me, but he found me." Vin hit a spire, holding it by one hand, limply hanging in the night. Her strength was nearly gone. "I have to get away. Hide." Her hands were numb, and her mind felt nearly the same. Her fingers slipped from the cold, wet metal of the spire, and she felt herself drop free into the darkness. She fell with the rain. However, she went only a short distance before thudding against something hard, the roof of a particularly tall bit of the palace. Dazed, she climbed to her knees, crawling away from the spire, seeking a corner. "Hide, hide, hide." She crawled weakly to the nook formed by another tower. She huddled against the dark corner, lying in a deep puddle of ashy rainwater, arms wrapped around herself. Her body was wet with rain and blood. She thought, for just a moment, that she might have escaped. A dark form thumped to the rooftop. The rain was letting up, and her tin revealed a head set with 2 spikes, a body cloaked in a dark robe. She was too weak to move, too weak to do more than shiver in the puddle of water, clothing plastered to her skin. The Inquisitor turned toward her. "Such a small, troubling thing you are," he said. He stepped forward, but Vin could barely hear his words. It was growing dark again. No, it was just her mind. Her vision grew dark, her eyes closing. Her wound didn't hurt anymore. She couldn't even think. A sound like shattering branches. Then arms gripped her. Warm arms, not the arms of death. She forced her eyes open. "Kelsier?" she whispered. But it wasn't Kelsier's face that looked back at her, streaked with concern. It was a different, kinder face. She sighed in relief, drifting away as the strong arms pulled her close, making her feel oddly safe in the terrible storms of night. I don't know why Quan betrayed me. Even still, this event haunts my thoughts. He was the one who discovered me. He was the Terrace philosopher who first called me the hero of ages. It seems ironically surreal that now, after his long struggle to convince his colleagues, he is the only major Terrace holyman to preach against my reign. 15. "You took her with you?" Dockson demanded, bursting into the room. "You took Vin into Creedic Shaw. Are you bloody insane?" "Yes," Kelsier snapped. "You've been right all along. I'm a madman, a lunatic. Perhaps I should have just died in the pits and never come back to bother any of you." Dockson paused, taken aback by the force in Kelsier's words. Kelsier pounded the table in frustration, and the wood splintered from the force of the blow. He still burned pewter, the metal helping him resist his several wounds. His mist cloak lay in tatters, his body sliced by a half-dozen different small cuts. His entire right side burned with pain. He'd have a massive bruise there, and he'd be lucky if none of his ribs were cracked. Kelsier flared the pewter. The fire within felt good. It gave him a focus for his anger and his self-loathing. One of the apprentices worked quickly, tying a bandage around Kelsier's largest gash. Clubs sat with Ham at the side of the kitchen. Breeze was away visiting a suburb. "By the Lord Ruler, Kelsier," Dockson said quietly. Even Dockson, Kelsier thought. Even my closest friend swears by the Lord Ruler's name. What are we doing? How can we face this? "There were 3 Inquisitors waiting for us, Dox," Kelsier said. Dockson paled. "And you left her there?" "She got out before I did. I tried to distract the Inquisitors as long as I could, but... One of the 3 followed her. I couldn't get to it. Maybe the other 2 Inquisitors were simply trying to keep me busy so that their companion could find her." 3 Inquisitors, Dockson said, accepting a small cup of brandy from one of the apprentices. He downed it. "We must have made too much noise going in," Kelsier said. "Either that, or they were already there for some reason, and we still don't know what's in that room." The kitchen fell silent. The rain outside picked up again, assaulting the building with a reproachful fury. "So," Ham said, "what of Vin?" Kelsier glanced at Dockson and saw pessimism in his eyes. Kelsier had barely escaped, and he had years of training. If Vin was still in Creedic Shaw... Kelsier felt a sharp twisting pain in his chest. "You let her die too. First Mare, then Vin. How many more will you lead to slaughter before this is through?" "She might be hiding somewhere in the city," Kelsier said, "afraid to come to the shop because the Inquisitors are looking for her. Or perhaps for some reason she went back to Feliz. Maybe she's out there somewhere, dying alone in the rain." "Ham," Kelsier said, "you and I are heading back to the palace. Docs take Lestebones and visit other thieving crews. Maybe one of their scouts saw something. Clubs send an apprentice to Renew's mansion to see if she went there." The solemn group started to move, but Kelsier didn't need to state the obvious. He and Ham wouldn't be able to get close to Creedic Shaw without running afoul of guard patrols. Even if Vin was hiding in the city somewhere, the Inquisitors would probably find her first. They would have... Kelsier froze, his sudden jerk causing the others to pause. He'd heard something. Hurried footsteps sounded as Lestebones rushed down the stairs and into the room, his lanky form wet with rain. "Someone's coming! Out of the night with the calling!" "Vin?" Ham asked hopefully. Lestebones shook his head. "Big man. Robe." "This is it then. I've brought death to the crew. I've led the Inquisitors right to them." Ham stood, picking up a wooden stave. Dockson pulled out a pair of daggers, and Clubs's 6 apprentices moved to the back of the room, eyes wide with fright. Kelsier flared his metals. The back door to the kitchen slammed open. A tall, dark form in wet robes stood in the rain, and he carried a cloth-wrapped figure in his arms. "Sazed," Kelsier said. "She is badly wounded," Sazed said, stepping quickly into the room, his fine robes streaming with rainwater. "Master Hammond, I require some pewter. Her supply is exhausted, I think." Ham rushed forward as Sazed set Vin on the kitchen table. Her skin was clammy and pale, her thin frame soaked and wet. "She's so small," Kelsier thought. "Barely more than a child. How could I have thought to take her with me?" She bore a massive bloody wound in her side. Sazed set something aside, a large book he'd been carrying in his arms beneath Vin, and accepted a vial from Hammond, then bent down and poured the liquid down the unconscious girl's throat. The room fell silent, the sound of pounding rain coming through the still-open door. Vin's face flushed slightly with color, and her breathing seemed to steady. To Kelsier's allomantic bronze senses, she began to pulse softly with a rhythm not unlike a second heartbeat. "Ah, good," Sazed said, undoing Vin's makeshift bandage. "I feared that her body was too unfamiliar with allomancy to burn metals unconsciously.
There is hope for her, I think. Master Cledent, I shall require a pot of boiled water, some bandages, and the big medical bag from my rooms. Quickly now."
Clubbs nodded, waving for his apprentices to do as instructed. Kelsier cringed as he watched Sazed's work. The wound was bad, worse than any he himself had survived. The cut went deep into her gut. It was the type of wound that killed slowly but consistently. Vin, however, was no ordinary person. Pewter would keep an Allomancer alive long after their body should have given out. In addition, Sazed was no ordinary healer. Religious rites were not the only things that keepers stored in their uncanny memories. Their metal minds contained vast wealths of information on culture, philosophy, and science. Clubbs ushered his apprentices from the room as the surgery began. The procedure took an alarming amount of time, Ham applying pressure to the wound as Sazed slowly stitched Vin's insides back together. Finally, Sazed closed the outer wound and applied a clean bandage, then asked Ham to carefully carry the girl up to her bed. Kelsier stood, watching Ham carry Vin's weak, limp form out of the kitchen. Then he turned to Sazed questioningly. Dachshund sat in the corner, the only other one still in the room. Sazed shook his head gravely.
"I do not know, Master Kelsier. She could survive. We will need to keep her supplied with pewter. It will help her body make new blood. Even still, I have seen many strong men die from wounds smaller than this one."
Kelsier nodded.
"I arrived too late, I think," Sazed said. "When I found her gone from Renew's mansion, I came to Luthadel as quickly as I could. I used up an entire metal mind to make the trip with haste. I was still too late."
"No, my friend," Kelsier said. "You've done well this night. Far better than I." Sazed sighed, then reached over and fingered the large book he'd set aside before beginning the surgery. The tome was wet with rainwater and blood. Kelsier regarded it, frowning. "What is that, anyway?"
"I don't know," Sazed said. "I found it at the palace while I was searching for the child. It is written in Hleni."
Hleni, the language of Hlenium, the ancient pre-ascension homeland of the Lord Ruler. Kelsier perked up a bit. "Can you translate it?"
"Perhaps," Sazed said, suddenly sounding very tired. "But not for a time, I think. After this evening, I shall need to rest."
Kelsier nodded, calling for one of the apprentices to prepare Sazed a room. The terraceman nodded thankfully, then walked wearily up the stairs.
"He saved more than Vin's life tonight,"
Dachshund said, approaching quietly from behind.
"What you did was stupid, even for you."
"I had to know, Dox," he said. "I had to go back. What if the atium really is in there?"
"You said that it isn't."
"I said that," Kelsier said with a nod, "and I'm mostly sure. But what if I'm wrong?"
"That's no excuse," Dachshund said angrily. "Now Vin is dying and the Lord Ruler is alerted to us. Wasn't it enough that you got Mare killed trying to get into that room?"
Kelsier paused, but he was too drained to feel any anger. He sighed, sitting down. "There's more, Dox." Dachshund frowned. "I've avoided talking about the Lord Ruler to the others," Kelsier said, "but I'm worried. The plan is good, but I have this terrible haunting feeling that we'll never succeed as long as he's alive. We can take his money, we can take his armies, we can trick him out of the city, but I still worry that we won't be able to stop him." Dachshund frowned.
"You're serious about this 11th metal business, then?"
Kelsier nodded. "I searched for 2 years to find a way to kill him. Men have tried everything. He ignores normal wounds, and decapitation only annoys him. A group of soldiers burned down his inn during one of the early wars. The Lord Ruler walked out as barely more than a skeleton, then healed in a matter of seconds. Only the stories of the 11th metal offered any hope. But I can't make it work. That's why I had to go back to the palace. The Lord Ruler is hiding something in that room, I can feel it. I can't help thinking that if we knew what it was, we'd be able to stop him." "You didn't have to take Vin with you." "She followed me," Kelsier said. "I worried that she'd try to get in on her own if I left her. The girl has a headstrong streak, Docs. She hides it well, but she's blasted stubborn when she wants to be." Doxson sighed, then nodded quietly. "And we still don't know what's in that room." Kelsier eyed the book Sazed had set on the table. The rainwater had marked it, but the tome was obviously designed to endure. It was strapped tightly to prevent water from seeping in, and the cover was of well-cured leather. "No," Kelsier finally said, "we don't. But we do have that, whatever it is." "Was it worth it, Kel?" Doxson asked. "Was this insane stunt really worth nearly getting yourself and the child killed?" "I don't know," Kelsier said honestly. He turned to Doxson, meeting his friend's eyes. "Ask me once we know whether or not Vin will live." The end of Part 2. Part 3. Children of a Bleeding Sun. Many think that my journey started in Hlenium, that great city of wonder. They forget that I was no king when my quest began. Far from it. I think it would do men well to remember that this task was not begun by emperors, priests, prophets, or generals. It didn't start in Hlenium or Cordell, nor did it come from the great nations to the east or the fiery empire of the west. It began in a small, unimportant town whose name would mean nothing to you. It began with a youth, the son of a blacksmith, who was unremarkable in every way, except perhaps in his ability to get into trouble. It began with me. 16. Vin awoke. The pain told her that Reen had beaten her again. What had she done? Had she been too friendly to one of the other crew members? Had she made a foolish comment, drawing the crew leader's ire? She was to remain quiet, always quiet, staying away from the others, never calling attention to herself. Otherwise, he would beat her. She had to learn, he said. She had to learn. But her pain seemed too strong for that. It had been a long time since she could remember hurting this much. She coughed slightly, opening her eyes. She lay in a bed that was far too comfortable, and a lanky teenage boy sat in a chair beside her bed. "Lestibornis," she thought. "That's his name. I'm in Clubs' shop." Lestibornis jumped to his feet. "You're awaking!" She tried to speak, but just coughed again, and the boy hurriedly gave her a cup of water. Vin sipped it thankfully, grimacing at the pain in her side. In fact, her entire body felt like it had been pummeled soundly. "Lestibornis," she finally croaked. "Nodding as the now," he said. "Kelsier wasn't the hit with my name. Changed it to Spook." "Spook?" Vin asked. "It fits. How long have I been asleep?" 2 weeks, the boy said. "Wait here." He scrambled away, and she could hear him calling out in the distance. 2 weeks? She sipped at the cup, trying to organize her muddled memories. Reddish afternoon sunlight shone through the window, lighting the room. She set the cup aside, checking her side, where she found a large white bandage. "That's where the Inquisitor hit me," she thought. "I should be dead." Her side was bruised and discolored from where she'd hit the roof after falling, and her body bore a dozen other nicks, bruises, and scrapes. All in all, she felt absolutely terrible. "Vin," Doxson said, stepping into the room. "You're awake." "Barely," Vin said with a groan, lying back against her pillow. Doxson chuckled, walking over and sitting on Lestibornis' stool. "How much do you remember?" "Most everything, I think,"
she said. "We fought our way into the palace, but there were inquisitors. They chased us, and Kelsier fought." She stopped, looking at Dockson. "Kelsier, is he?" "Kel's fine," Dockson said. "He came out of the incident in far better shape than you did. He knows the palace fairly well, from the plans we made 3 years ago, and he—" Vin frowned as Dockson trailed off. "What?" "He said the Inquisitors didn't seem very focused on killing him. They left one to chase him and sent 2 after you." Why? Vin thought. Did they simply want to concentrate their energy on the weakest enemy first? Or is there another reason? She sat back thoughtfully, working through the events of that night. "Sazed," Vin finally said. "He saved me. The Inquisitor was about to kill me, but... Dox, what is he?"
"Sazed?" Dockson asked. "That's probably a question I should let him answer."
"Is he here?"
Dockson shook his head. "He had to return to Feliz. Breeze and Kell are out recruiting, and Ham left last week to inspect our army. He won't be back for another month at least." Vin nodded, feeling drowsy.
"Drink the rest of your water," Dockson suggested. "There's something in it to help with the pain."
Vin downed the rest of the drink, then rolled over and let sleep take her again. Kelsier was there when she awoke. He sat on the stool by her bed, hands clasped with his elbows on his knees, watching her by the faint light of a lantern. He smiled when she opened her eyes. "Welcome back." She immediately reached for the cup of water on the bedstand.
"How's the job going?"
He shrugged. "The army is growing, and Renew has begun to purchase weapons and supplies. Your suggestion regarding the ministry turned out to be a good one. We found Theron's contact, and we've nearly negotiated a deal that will let us place someone as a ministry acolyte."
"Marsh?"
Vin asked.
"Will he do it himself?"
Kelsier nodded. "He's always had a certain fascination with the ministry. If any ska can pull off imitating an obligator, it will be Marsh." Vin nodded, sipping her drink. There was something different about Kelsier. It was subtle, a slight alteration in his air and attitude. Things had changed during her sickness. "Vin," Kelsier said hesitantly, "I owe you an apology. I nearly got you killed." Vin snorted quietly.
"It's not your fault. I made you take me."
"You shouldn't have been able to make me," Kelsier said. "My original decision to send you away was the right one. Please accept the apology." Vin nodded quietly.
"What do you need me to do now? The job has to go forward, right?"
Kelsier smiled. "Indeed it does. As soon as you're up to it, I'd like you to move back to Feliz. We've created a cover story saying that Lady Valette has taken sick, but rumors are starting to appear. The sooner you can be seen in the flesh by visitors, the better."
"I can go tomorrow," Vin said.
Kelsier chuckled. "I doubt it, but you can go soon. For now, just rest." He stood, moving to leave.
"Kelsier?"
Vin asked, causing him to pause. He turned, looking at her. Vin struggled to formulate what she wanted to say.
"The palace. The Inquisitors. We're not invincible, are we?"
She flushed. It sounded stupid when she said it that way. Kelsier, however, just smiled. He seemed to understand what she meant. "No, Vin," he said quietly. "We're far from it." Vin watched the landscape pass outside her carriage window. The vehicle, sent from Mansion Renew, had supposedly taken Lady Valette for a ride through Luthadel. In reality, it hadn't picked up Vin until it had stopped briefly by Clubs's street. Now, however, her window shades were open, showing her again to the world, assuming anyone cared. The carriage made its way back toward Feliz. Kelsier had been right. She'd had to rest 3 more days in Clubs' shop before feeling strong enough to make the trip. In part, she'd waited simply because she had dreaded struggling into a noblewoman's dress with her bruised arms and wounded side. Still, it felt good to be up again. There had been something wrong about simply recovering in bed. Such a lengthy period of rest wouldn't have been given to a regular thief. Thieves either got back to work quickly or were abandoned for dead. Those who couldn't bring in money for food couldn't be allowed to take up space in the lair. But that isn't the only way people live, Vin thought. She was still uncomfortable with that knowledge. It hadn't mattered to Kelsier and the others that she'd drained their resources. They hadn't exploited her weakened state, but had cared for her, each one spending time at her bedside. Most notable among the vigilists had been the young Lestibornis. Vin didn't even feel that she knew him very well, yet Kelsier said that the boy had spent hours watching over her during her coma. What did one make of a world where a crew leader agonized over his people? In the underground, each person bore responsibility for what happened to them. The weaker segment of a crew had to be allowed to die, lest they keep everyone else from earning enough to survive. If a person got captured by the Ministry, you left them to their fate and hoped that they didn't betray too much. You didn't worry about your own guilt at putting them in danger. "They're fools," Reen's voice whispered. "This entire plan will end in disaster, and your death will be your own fault for not leaving when you could." Reen had left when he could. Perhaps he'd known that the Inquisitors would eventually hunt her down for the powers she unwittingly possessed. He always had known when to leave. It was no accident, she thought, that he hadn't ended up slaughtered with the rest of Cayman's crew. And yet she'd ignored Reen's promptings in her head, instead letting the carriage pull her toward Feliz. It wasn't that she felt completely secure in her place with Kelsier's crew. Indeed, in a way, her place with these people was making her even more apprehensive. What if they stopped needing her? What if she became useless to them? She had to prove to them that she could do what they needed her to. There were functions to attend, a society to infiltrate. She had so much work to do. She couldn't afford to spend any more of it sleeping. In addition, she needed to return to her allomantic practice sessions. It had only taken a few short months for her to grow dependent upon her powers, and she longed for the freedom of leaping through the mists, of pulling and pushing her way through the skies. Creedic Shaw had taught her that she wasn't invincible, but Kelsier's survival with barely a scratch proved that it was possible to be much better than she was. Vin needed to practice, to grow in strength until she too could escape Inquisitors like Kelsier had. The carriage turned a bend and rolled into Feliz. The familiar pastoral suburb made Vin smile to herself, and she leaned against the open carriage window, feeling the breeze. With luck, some streetgoers would gossip that Lady Valette had been seen riding through the city. She arrived at Mansion Renew a few short turns later. A footman opened the door, and Vin was surprised to see Lord Renew himself waiting outside the carriage to help her down. "My lord," she said, giving him her hand. "Surely you have more important things to attend to?"
"Nonsense," he said. "A lord must be allowed time to dote upon his favored niece. How was your ride?"
Does he ever break character? He didn't ask after the others in Luthadel, or give any indication that he knew of her wound. "It was refreshing, uncle," she said as they walked up the steps to the mansion doors. Vin was thankful for the pewter burning lightly in her stomach to give strength to her still weak legs. Kelsier had warned against using it too much, lest she grow dependent upon its power, but she saw little alternative until she was healed.
"That is wonderful," Renew said. "Perhaps, once you are feeling better, we should take lunch together on the garden balcony. It has been warm lately, despite the coming winter."
"That would be very pleasant," Vin said. Before, she'd found the impostor's noble bearing intimidating. Yet as she slipped into the persona of Lady Valette, she experienced the same calmness as before. Vin the thief was nothing to a man such as Renew, but Valette the socialite was another matter.
"Very good,"
Renew said, pushing inside the entryway.
"However, let us attend to that on another day. For now, you would likely prefer to rest from your journey."
"Actually, my lord, I'd like to visit Sazed. I have some matters I must discuss with the steward."
"Ah,"
Renew said.
"You will find him in the library, working on one of my projects."
"Thank you,"
Vin said. Renew nodded, then walked away, his dueling cane clicking against the white marble floor. Vin frowned, trying to decide if he was completely sane. Could someone really adopt a persona that holy?
"You do it," Vin reminded herself. "When you become Lady Valette, you show a completely different side of yourself."
She turned, flaring pewter to help her climb the northern set of stairs. She let her flare lapse as she reached the top, returning to a normal burn. As Kelsier said, it was dangerous to flare metals for too extended a period. An Allomancer could quickly make their body dependent. She took a few breaths. Climbing the stairs had been difficult, even with pewter, then walked down the corridor to the library. Sazed sat at a desk beside a small coal stove on the far side of the small room, writing on a pad of paper. He wore his standard steward's robes, and a pair of thin spectacles sat at the end of his nose. Vin paused in the doorway, regarding the man who had saved her life.
Why is he wearing spectacles? I've seen him read before without them.
He seemed completely absorbed by his work, periodically studying a large tome on the desk, then turning to scribble notes on his pad.
"You're an Allomancer,"
Vin said quietly. Sazed paused, then set down his pen and turned.
"What makes you say that, Mistress Vin? You got to Luthadel too quickly. Lord Renew keeps several swift messenger horses in his stables. I could have taken one of those." "You found me at the palace," Vin said. "Kelsier told me of his plans, and I correctly assumed that you had followed him. Locating you was a stroke of luck, one that nearly took me too long to achieve."
Vin frowned.
"You killed the Inquisitor."
"Killed?" Sazed asked.
"No, mistress. It takes far more power than I possess to kill one of those monstrosities. I simply distracted him."
Vin stood in the doorway for a moment longer, trying to figure out why Sazed was being so ambiguous.
"So, are you an Allomancer or not?"
He smiled, then he pulled a stool out from beside the desk.
"Please, sit down."
Vin did as requested, crossing the room and sitting on the stool, her back to a massive bookshelf.
"What would you think if I told you that I wasn't an Allomancer?" Sazed asked.
"I'd think that you were lying," Vin said.
"Have you known me to lie before?" "The best liars are those who tell the truth most of the time."
Sazed smiled, regarding her through bespectacled eyes.
"That is true, I think. Still, what proof have you that I am an Allomancer?" "You did things that couldn't have been done without allomancy." "Oh? A Mistborn for 2 months, and already you know all that is possible in the world?"
Vin paused. Up until just recently, she hadn't even known much about allomancy. Perhaps there was more to the world than she had assumed.
"There's always another secret."
Kelsier's words.
"So," she said slowly, "what exactly is a keeper?"
Sazed smiled.
"Now, that is a far more clever question, mistress. Keepers are storehouses. We remember things so that they can be used in the future."
"Like religions," Vin said.
Sazed nodded. "Religious truths are my particular specialty."
"But you remember other things too?"
Sazed nodded. Like what?
Well, Sazed said, closing the tome he had been studying.
Languages, for instance.
Vin immediately recognized the glyph-covered book.
The book I found in the palace. How did you get it? I happened across it while searching for you, the terraceman said. It is written in a very old language, one that hasn't been spoken regularly in nearly a millennium.
But you speak it? Vin asked. Sazed nodded.
Enough to translate this, I think. And how many languages do you know? 172, Sazed said. Most of them, such as Hleni, are no longer spoken. The Lord Ruler's unity movement of the 5th century made certain of that. The language people now speak is actually a distant dialect of Terris, the language of my homeland.
172, Vin thought with amazement.
That sounds impossible. One man couldn't remember that much.
Not one man, Sazed said. One keeper.
What I do is similar to allomancy, but not the same. You draw power from metals. I use them to create memories.
How? Vin asked. Sazed shook his head.
Perhaps another time, mistress. My kind, we prefer to maintain our secrets. The Lord Ruler hunts us with a remarkable confusing passion. We are far less threatening than Mistborn, yet he ignores allomancers and seeks to destroy us, hating the Terrace people because of us.
Hating? Vin asked. You're treated better than regular Ska. You're given positions of respect.
That is true, mistress, Sazed said. But in a way, the Ska are more free. Most terracemen are raised from birth to be stewards. There are very few of us left, and the Lord Ruler's breeders control our reproduction. No terraceman steward is allowed to have a family, or even to bear children.
Vin snorted. That seems like it would be hard to enforce. Sazed paused, hand laying on the cover of the large book.
Why, not at all, he said with a frown. All terracemen stewards are eunuchs, child. I assumed you knew that.
Vin froze, then she blushed furiously.
I'm sorry. Truly and surely no apology is required. I was castrated soon after my birth, as is standard for those who will be stewards. Often I think I would have easily traded my life for that of a common Ska. My people are less than slaves. They're fabricated automatons, created by breeding programs, trained from birth to fulfill the Lord Ruler's wishes.
Vin continued to blush, cursing her lack of tact. Why hadn't anyone told her? Sazed, however, didn't seem offended. He never seemed to get angry about anything.
Probably a function of his condition, Vin thought. That's what the breeders must want. Docile, even-tempered stewards. But, Vin said, frowning, you're a rebel, Sazed. You're fighting the Lord Ruler. I am something of a deviant, Sazed said. And my people are not as completely subjugated as the Lord Ruler would believe, I think. We hide keepers beneath his very eyes, and some of us even gather the courage to break our training.
He paused, then shook his head.
It is not an easy thing, however. We are a weak people, mistress. We are eager to do as we are told, quick to seek subjugation. Even I, whom you dub a rebel, immediately sought out a position of stewardship and subservience. We are not so brave as we would wish, I think.
You were brave enough to save me, Vin said. Sazed smiled.
Ah, but there was an element of obedience in that, too. I promised Master Kelsier that I would see to your safety."
Ah, she thought. She had wondered if he'd had a reason for his actions. After all, who would risk their life simply to save Vin? She sat for a moment in thought, and Sazed turned back to his book. Finally, she spoke again, drawing the terraceman's attention.
"Sazed?" "Yes, mistress." "Who betrayed Kelsier 3 years ago?"
Sazed paused, then set down his fountain pen.
"The facts are unclear, mistress. Most of the crew assumes it was Mare, I think."
"Mare?" Vin asked. "Kelsier's wife?" Sazed nodded.
"Apparently, she was one of the only people who could have done it. In addition, the Lord Ruler himself implicated her." "But wasn't she sent to the pits too?" "She died there," Sazed said. "Master Kelsier is reticent about the pits, but I sense that the scars he bears from that horrid place go much deeper than the ones you see on his arms. I don't think he ever knew if she was the traitor or not. My brother said that anyone would betray you if you had the right chance and a good enough motive."
Sazed frowned.
"Even if such a thing were true, I would not want to live believing it." "It seems better than what happened to Kelsier, being turned over to the Lord Ruler by one you thought you loved."
"Kelsier is different lately," Vin said. "He seems more reserved. Is that because he feels guilty for what happened to me?"
"I suspect that is part of it," Sazed said. "However, he is also coming to realize that there is a large difference between heading a small crew of thieves and organizing a large rebellion. He can't take the risks he once did. The process is changing him for the better, I think."
Vin wasn't so certain. However, she remained silent, realizing with frustration how tired she was. Even sitting on a stool seemed strenuous to her now.
"Go and sleep, mistress,"
Sazed said, picking up his pen and relocating his place in the tome with his finger.
"You survived something that probably should have killed you. Give your body the thanks it deserves. Let it rest."
Vin nodded tiredly, then climbed to her feet and left him scribbling quietly in the afternoon light.
"Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd remained there, in that lazy village of my birth. I'd have become a smith, like my father. Perhaps I'd have a family, sons of my own. Perhaps someone else would have come to carry this terrible burden, someone who could bear it far better than I, someone who deserved to be a hero." 17. Before coming to Mansion Renew, Vin had never seen a cultivated garden. On burglaries or scouting missions, she had occasionally seen ornamental plants, but she'd never given them much heed. They, like many noble interests, had seemed frivolous to her. She hadn't realized how beautiful the plants could be when arranged carefully. Mansion Renew's garden balcony was a thin, oval structure that overlooked the grounds below. The gardens weren't large. They required too much water and attention to form more than a thin perimeter around the back of the building. Still, they were marvelous. Instead of mundane browns and whites, the cultivated plants were of deeper, more vibrant colors, shades of red, orange, and yellow, with the colors concentrated in their leaves. The groundskeepers had planted them to make intricate, beautiful patterns. Closer to the balcony, exotic trees with colorful yellow leaves gave shade and protected from ash falls. It was a very mild winter, and most of the trees still held their leaves. The air felt cool, and the rustling of branches in the wind was soothing. Almost soothing enough, in fact, to make Vin forget how annoyed she was. "Would you like more tea, child?" Lord Renew asked. He didn't wait for an answer. He simply waved for a servant to rush forward and refill her cup. Vin sat on a plush cushion,
her wicker chair designed for comfort. During the last 4 weeks, her every whim and desire had been met. Servants cleaned up after her, primped her, fed her, and even helped bathe her. Renew saw that anything she asked for was given her, and she certainly wasn't expected to do anything strenuous, dangerous, or even slightly inconvenient. In other words, her life was maddeningly boring. Before her time at Mansion Renew had been monopolized by Sazed's lessons and Kelsier's training. She'd slept during the days, having only minimal contact with the mansion staff. Now, however, allomancy, at least the nighttime jumping kind, was forbidden her. Her wound was only partially healed, and too much motion reopened it. Sazed still gave her occasional lessons, but his time was dominated by translating the book. He spent long hours in the library, poring over its pages with an uncharacteristically excited air. He's found a new bit of lore, Ben thought. To a keeper, that's probably as intoxicating as street spice. She sipped at her tea with repressed petulance, eyeing the nearby servants. They seemed like scavenger birds, roosting and waiting for any opportunity to make Vin as comfortable and as frustrated as possible. Renew wasn't much help either. His idea of taking lunch with Vin was to sit and attend to his own duties, making notes on ledgers or dictating letters, while eating. Her attendance seemed important to him, but he rarely paid much attention to her, other than to ask how her day had been. Yet she forced herself to act the part of a prim noblewoman. Lord Renew had hired some new servants that didn't know about the job. Not house staff, but gardeners and workmen. Kelsier and Renew had worried that the other houses would grow suspicious if they couldn't get at least a few servant spies onto the Renew grounds. Kelsier didn't see it as a danger to the job, but it did mean that Vin had to maintain her persona whenever possible. I can't believe that people live like this, Vin thought as some servants began clearing away the meal. How can noblewomen fill their days with so much nothing? No wonder everyone's eager to attend those balls.
Is your respite pleasant, dear? Renew asked, poring over another ledger.
Yes, uncle, Vin said through tight lips. Quite.
You should be up to a shopping trip soon, Renew said, looking up at her. Perhaps you would like to visit Kenton Street? Get some new earrings to replace that pedestrian stud you wear?
Vin reached a hand to her ear, where her mother's earring still sat.
No, she said. I'll keep this.
Renew frowned, but said no more, for a servant approached and drew his attention.
My lord, the servant said to Renew, a carriage just arrived from Luthadel.
Vin perked up. That was the servant's way of saying that a member of the crew had arrived.
Ah, very good, Renew said. Show them up, Tonson.
Yes, my lord.
A few minutes later, Kelsier, Breeze, Yeadon, and Doxson walked out onto the balcony. Renew discreetly waved to the servants, who closed the glass balcony doors and left the crew in privacy. Several men took up position just inside, watching to make certain that the wrong people didn't have an opportunity to eavesdrop.
Are we interrupting your meal? Doxson asked.
No,
Vin said quickly, cutting off Lord Renew's reply.
Sit, please.
Kelsier strolled over to the balcony's ledge, looking out over the garden and grounds.
Nice view you have here. Kelsier, is that wise? Renew asked. Some of the gardeners are men for whom I cannot vouch.
Kelsier chuckled. If they can recognize me from this distance, they deserve more than the great houses are paying them. However, he did leave the balcony edge, walking over to the table and spinning a chair, then sitting down on it the wrong way. Over the last few weeks, he had mostly returned to his old, familiar self. Yet there were still changes. He held meetings more often, discussed more of his plans with the crew. He also still seemed different, more thoughtful.
Sazed was right, Vin thought. Our attack on the palace might have been near deadly for me, but it has changed Kelsier for the better.
"We thought we'd have our meeting here this week," Dockson said, "since you two rarely get to participate." "That was most thoughtful of you, Master Dockson," Lord Renew said, "but your concern is unnecessary. We are doing just fine."
"No," Vin interrupted. "No, we aren't. Some of us need information. What's happening with the crew? How is the recruitment going?"
Renew eyed her with dissatisfaction. Vin, however, ignored him.
"He's not really a lord," she told herself. "He's just another crew member. My opinion counts as much as his. Now that the servants are gone, I can speak how I want."
Kelsier chuckled. "Well, captivity's made her a bit more outspoken, if nothing else."
"I don't have anything to do," Vin said. "It's driving me insane."
Breeze set his cup of wine on the table. "Some would find your state quite enviable, Vin."
"Then they must already be insane."
"Oh, they're mostly noblemen," Kelsier said. "So yes, they're quite mad."
"The job," Vin reminded. "What's happening?"
"Recruitment is still too slow," Dockson said, "but we're improving."
"We may have to sacrifice further security for numbers, Kelsier," Eden said.
That's a change, too, she thought, impressed as she noted Eden's civility. He had taken to wearing nicer clothing, not quite a full gentleman's suit like Dockson or Breeze, but at least a well-cut jacket and trousers, with a buttoning shirt beneath, all kept free of soot. "That can't be helped, Eden," Kelsier said. "Fortunately, Ham's doing well with the troops. I had a message from him just a few days ago. He's impressed with their progress." Breeze snorted. "Be warned. Hammond does tend to be a bit optimistic about these kind of things. If the army were made up of one-legged mutes, he would praise their balance and their listening skills."
"I should like to see the army,"
Eden said eagerly. "Soon," Kelsier promised. "We should be able to get Marsh into the ministry within the month," Dockson said, nodding to Sazed as the terracemen passed their sentries and entered the balcony. "Hopefully Marsh will be able to give us some insight as to how to deal with the Steel Inquisitors." Vin shivered. "They are a concern," Breeze agreed. "Considering what a couple of them did to you two, I don't envy capturing the palace with them in there. They are as dangerous as Mistborn."
"More," Vin said quietly. "Can the army really fight them?" Eden asked uncomfortably. "I mean, they're supposed to be immortal, aren't they?"
"Marsh will find the answer," Kelsier promised. Eden paused, then nodded, accepting Kelsier's word. Yes, changed indeed, Vin thought. It appeared that not even Eden could resist Kelsier's charisma for an extended period of time. "In the meantime," Kelsier said, "I'm hoping to hear what Sazed has learned about the Lord Ruler." Sazed sat, laying his tome on the tabletop.
"I will tell you what I can, though this is not the book that I first assumed it to be. I thought that Mistress Vin had recovered some ancient religious text, but it is of a far more mundane nature."
"Mundane?" Dockson asked. "How?"
"It is a journal, Master Dockson," Sazed said. "A record that appears to have been penned by the Lord Ruler himself, or rather, the man who became the Lord Ruler. Even ministry teachings agree that before the Ascension, he was a mortal man. This book tells of his life just prior to his final battle at the Well of Ascension 1,000 years ago. Mostly it is a record of his travels, a narration of the people he met, the places he visited, and the trials he faced during his quest."
"Interesting," Breeze said, "but how does it help us?"
"I am not certain, Master Ladrian," Sazed said. "However, understanding the real history behind the Ascension will be of use, I think. At the very least, it will give us some insight to the Lord Ruler's mind.
Kelsier shrugged. The Ministry thinks it's important. Vin said she found it in some kind of shrine in the Central Palace complex. Which, of course, Breeze noted, doesn't at all raise any questions regarding its authenticity.
I do not believe it to be a fabrication, Master Ladrian, Sazed said. It contains a remarkable level of detail, especially regarding unimportant issues, like packmen and supplies. In addition, the Lord Ruler it depicts is very conflicted. If the Ministry were going to devise a book for worship, they would present their god with more divinity, I think.
I'll want to read it when you're done, Says, Dockson said.
And I,
Breeze said. Some of Clubs' apprentices occasionally work as scribes, Kelsier said. We'll have them make a copy for each of you.
Handy lot, those,
Dockson noted. Kelsier nodded. So where does that leave us? The group paused, then Dockson nodded to Vin.
With the nobility.
Kelsier frowned slightly.
I can go back to work, Vin said quickly. I'm mostly healed now.
Kelsier shot a look at Sazed, who raised an eyebrow. He checked on her wound periodically. Apparently, he didn't like what he saw.
Cal, Vin said, I'm going insane. I grew up as a thief, scrambling for food in space. I can't just sit around and let these servants pamper me. Besides, I have to prove that I can still be useful to this crew.
Well, Kelsier said, you're one of the reasons we came here today. There's a ball this weekend that...
I'll go,
Vin said. Kelsier held up a finger. Hear me out, Vin. You've been through a lot lately, and this infiltration could get dangerous.
Kelsier, Vin said flatly, my whole life has been dangerous. I'm going.
Kelsier didn't look convinced.
She has to do it, Kel,
Dockson said.
For one thing, the nobility is going to get suspicious if she doesn't start going to parties again. For another, we need to know what she sees. Having servant spies on the staff isn't the same as having a spy listening to local plots. You know that.
All right, then, Kelsier finally said. But you have to promise not to use physical allomancy until Sazed says otherwise. Later that evening, Vin still couldn't believe how eager she was to go to the ball. She stood in her room looking over the different gown ensembles that Dockson had found for her. Since she had been forced to wear nobleman's attire for a good month straight, she was beginning to find dresses just a shade more comfortable than she once had. Not that they aren't frivolous, of course, she thought, inspecting the 4 gowns. All of that lace, the layers of material, a simple shirt and trousers are so much more practical. Yet there was something special about the gowns, something in their beauty, like the gardens outside. When regarded as static items, like a solitary plant, the dresses were only mildly impressive. However, when she considered attending the ball, the gowns took on a new meaning. They were beautiful, and they would make her beautiful. They were the face she would show to the court, and she wanted to choose the right one. I wonder if Elend Venture will be there. Didn't Sazed say that most of the younger aristocrats attended every ball? She lay a hand on one dress, black with silver embroiderings. It would match her hair, but was it too dark? Most of the other women wore colorful dresses. Muted colors seemed reserved for men's suits. She eyed a yellow gown, but it just seemed a little too perky, and the white one was too ornate. That left the red. The neckline was lower, not that she had a lot to show, but it was beautiful. A bit gossamer, with full sleeves that were made of translucent mesh in places, it enticed her. But it seemed so blatant. She picked it up, feeling the soft material in her fingers, imagining herself wearing it. How did I get to this? Vin thought. This thing would be impossible to hide in. These frilly creations, these aren't me. And yet, part of her longed to be back at the ball again. The daily life of a noblewoman frustrated her, but her memories of that one night were alluring. The beautiful couples dancing, the perfect atmosphere and music, the marvelous crystalline windows. I don't even realize when I'm wearing perfume anymore, she realized with shock. She found it preferable to bathe in scented water each day, and the servants even perfumed her clothing. It was all subtle, of course, but it would be enough to give her away while sneaking. Her hair had grown longer and had been carefully cut by Renew's stylist so that it fell around her ears, curling just slightly. She no longer looked quite so scrawny in the mirror, despite her lengthy sickness. Regular meals had filled her out. I'm becoming... Vin paused. She didn't know what she was becoming. Certainly not a noblewoman. Noblewomen didn't get annoyed when they couldn't go out stalking at night. Yet she wasn't really Vin the urchin anymore. She was... Mistborn. Vin carefully laid the beautiful red dress back on her bed, then crossed the room to look out the window. The sun was close to setting. Soon the mists would come, though as usual Caesar would have guards posted to make certain that she didn't go on any unauthorized allomantic romps. She hadn't complained at the precautions. He was right. Unwatched, she probably would have broken her promise long ago. She caught a glimpse of motion to her right, and could just barely make out a figure standing out on the garden balcony. Kelsier. Vin stood for a moment, then left her rooms. Kelsier turned as she walked onto the balcony. She paused, not wanting to interrupt, but he gave her one of his characteristic smiles. She walked forward, joining him at the carved stone balcony railing. He turned and looked westward, not at the grounds, but beyond them, toward the wilderness lit by a setting sun outside of town. Does it ever look wrong to you, Vin? Wrong? She asked. Kelsier nodded. The dry plants, the angry sun, the smoky black sky. Vin shrugged. How can those things be right or wrong? That's just the way things are. I suppose, Kelsier said. But I think your mindset is part of the wrongness. The world shouldn't look like this. Vin frowned. How do you know that? Kelsier reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. He unfolded it with a gentle touch, then handed it to Vin. She accepted the sheet, holding it carefully. It was so old and worn that it seemed close to breaking at the creases. It didn't contain any words, just an old, faded picture. It depicted a strange shape, something like a plant, though not one Vin had ever seen. It was too flimsy. It didn't have a thick stalk, and its leaves were far too delicate. At its top, it had a strange collection of leaves that were a different color from the rest. It's called a flower, Kelsier said. They used to grow on plants before the Ascension. Descriptions of them appear in the old poems and stories, things that only keepers and rebel sages know about anymore. Apparently, these plants were beautiful, and they had a pleasant smell. Plants that smell? Vin asked. Like fruit? Something like that, I think. Some of the reports even claim that these flowers grew into fruit in the days before the Ascension. Vin stood quietly, frowning, trying to imagine such a thing. That picture belonged to my wife, Mare, Kelsier said quietly. Dachshund found it in her things after we were taken. He kept it, hoping that we would return. He gave it to me after I escaped. Vin looked down at the picture again. Mare was fascinated by pre-ascension times, Kelsier said, still staring out over the gardens. In the distance, the sun touched the horizon and grew an even deeper red. She collected things like that paper, pictures and descriptions of the old times. I think that fascination, along with the fact that she was a tin-eye, is part of what led her to the underground and to me. She's the one who first introduced me to Sazed, though I didn't use him in my crew at the time. He wasn't interested in thieving. Vin folded up the paper.
And you keep this picture still? After what she did to you?
Kelsier fell silent for a moment. Then he eyed her. Been listening at doors again, have we? Oh, don't worry, I suppose it's common enough knowledge. In the distance, the setting sun became ablaze, its ruddy light illuminating clouds and smoke alike. Yes, I keep the flower, Kelsier said. I'm not really sure why, but do you stop loving someone just because they betray you? I don't think so. That's what makes the betrayal hurt so much. Pain, frustration, anger. And I still loved her. I still do.
How? Vin asked. How can you? And how can you possibly trust people? Didn't you learn from what she did to you?
Kelsier shrugged. I think, given the choice between loving Mare, betrayal included, and never knowing her, I'd choose love. I risked, and I lost. But the risk was still worth it. It's the same with my friends. Suspicion is healthy in our profession, but only to an extent. I'd rather trust my men than worry about what will happen if they turn on me.
That sounds foolish, Vin said.
Is happiness foolish? Kelsier asked, turning toward her. Where have you been happier, Vin? On my crew or back with Cayman? Vin paused. I don't know for sure if Mare betrayed me, Kelsier said, looking back at the sunset. She always claimed that she didn't.
And she was sent to the pits, right? Vin said. That doesn't make sense if she sided with the Lord Ruler.
Kelsier shook his head, still staring into the distance. She showed up at the pits a few weeks after I was sent there. We were separated after we were caught. I don't know what happened during that time or why she was eventually sent to Hath Sin. The fact that she was sent to die hints that maybe she really didn't betray me. But he turned toward Vin. You didn't hear him when he caught us, Vin. The Lord Ruler, he thanked her. Thanked her for betraying me. His words, spoken with such an eerie sense of honesty, mixed with the way that the plan was set up. Well, it was hard to believe, Mare. That didn't change my love, though. Not deep down. I nearly died when she did a year later, beaten before the slave masters at the pits. That night, after her corpse was taken away, I snapped.
You went mad? Vin asked.
No, Kelsier said. Snapping is an allomantic term. Our powers are latent at first. They only come out after some traumatic event. Something intense, something almost deadly. The philosophers say that a man can't command the metals until he has seen death and rejected it.
So, when did it happen to me? Vin asked.
Kelsier shrugged. It's hard to tell. Growing up as you did, there were probably ample opportunities for you to snap. He nodded as if to himself. For me, he said, it was that night, alone in the pits, my arms bleeding from the day's work. Mare was dead, and I feared that I was responsible, that my lack of faith took away her strength and will. She died knowing that I questioned her loyalty. Maybe if I'd really loved her, I wouldn't have ever questioned. I don't know.
But you didn't die,
Vin said. Kelsier shook his head. I decided that I'd see her dream fulfilled. I'd make a world where flowers returned, a world with green plants, a world where no soot fell from the sky. He trailed off, then sighed. I know I'm insane.
Actually,
Vin said quietly,
it kind of makes sense. Finally.
Kelsier smiled. The sun sank beneath the horizon, and while its light was still aflare in the west, the mists began to appear. They didn't come from one specific place. They just sort of grew. They extended like translucent, twisting vines in the sky, curling back and forth, lengthening, dancing, melding. Mare wanted children, Kelsier said suddenly. Back when we were first married, a decade and a half ago. I didn't agree with her. I wanted to become the most famous ska thief of all time and didn't have time for things that would slow me down. It's probably a good thing that we didn't have children. The Lord Ruler might have found and killed them. But he might not have. Dox and the others survived. Now, sometimes I wish I had a piece of her with me. A child. A daughter, perhaps. With Mare's same dark hair and resilient stubbornness. He paused, then looked down at Vin. I don't want to be responsible for something happening to you, Vin. Not again. Vin frowned.
I'm not spending any more time locked in this mansion.
No, I don't suppose you will. If we try and keep you in much longer, you'll probably just show up at Clubs' shop one night having done something very foolish. We're a bit too much alike that way, you and I. Just be careful. Vin nodded.
I will.
They stood for a few more minutes, watching the mists gather. Finally, Kelsier stood up straight, stretching. Well, for what it's worth, I'm glad you decided to join us, Vin. Vin shrugged.
To tell you the truth, I'd kind of like to see one of those flowers for myself. You could say that circumstances forced me to leave my home behind. Certainly if I had stayed, I would now be dead. During those days, running without knowing why, carrying a burden I didn't understand, I assumed that I would lose myself in Chlenium and seek a life of indistinction. I am slowly coming to understand that anonymity, like so many other things, has already been lost to me forever. 18. She decided to wear the red dress. It was definitely the boldest choice, but that felt right. After all, she hid her true self behind an aristocratic appearance. The more visible that appearance was, the easier it should be for her to hide. A footman opened the carriage door. Vin took a deep breath, just a little confined by the special corset she was wearing to hide her bandages, then accepted the footman's hand and climbed down. She straightened her dress, nodded to Sazed, then joined the other aristocrats making their way up the steps to Keep Ilariel. It was a bit smaller than the keep of House Venture. However, Keep Ilariel apparently had a separate party ballroom, while House Venture had its gatherings in the enormous main hall. Vin eyed the other noblewomen and felt a bit of her confidence vanish.
Her dress was beautiful, but the other women had so much more than just gowns. Their long flowing hair and self-assured airs matched their bejeweled figures. They filled out the upper portions of their dresses with voluptuous curves and moved elegantly in the frilled splendor of the lower folds. Vin occasionally caught glimpses of the women's feet, and they didn't wear simple slippers like her own, but rather high-heeled shoes.
"Why don't I have shoes like that?" she asked quietly as they climbed the carpet-covered stairs. "Heels take practice to walk in, mistress," Sazed replied. "Since you've only just learned to dance, it might be best if you wore regular shoes for a time."
Vin frowned, but accepted the explanation. Sazed's mentioning of dancing, however, increased her discomfort. She remembered the flowing poise of the dancers at her last ball. She certainly wouldn't be able to imitate that. She barely even knew the basic steps.
"That won't matter," she thought. "They won't see me. They'll see Lady Valette. She's supposed to be new and uncertain, and everyone thinks she's been ill lately. It will make sense for her to be a poor dancer."
That thought in mind, Vin reached the top of the stairs, feeling a bit more secure.
"I must say, mistress," Sazed said, "you seem far less nervous this time. In fact, you even seem excited. This is the proper attitude for Valette to display, I think."
"Thank you," she said, smiling. He was right. She was excited. Excited to be part of the job again, excited even to be back among the nobility, with their splendor and grace. They stepped up to the squat ballroom building, one of several low wings extending from the main keep, and a servant took her shawl. Vin paused a moment just inside the doorway, waiting as Sazed arranged her table and meal. The Ilarial ballroom was very different from the majestic Venture Grand Hall. The dim room was only a single story high, and while it had a lot of stained glass windows, they were all in the ceiling. Circular rose window skylights shone from above, lit by small limelights on the roof. Each table was set with candles, and despite the light from above, there was a reserved darkness about the room. It seemed private, despite the numerous people in attendance. This room had obviously been designed to accommodate parties. A sunken dancing floor lay at its center, and this was better lit than the rest of the room. There were 2 tiers of tables circling the dancing floor. The first tier was only a few feet above, the other was farther back and about twice as high. A servant led her to a table at the rim of the room. She sat, Sazed taking his customary place beside her, and began to wait for her meal to arrive.
"How exactly am I supposed to get the information Kelsier wants?" she asked quietly, scanning the dark room. The deep crystalline colors from above projected patterns across tables and people, creating an impressive atmosphere, yet making it difficult to distinguish faces. Was Elend here somewhere amidst the ball-goers? "Tonight, some men should ask you to dance," Sazed said. "Accept their invitations. This will give you an excuse to seek them out later and mingle in their groups. You don't need to participate in conversations, you just have to listen. At future balls, perhaps some of the young men will begin to ask you to accompany them. Then you'll be able to sit at their table and listen to all of their discussions." "You mean sit with one man the entire time?" Sazed nodded. "It's not uncommon. You would dance only with him that night as well." Vin frowned. However, she let the matter drop, turning to inspect the room again. "He's probably not even here. He said he avoided balls when possible. Even if he were here, he'd be off on his own. You won't even—" A muted thump sounded as someone dropped a stack of books onto her table. Vin jumped in startlement, turning as Elend Venture pulled over a chair, then sat down with a relaxed posture. He leaned back in the chair,
angling toward a candelabrum beside her table, and opened a book to begin reading. Sazed frowned. Vin hid a smile, eyeing Elend. He still didn't look as if he had bothered to brush his hair, and again wore his suit without the buttons done up. The garment wasn't shabby, but nor was it as rich as others at the party. It seemed to have been tailored to be loose and relaxed, defying the traditional sharp, well-cut fashion. Elend flipped through his book. Vin waited patiently for him to acknowledge her, but he just continued to read. Finally, Vin raised an eyebrow. "I don't remember giving you permission to sit at my table, Lord Venture," she said.
"Don't mind me," Elend said, not looking up. "You've got a big table. There's plenty of room for both of us."
"Both of us, perhaps," Vin said, "but I'm not sure about those books. Where are the servers going to put my meal?"
"There's a bit of space to your left," Elend said offhandedly.
Sazed's frown deepened. He stepped forward, gathering up the books and setting them on the floor beside Elend's chair. Elend continued to read. He did, however, raise a hand to gesture.
"See? Now that's why I don't ever use terraceman servants. They're an insufferably efficient lot, I must say."
"Sazed is hardly insufferable," Vin said coolly. "He is a good friend, and is probably a better man than you will ever be, Lord Venture." Elend finally looked up.
"I'm sorry," he said in a frank tone. "I apologize."
Vin nodded. Elend, however, opened his book and began reading again. "Why sit with me if he's just going to read?" "What did you do at these parties before you had me to pester?" she asked in an annoyed tone.
"See, now how can I be pestering you?" he asked. "I mean, really, Valette. I'm just sitting here, reading quietly to myself."
"At my table. I'm certain you could get your own. You're the Venture heir. Not that you were forthcoming about that fact during our last meeting."
"True," Elend said. "I do, however, recall telling you that the Ventures were an annoying lot. I'm just trying to live up to the description."
"You're the one that made up the description."
"Convenient, that," Elend said, smiling slightly as he read.
Vin sighed in frustration, scowling. Elend peeked up over his book.
"That's a stunning dress. It's almost as beautiful as you are."
Vin froze, jaw hanging open slightly. Elend smiled mischievously, then turned back to his book, eyes sparkling as if to indicate that he'd made the comment simply because he knew the reaction he'd get. Sazed loomed over the table, not bothering to mask his disapproval. Yet he said nothing. Elend was obviously too important to be chastised by a simple steward. Vin finally found her tongue. "How is it, Lord Venture, that an eligible man like yourself comes to these balls alone?"
"Oh, I don't," Elend said. "My family usually has one girl or another lined up to accompany me. Tonight's fare is the Lady Stace Blanche. She's the one in the green dress, sitting on the lower tier across from us."
Vin glanced across the room. Lady Blanche was a gorgeous blonde woman. She kept glancing up at Vin's table, covering a scowl. Vin flushed, turning away. Shouldn't you be down there with her?"
"Probably," Elend said. "But see, I'll tell you a secret. The truth is, I'm not really much of a gentleman. Besides, I didn't invite her. It wasn't until I got into the carriage that I was informed regarding my accompaniment."
"I see," Vin said with a frown.
"My behavior is nonetheless deplorable. Unfortunately, I'm quite prone to such bouts of deplorability. Take, for instance, my fondness for reading books at the dinner table. Excuse me for a moment. I'm going to go get something to drink." He stood, tucking the book into his pocket, and walked toward one of the room's bar tables. Vin watched him go, both annoyed and bemused. "This is not good, mistress," Sazed said in a low tone. "He's not that bad." "He's using you, mistress," Sazed said. "Lord Venture is infamous for his unconventional, disobedient attitude. Many people dislike him, precisely because he does things like this." "Like this?" "He is sitting with you because he knows that it will annoy his family," Sazed said. "Oh, child, I do not wish to bring you pain, but you must understand the ways of the court. This young man is not romantically interested in you. He is a young, arrogant lord who chafes at his father's restrictions. So he rebels, acting rude and offensive. He knows that his father will relent if he acts spoiled enough for long enough." Vin felt her stomach twist. "Sazed's probably right, of course. Why else would Elend seek me out? I'm exactly what he needs. Someone low-born enough to annoy his father, but inexperienced enough not to see the truth." Her meal arrived, but Vin didn't have much of an appetite anymore. She began to pick at the food as Elend returned, settling down with a large goblet filled with some mixed drink. He sipped as he read. "Let's see how he reacts if I don't interrupt his reading," Vin thought in annoyance, remembering her lessons and eating her food with a lady's grace. It wasn't a large meal, mostly some rich buttered vegetables, and the sooner she finished, the sooner she could get to dancing. At least then she wouldn't have to sit with Elend Venture. The young lord paused several times as she ate, peeking at her over the top of his book. He obviously expected her to say something, but she never did. As she ate, however, her anger faded. She glanced at Elend, studying his slightly disheveled appearance, watching the earnestness with which he read his book. Could this man really hide the twisted sense of manipulation Sazed implied? Was he really just using her? "Anyone will betray you," Reen whispered. "Everyone will betray you." Elend just seemed so genuine. He felt like a real person, not a front or a face, and it did seem like he wanted her to talk to him. It felt like a personal victory to Vin when he finally set the book down and looked at her. "Why are you here, Valette?" he asked. "Here at the party?" "No, here in Luthadel." "Because it's the center of everything," Vin said. Elend frowned. "I suppose it is. But the Empire is a big place to have such a small center. I don't think we really understand how large it is. How long did it take you to get here?" Vin felt a moment of panic, but Sazed's lessons snapped quickly into her mind. "Almost 2 months by canal, with some stops." "Such a long time," Elend said. "They say it can take half a year to travel from one end of the Empire to the other. Yet most of us ignore everything but this little bit at the center." Vin trailed off. With Reen, she'd been all across the Central Dominance. It was the smallest of the dominances, however, and she'd never visited the more exotic places in the Empire. This central area was good for thieves. Oddly, the place closest to the Lord Ruler was also the one with the most corruption, not to mention the most riches. "What do you think of the city, then?" Elend asked. Vin paused. "It's dirty," she said honestly. In the dim light, a servant arrived to remove her empty plate. "It's dirty and it's full. The Ska are treated terribly, but I guess that's true everywhere." Elend cocked his head, giving her a strange look. "I shouldn't have mentioned the Ska. That wasn't very noble-like." He leaned forward. "You think the Ska here are treated worse than the ones on your plantation? I always thought they would be better off in the city." I'm not sure."
I didn't go to the fields very often.
So you didn't interact with them very much? Vin shrugged.
Why does it matter? They're just ska.
See now, that's what we always say, Ellen said. But I don't know. Maybe I'm too curious, but they interest me. Did you ever hear them talk to one another? Did they sound like regular people?
What? Vin asked. Of course they did. What else would they sound like?
Well, you know what the ministry teaches. She didn't. However, if it was regarding the ska, it probably wasn't flattering.
I make it a rule to never completely believe anything the ministry says.
Ellen paused again, cocking his head. You're not what I expected, Lady Valette.
People rarely are.
So tell me about the plantation ska. What are they like?
Vin shrugged. Like ska everywhere else.
Are they intelligent?
Some are.
But not like you and me, right? Ellen asked.
Vin paused. How would a noblewoman respond? No, of course not. They're just ska. Why are you so interested in them?
Ellen seemed disappointed. No reason, he said, sitting back in his chair and opening his book. I think some of those men over there want to ask you to dance. Vin turned, noticing that there was indeed a group of young men standing a short distance from her table. They looked away as soon as she turned. After a few moments, one of the men pointed at another table. Then he walked over and asked a young lady to dance.
Several people have noticed you, milady, Sazed said. However, they never approach. Lord Venture's presence intimidates them, I think.
Ellen snorted. They should know that I am anything but intimidating. Vin frowned, but Ellen just continued to read. Fine, she thought, turning back toward the young men. She caught one man's eye, smiling slightly. A few moments later, the young man approached. He spoke to her in a stiff, formal tone.
Lady Renew, I am Lord Melland Lees. Would you care to dance?
Vin shot a glance at Ellen, but he didn't look up from his book.
I would love to, Lord Lees, Vin said, taking the young man's hand and rising. He led her down to the dance floor, and as they approached, Vin's nervousness returned. Suddenly, 1 week of practice didn't seem like enough. The music stopped, allowing for couples to leave or enter the floor, and Lord Lees led her forward. Vin fought down her paranoia, reminding herself that everyone saw the dress and the rank, not Vin herself. She looked up into Lord Lees's eyes and saw, surprisingly, apprehension. The music began, as did the dancing. Lord Lees's face took on a look of consternation. She could feel his palms sweating in her hands. Why, he's just as nervous as I am, perhaps even more. Lees was younger than Ellen, closer to her own age. He probably wasn't very experienced with balls. He certainly didn't look like he danced much. He focused so much on the steps that his motions felt rigid. It makes sense, Vin realized, relaxing and letting her body move in the motions Sazed had taught. The experienced ones wouldn't ask me to dance, not when I'm so new. I'm beneath their notice. But why is Ellen paying attention to me? Is it simply what Sazed said, a ploy to annoy his father? Why then does he seem interested in what I have to say? Lord Lees, Vin said, do you know much of Ellen Venture? Lees looked up. Don't focus so much on the dancing, Vin said. My instructor says that it will flow more naturally if you don't try too hard. He blushed. Lord Ruler, Vin thought, how fresh is this boy? Lord Venture, Lees said. I don't know. He's a very important person.
Far more important than I am. Don't let his lineage intimidate you, Vin said. From what I've seen, he's pretty harmless. I don't know, m'lady, Lise said. Venture is a very influential house. Yes, well, Elend doesn't live up to that reputation. He seems very fond of ignoring those in his company. Does he do that to everyone? Lise shrugged, dancing more naturally now that they were talking. I don't know. You seem to know him better than I, my lady. Vin trailed off. She felt as if she knew him well, far better than she should know a man after 2 brief encounters. She couldn't very well explain that to Lise, however. But maybe... Didn't Renew say that he'd met Elend once? Oh, Elend is a friend of the family, Vin said as they spun beneath a crystalline skylight. He is? Yes, Vin said. It was very kind of my uncle to ask Elend to watch over me at these parties, and so far he's been quite a dear. I do wish that he'd pay less attention to those books of his and more attention to introducing me, though. Lise perked up, and he seemed to grow a little less insecure. Oh, why, that makes sense. Yes, Vin said. Elend has been like an older brother to me during my time here in Luthadel. Lise smiled. I ask you about him because he doesn't speak much of himself, Vin said. The Ventures have all been quiet lately, Lise said. Ever since the attack on their keep several months back. Vin nodded. You know much about that? Lise shook his head. No one tells me anything. He glanced down, watching their feet. You're very good at dancing, Lady Renew. You must have attended many balls back in your home city. You flatter me, my lord, Vin said. No, really. You're so... graceful. Vin smiled, feeling a slight surge of confidence. Yes, Lise said, almost to himself. You're not at all like Lady Shansett. He stopped, jerking slightly, as if realizing what he was saying. What? Vin said. Nothing, Lise said, his blush rising. I'm sorry, it was nothing. Lady Shan, Vin thought. Remember that name. She prodded Lise further as the dance progressed, but he was obviously too inexperienced to know much. He did feel that there was a tension rising between the houses. Though the balls continued, there were more and more absences as people didn't attend parties thrown by their political rivals. When the dance ended, Vin felt good about her efforts. She probably hadn't discovered much of value to Kelsier. However, Lise was only the beginning. She'd work up to more important people. Which means, Vin thought as Lise led her back to her table, I'm going to have to attend a lot more of these balls. It wasn't that the balls themselves were unpleasant, especially now that she was more confident in her dancing. However, more balls meant fewer chances to be out in the mists. Not that Cécid would let me go anyway, she thought with an inward sigh, smiling politely as Lise bowed and retreated. Elend had spread his books across the table, and her alcove was lit by several more candelabra, apparently filched from other tables. Well, Vin thought, we've at least got thieving in common. Elend hunched over the table, making notations in a small pocket-sized book. He didn't look up as she sat. Cécid, she noticed, was nowhere to be seen. I sent the terraceman to dinner, Elend said distractedly as he scribbled. No need for him to go hungry while you twirled down below. Vin raised an eyebrow regarding the books that dominated her tabletop. Even as she watched, Elend pushed one tome aside, leaving it open to a specific page, and pulled over another. So, how was the aforementioned twirling anyway, he said. It was actually kind of fun. I thought you weren't very good at it. I wasn't, Vin said. I practiced.
You may find this information surprising, but sitting in the back of a room reading books in the dark doesn't exactly help one become a better dancer."
"Is that a proposition?" Elend asked, pushing aside his book and selecting another. "It's unladylike to ask a man to dance, you know."
"Oh, I wouldn't want to take you away from your reading," Vin said, turning a book toward her. She grimaced. The text was written in a small, cramped hand. "Besides, dancing with you would undermine all of the work I just did."
Elend paused. Then he finally looked up.
"Work?" "Yes," Vin said. "Says it was right. Lord Lees finds you intimidating, and he found me intimidating by association. It could be quite disastrous to a young lady's social life if all of the young men assumed her unavailable simply because an annoying lord decided to study at her table."
"So?" Elend said.
"So I told him that you were simply showing me the ways of court. Kind of like an older brother."
"Older brother?" Elend asked, frowning.
"Much older," Vin said, smiling.
"I mean, you've got to be at least twice my age."
"Twice your—"
"Valette, I'm 21. Unless you're a very mature 10-year-old, I'm nowhere near twice your age."
"I've never been good with math," Vin said offhandedly.
Elend sighed, rolling his eyes.
Nearby, Lord Lees was speaking quietly with his group of friends, gesturing toward Vin and Elend. Hopefully, one would come ask her to dance soon. "Do you know a Lady Shan?" Vin asked idly as she waited. Surprisingly, Elend looked up.
"Shan Ilarial?"
"I assume so," Vin said. "Who is she?"
Elend turned back to his book. "Nobody important." Vin raised an eyebrow.
"Elend, I've only been doing this for a few months, but even I know not to trust a comment like that."
"Well," Elend said, "I might be engaged to her."
"You have a fiancée?" Vin asked with exasperation.
"I'm not exactly sure. We haven't really done anything about the situation for a year or so. Everyone's likely forgotten the matter by now."
"Great," Vin thought.
A moment later, one of Lees's friends approached. Glad to be rid of the frustrating venture air, Vin stood, accepting the young lord's hand. As she walked to the dance floor, she glanced at Elend and caught him peeking over the book at her. He immediately turned back to his research with an overtly indifferent air. Vin sat down at her table, feeling a remarkable level of exhaustion. She resisted the urge to pull off her shoes and massage her feet. She suspected that wouldn't be very ladylike. She quietly turned on her copper, then burned pewter, strengthening her body and washing away a bit of her fatigue. She let her pewter, then her copper, lapse. Kelsier had assured her that with copper on she couldn't be spotted as an allomancer. Vin wasn't so certain. With pewter burning, her reactions were too fast, her body too strong. It seemed to her that an observant person would be able to notice such inconsistencies whether or not they themselves were an allomancer. With the pewter off, her fatigue returned. She'd been trying to wean herself off constant pewter lately. Her wound was to the point that it only hurt badly if she twisted the wrong way, and she wanted to recover her strength on her own if she could. In a way, her fatigue this evening was a good thing. It was a result of an extended period of dancing. Now that the young men regarded Elend as a guardian, rather than a romantic interest, they had no qualms about asking Vin to dance. And, worried that she would make an unintended political statement by refusing, Vin had agreed to each request. A few months ago, she would have laughed at the idea of exhaustion from dancing. However, her sore feet, aching side, and tired legs were only part of it. The effort of memorizing names and houses, not to mention putting up with her dancing partner's fluffy conversation, left her mentally drained.
"It's a good thing Sazed had me wear slippers instead of heels," Vin thought with a sigh, sipping her chilled juice.
The terraceman hadn't returned from his dinner yet. Notably, Elend wasn't at the table either, though his books still lay scattered across its top. Vin eyed the tomes. Perhaps if she appeared to be reading, the young men would leave her alone for a bit. She reached over, rifling through the books for a likely candidate. The one she was most interested in, Elend's small leather-bound notebook, was missing. Instead, she picked up a large blue tome and hefted it over to her side of the table. She had picked it for its large lettering. Was paper really so expensive that scribes needed to cram as many lines to a page as possible? Vin sighed, leafing through the volume. I can't believe people read books this big, she thought. Despite the large lettering, each page was filled with words. It would take days and days to read the entire thing. Reen had taught her reading so that she would be able to decipher contracts, write notes, and perhaps play a noblewoman. However, her training hadn't extended to texts this massive. Historical Practices in Imperial Political Rule, the first page read. The chapters had titles like The 5th Century Governorship Program and The Rise of Ska Plantations. She flipped through to the end of the book, figuring it would probably be the most interesting. The final chapter was titled Current Political Structure. So far, she read, the plantation system has produced a far more stable government than previous methodologies. The structure of dominances, with each provincial lord taking command of and responsibility for his ska, has fostered a competitive environment where discipline is harshly enforced. The Lord Ruler apparently finds this system troubling because of the freedom it allows the aristocracy. However, the relative lack of organized rebellion is undoubtedly enticing. During the 200 years that the system has been in place, there hasn't been a major uprising in the 5 inner dominances. Of course, this political system is only an extension of the greater theocratic rulership. The aristocracy's independence has been tempered by a renewed vigor in obligator enforcement. No lord, no matter how lofty, would be advised to think himself above their law. The call from an inquisitor can come to anyone. Vin frowned. While the text itself was dry, she was surprised that the Lord Ruler allowed such analytical discussions of his empire. She settled back in her chair, holding up the book, but she didn't read any more. She was too exhausted from the hours she had spent covertly trying to wiggle information out of her dancing partners. Unfortunately, politics didn't pay heed to Vin's state of exhaustion. Though she did her best to appear absorbed in Elend's book, a figure soon approached her table. Vin sighed, preparing herself for another dance. She soon realized, however, that the newcomer wasn't a nobleman, but a terraceman's steward. Like Sazed, he wore robes with overlapping V designs, and was very fond of jewelry.
Lady Valette Renew?
The tall man asked in a faintly accented voice.
Yes,
Vin said hesitantly.
My mistress, Lady Shan Elariel, requires your presence at her table.
Requires? Vin thought. She already didn't like that tone, and she had little desire to meet with Elend's former betrothed. Unfortunately, House Elariel was one of the more powerful great houses, probably not someone to dismiss offhandedly. The terraceman waited expectantly.
Very well,
Vin said, rising with as much grace as she could muster. The terraceman led Vin toward a table a short distance from her own. The table was well attended, with 5 women seated around it, and Vin picked out Shan immediately. Lady Elariel was obviously the statuesque woman with long dark hair. She wasn't participating in the conversation, but seemed to dominate it nonetheless. Her arms sparkled with lavender bracelets that matched her dress, and she turned dismissive eyes toward Vin as she approached. Those dark eyes, however, were keen. Vin felt exposed before them, stripped of her fine dress, reduced to a dirty urchin once again.
Excuse us, ladies,
Shan said. The women immediately did as ordered, departing the table in a stately flurry. Shan picked up a fork and began to meticulously dissect and devour a small piece of dessert cake. Vin stood uncertainly, the terraceman steward taking up a position behind Shan's chair.
"You may sit,"
Shan said.
"I feel like a Ska again,"
Vin thought, sitting.
"Noblemen treat each other this way too?"
"You are in an enviable position, child," Shan said.
"How is that?"
Vin asked.
"Address me as Lady Shan,"
Shan said, her tone unchanged.
"Or perhaps your ladyship?"
Shan waited expectantly, taking petite bites of cake. Finally Vin said,
"Why is that, your ladyship?"
"Because young Lord Venture has decided to use you in his games. That means you have the opportunity to be used by me as well."
Vin frowned.
"Remember to stay in character. You're the easily intimidated valet."
"Wouldn't it be better not to be used at all, your ladyship?" Vin said carefully.
"Nonsense," Shan replied. "Even an uncultured simpleton like yourself must see the importance of being useful to your betters."
Shan said the words, even the insult, without vehemence. She simply seemed to take it for granted that Vin would agree. Vin sat dumbfounded. None of the other nobility had treated her in such a manner. Of course, the only member of a great house she'd met so far was Elend.
"I trust from your vapid look that you accept your place," Shan said. "Do well, child, and perhaps I will let you join my retinue. You could learn much from the ladies here in Luthadel."
"Such as?" Vin asked, trying to keep the snappishness out of her voice.
"Look at yourself sometime, child. Hair like you've undergone some terrible disease, so scrawny that your dress hangs like a bag. Being a noblewoman in Luthadel requires perfection. Not that."
She said the last word while waving her hand dismissively toward Vin. Vin flushed. There was a strange power to this woman's demeaning attitude. With a start, Vin realized that Shan reminded her of some crew leaders she had known, Cayman the latest of them, men who would hit a person, fully expecting no resistance. Everyone knew that resisting such men only made the beating worse.
"What do you want from me?"
Vin asked. Shan raised an eyebrow as she set aside her fork, the cake only half eaten. The terraceman took the plate and walked off with it.
"You really are a dull-minded thing, aren't you?" Shan asked.
Vin paused.
"What does her ladyship want from me?" "I'll tell you eventually, assuming Lord Venture decides to keep playing with you."
Vin caught just the barest flash of hatred in her eyes when she said Ellen's name.
"For now," Shan continued, "tell me of your conversation with him this evening."
Vin opened her mouth to respond, but something felt wrong. She only caught the barest flicker of it. She wouldn't have even noticed that much without Breeze's training.
A soother. Interesting.
Shan was trying to make Vin complacent, so that she would talk, perhaps? Vin began to relate her conversation with Elend, staying away from anything interesting. However, something still felt odd to her, something about the way that Shan was playing with her emotions. From the corner of her eye, Vin saw Shan's terraceman return from the kitchens. However, he didn't walk back toward Shan's table. He headed in the other direction, toward Vin's own table. He paused beside it and began to poke through Ellen's books.
"Whatever he wants, I can't let him find it."
Vin stood suddenly, finally provoking an overt reaction in Shan as the woman looked up with surprise.
"I just remembered that I told my terraceman to find me at my table," Vin said. "He'll be worried if I'm not sitting there."
"Oh, for the Lord Ruler's sake," Shan muttered under her breath.
"Child, there is no need—" "I'm sorry, your ladyship," Vin said. "I've got to go."
It was a bit obvious, but it was the best she could manage. Vin curtsied and withdrew from Shan's table, leaving the displeased woman behind. The terraceman was good. By the time Vin was a few steps away from Shan's table, he had noticed Vin and continued on his way, his motions impressively smooth. Vin arrived back at her table, wondering if she'd made a blunder by leaving Shan so rudely. However, she was growing too tired to care. As she noticed another group of young men eyeing her, she hurriedly sat, plopping open one of Ellen's books. Fortunately, the ploy worked better this time. The young men eventually trailed away, leaving Vin in peace, and she sat back, relaxing slightly with the book open before her. The evening was growing late, and the ballroom was slowly beginning to empty. The books, she thought with a frown, picking up her cup of juice to take a sip. What did the terraceman want with them? She scanned the table, trying to notice if anything had been disturbed, but Ellen had left the books in such a state of disarray that it was hard to tell. However, a small book, sitting beneath another tome, caught her eye. Most of the other texts lay open to a specific page, and she had seen Ellen perusing them. This particular book, however, was closed, and she couldn't remember him ever opening it. It had been there before, she recognized it because it was so much thinner than the others, so the terraceman hadn't left it behind. Curious, Vin reached over and slid the book out from underneath the larger book. It had had a black leather cover, and the spine read "Weather Patterns of the Northern Dominance." Vin frowned, turning the book over in her hands. There was no title page, nor was an author listed. It launched directly into text. When regarding the Final Empire in its entirety, one certain fact is unmistakable. For a nation ruled by a self-proclaimed divinity, the Empire has experienced a frightening number of colossal leadership errors. Most of these have been successfully covered up, and can only be found in the metal minds of ferrochemists or on the pages of banned texts. However, one only need look to the near past to note such blunders as the massacre at Devaney, the revision of the Deepness Doctrine, and the relocation of the Renates people. The Lord Ruler does not age. That much at least is undeniable. This text, however, purports to prove that he is by no means infallible. During the days before the Ascension, mankind suffered chaos and uncertainty caused by an endless cycle of kings, emperors, and other monarchs. One would think that now, with a single immortal governor, society would finally have an opportunity to find stability and enlightenment. It is the remarkable lack of either attribute in the Final Empire that is the Lord Ruler's most grievous oversight. Vin stared at the page. Some of the words were beyond her skill, but she was able to grasp the author's meaning. He was saying... She snapped the book closed and hurriedly put it back in its place. What would happen if the obligators discovered that Ellen owned such a text? She glanced to the sides. They were there, of course, mingling with the crowds like at the other ball, marked by their gray robes and tattooed faces. Many sat at tables with noblemen. Friends? Or spies for the Lord Ruler? Nobody seemed quite as comfortable when an obligator was nearby. What is Ellen doing with a book like that? A powerful nobleman like himself? Why would he read texts that malign the Lord Ruler? A hand fell on her shoulder and Vin spun reflexively, pewter and copper flaring in her stomach. "Whoa," Ellen said, stepping back and raising his hand. "Has anyone ever told you how jumpy you are, Valette?" Vin relaxed, sitting back in her chair and extinguishing her medals. Ellen sauntered over to his place and sat down. "Enjoying Heberon?" Vin frowned, and Ellen nodded to the larger, thick book that still sat before her. "No," Vin said. "It's boring. I was just pretending to read so that the men would leave me alone for a bit." Ellen chuckled. "Now see, your cleverness is coming back to snap at you." Vin raised an eyebrow as Ellen began to gather up his books, stacking them on the table. He didn't appear to notice that she'd moved the weather book, but he did carefully slide it into the middle of the stack. Vin turned her eyes from the book. "I probably shouldn't tell him about Shan, not until I talk to Sazed." "I think my cleverness did its job well," she said instead. "After all, I came to the ball to dance." I find dancing overrated.
You can't remain aloof from the court forever, Lord Venture. You're the heir of a very important house.
He sighed, stretching and leaning back in his chair.
I suppose you're right, he said with surprising frankness. But the longer I hold out, the more annoyed my father will become. That in itself is a worthy goal.
He's not the only one you hurt, Vin said. What of the girls that never get asked to dance because you're too busy rummaging through your books?
As I recall, Elend said, setting the last book on the top of his pile, someone was just pretending to read in order to avoid dancing. I don't think the ladies have any trouble finding more amicable partners than myself.
Vin raised an eyebrow.
I didn't have trouble because I'm new and I'm low-ranked. I suspect that the ladies closer to your station have trouble finding partners, amicable or not. As I understand it, noblemen are uncomfortable dancing with women above their station.
Elend paused, obviously searching for a comeback. Vin leaned forward.
What is it, Elend Venture? Why are you so intent on avoiding your duty?
Duty? Elend asked, leaning toward her, his posture earnest. Valette, this isn't duty. This ball? This is fluff and distraction. A waste of time.
And women? Vin asked. Are they a waste too?
Women? Elend asked. Women are like thunderstorms. They're beautiful to look at, and sometimes they're nice to listen to, but most of the time they're just plain inconvenient.
Vin felt her jaw drop slightly.
Then she noticed the twinkle in his eye, the smile at the edges of his lips, and she found herself smiling as well.
You say these things just to provoke me.
His smile deepened. I'm charming that way. He stood, looking at her fondly. Ah, Valette, don't let them trick you into taking yourself too seriously. It's not worth the effort. But I must bid you a good evening. Try not to let months pass between balls you attend in the future.
Vin smiled. I'll think about it.
Please do, Elend said, bending down and scooting the tall stack of books off the table and into his arms. He teetered for a moment, then steadied himself and peeked to the side. Who knows? Maybe one of these days you'll actually get me to dance.
Vin smiled, nodding as the nobleman turned and walked off, circling the perimeter of the ballroom's second tier. He was soon met by two other young men. Vin watched curiously as one of the men clapped Elend on the shoulder in a friendly way, then took half of the books. The three began to walk together, chatting.
Vin didn't recognize the newcomers. She sat thoughtfully as Sazed finally appeared out of a side hallway, and Vin eagerly waved him forward. He approached with a hurried step.
Who are those men with Lord Venture?
Vin asked, pointing toward Elend. Sazed squinted behind his spectacles.
Why, one of them is Lord Justice Lical. The other is a Hasting, though I don't know his given name. You sound surprised. Houses Lical and Hasting are both political rivals of House Venture, mistress. Noblemen often visit with each other in smaller, after-ball parties, making alliances.
The terraceman paused, turning back to her.
Master Kelsier will wish to hear of this, I think. It is time we retire.
I agree, Vin said, rising. And so do my feet. Let's go. Sazed nodded, and the two of them made their way to the front doors.
What took you so long? Vin asked as they waited for an attendant to fetch her shawl. I came back several times, mistress, Sazed said, but you were always dancing. I decided I would be of far more use speaking with the servants than I would be standing beside your table.
Vin nodded, accepting her shawl, then walked out the front steps and down the carpeted stairs, Sazed just behind her. Her step was quick. She wanted to get back and tell Kelsier the names she'd memorized before she forgot the whole list. She paused at the landing, waiting for a servant to fetch her carriage. As she did, she noticed something odd. A small disturbance was going on a short distance away in the mists. She stepped forward, but Sazed put a hand on her shoulder, holding her back. A lady wouldn't wander off into the mists. She reached to burn copper and tin, but waited. The disturbance was getting closer. It resolved as a guard appeared from the mists, pulling a small, struggling form. A Ska boy in dirty clothing, face soot-stained. The soldier gave Vin a wide berth, nodding apologetically to her as he approached one of the guard captains. Vin burned tin to hear what was said. "Kitchen boy," the soldier said quietly. "Tried to beg from one of the noblemen inside a carriage when they stopped for the gates to open." The captain simply nodded. The soldier pulled his captive back out into the mists, walking toward the far courtyard. The boy struggled, and the soldier grunted with annoyance, keeping a tight grip. Vin watched him go, Sazed's hand on her shoulder as if to hold her back. Of course she couldn't help the boy. He shouldn't have. In the mists, beyond the eyesight of regular people, the soldier drew out a dagger and slit the boy's throat. Vin jumped, shocked, as the sounds of the boy's struggling tapered off. The guard dropped the body, then grabbed it by a leg and began to drag it away. Vin stood, stunned, as her carriage pulled up. "Mistress," Sazed prompted, but she simply stood there. "They killed him," she thought. "Right here, just a few paces away from where noblemen wait for their carriages. As if the death were nothing out of the ordinary, just another Ska slaughtered, like an animal." Or less than an animal. Nobody would slaughter pigs in a keep courtyard. The guard's posture, as he'd performed the murder, indicated that he'd simply been too annoyed with the struggling boy to wait for a more appropriate location. If any of the other nobility around Vin had noticed the event, they paid it no heed, continuing their chatting as they waited. Actually, they seemed a little more chatty, now that the screams had stopped. "Mistress," Sazed said again, pushing her forward. She allowed herself to be led into the carriage, her mind still distracted. It seemed such an impossible contrast to her. The pleasant nobility, dancing, just inside a room sparkling with light and dresses. Death in the courtyard. Didn't they care? Didn't they know? "This is the final empire of Vin," she told herself as the carriage rolled away. "Don't forget the ash because you see a little silk. If those people in there knew you were Ska, they'd have you slaughtered just as easily as they did that poor boy." It was a sobering thought, one that absorbed her during the entire trip back to Feliz. Quan and I met by happenstance, though I suppose he would use the word providence. I have met many other Terrace philosophers since that day. They are, every one, men of great wisdom and ponderous sagaciousness. Men with an almost palpable importance. Not so Quan. In a way, he is as unlikely a prophet as I am a hero. He never had an air of ceremonious wisdom, nor was he even a religious scholar. When we first met, he was studying one of his ridiculous interests in the great Chleni library. I believe he was trying to determine whether or not trees could think. That he should be the one who finally discovered the great hero of Terrace prophecy is a matter that would cause me to laugh, had events turned out just a little differently. 19. Kelsier could feel another Allomancer pulsing in the mists. The vibrations washed over him like rhythmic waves brushing up against a tranquil shore. They were faint, but unmistakable. He crouched atop a low garden wall, listening to the vibrations. The curling white mist continued its normal placid wafting, indifferent save for the bit closest to his body, which curled in the normal allomantic current around his limbs. Kelsier squinted in the night, flaring tin and seeking out the other Allomancer. He thought he saw a figure crouching atop a wall in the distance, but he couldn't be certain. He recognized the elementic vibrations, however. Each metal, when burned, gave off a distinct signal, recognizable to one who was well practiced with bronze. The man in the distance burned tin, as did the 4 others Kelsier had sensed hiding around Keep Tikiel. The 5 Tin Eyes formed a perimeter, watching the night, searching for intruders. Kelsier smiled. The great houses were growing nervous. Keeping 5 Tin Eyes on watch wouldn't be that hard for a house like Tikiel, but the nobleman Allomancers would resent being forced into simple guard duty. And if there were 5 Tin Eyes on watch, chances were good that a number of thugs, coin shots, and lurchers were on call as well. Luthadel was quietly in a state of alert. The great houses were growing so wary, in fact, that Kelsier had trouble finding cracks in their defenses. He was only one man, and even Mistborn had limits. His success so far had been achieved through surprise. However, with 5 Tin Eyes on watch, Kelsier wouldn't be able to get very close to the keep without serious risk of being spotted. Fortunately, Kelsier didn't need to test Tikiel's defenses this night. Instead, he crept along the wall toward the outer grounds. He paused near the garden well, and, burning bronze to make certain no Allomancers were near, reached into a stand of bushes to retrieve a large sack. It was heavy enough that he had to burn pewter to pull it free and throw it over his shoulder. He paused in the night for a moment, straining for sounds in the mist, then hauled the sack back toward the keep. He stopped near a large whitewashed garden veranda that sat beside a small reflecting pool. Then he heaved the sack over his shoulder and dumped its contents, a freshly killed corpse, onto the ground. The body, which had belonged to one Lord Char's entrone, rolled to a stop with its face in the dirt, twin dagger wounds glistening in its back. Kelsier had ambushed the half-drunken man on a street just outside a Ska slum, ridding the world of another nobleman. Lord Entrone, in particular, would not be missed. He was infamous for his twisted sense of pleasure. Ska blood fights, for instance, were a particular enjoyment of his. That was where he had spent this evening. Entrone had, not coincidentally, been a major political ally of House Tikiel. Kelsier left the corpse sitting in its own blood. The gardeners would locate it first, and once the servants knew about the death, no amount of noble obstinacy would keep it quiet. The murder would cause an outcry, and immediate blame would probably be placed upon House Eisenry, House Tikiel's rival. However, Entrone's suspiciously unexpected death might make House Tikiel wary. If they began poking around, they would find that Entrone's gambling opponent at the night's blood fight had been Cruz Geffenry, a man whose house had been petitioning the Tikiels for a stronger alliance. Cruz was a known Mistborn, and a very competent knife fighter. And so the intrigue would begin. Had House Eisenry done the murder? Or perhaps had the death been an attempt by House Geffenry to push Tikiel into a higher state of alarm, thereby encouraging them to seek allies among the lesser nobility? Or was there a third answer, a house that wanted to strengthen the rivalry between Tikiel and Eisenry? Kelsier hopped off the garden wall, scratching at the fake beard he wore. It didn't really matter whom House Tikiel decided to blame. Kelsier's real purpose was to make them question and worry, to make them mistrust and misunderstand. Chaos was his strongest ally in fostering a house war. When that war finally came, each nobleman killed would be one less person that the Ska would have to face in their rebellion. As soon as Kelsier got a short distance from Keep Tikiel, he flipped a coin and went to the rooftops. Occasionally he wondered what the people in the houses beneath him thought, hearing footsteps from above. Did they know that Mistborn found their homes a convenient highway, a place where they could move without being bothered by guards or thieves? Or did the people attribute the knockings to the ever-blamable mist wraiths? They probably don't even notice. Sane people are asleep when the mists come out. He landed on a peaked roof, retrieved his pocket watch from a nook to check the time, then stowed it, and the dangerous metal from which it was made, away again. Many nobility blatantly wore metal, a foolish form of bravado. The habit had been inherited directly from the Lord Ruler. Kelsier, however, didn't like carrying any metal, watch, ring, or bracelet on him, that he didn't have to. He launched himself into the air again, making his way toward the Soot Warrens, a ska slum on the far northern side of town. Luthadel was an enormous, sprawling city. Every few decades or so, new sections were added, the city wall expanded through the sweat and effort of ska labor. With the advent of the modern canal era, stone was growing relatively cheap and easy to move.
I wonder why he even bothers with the wall, Kelsier thought, moving along rooftops parallel to the massive structure. Who would attack? The Lord Ruler controls everything. Not even the Western Isles resist anymore. There hadn't been a true war in the Final Empire for centuries. The occasional rebellion consisted of nothing more than a few thousand men hiding in hills or caves, coming out for periodic raids. Even Yidden's rebellion wouldn't rely much on force. They were counting on the chaos of a house war mixed with the strategic misdirection of the Luthadel garrison to give them an opening. If it came down to an extended campaign, Kelsier would lose. The Lord Ruler and the Steel Ministry could marshal literally millions of troops if the need arose. Of course, there was his other plan. Kelsier didn't speak of it. He barely even dared consider it. He probably wouldn't even have an opportunity to implement it. But if the opportunity did arrive... He dropped to the ground just outside of the Soot Warrens, then pulled his mist cloak tight and walked along the street with a confident step. His contact sat in the doorway of a closed shop, puffing quietly on a pipe. Kelsier raised an eyebrow. Tobacco was an expensive luxury. Hoyd was either very wasteful, or he was just as successful as Duxon implied. Hoyd calmly put away the pipe, then climbed to his feet, though that didn't make him much taller. The scrawny, bald man bowed deeply in the misty night.
"Greetings, my lord." Kelsier paused in front of the man, arms tucked carefully inside his mist cloak. It wouldn't do for a street informant to realize that the unidentified nobleman he was meeting with had the scars of Hath-Sin on his arms. "You come highly recommended," Kelsier said, mimicking the haughty accent of a nobleman. "I am one of the best, my lord." Anyone who can survive as long as you have must be good, Kelsier thought. Lords didn't like the idea of other men knowing their secrets. Informants generally didn't live very long. "I need to know something, informant," Kelsier said. "But first you must vow never to speak of this meeting to anyone." "Of course, my lord," Hoyd said. He'd likely break the promise before the night was out. Another reason informants didn't tend to live very long. "There is, however, the matter of payment." "You'll have your money, Ska," Kelsier snapped. "Of course, my lord," Hoyd said with a quick bob of the head. "You requested information regarding House Renew, I believe." "Yes. What is known about it? Which houses is it aligned with? I must know these things." "There isn't really much to know, my lord," Hoyd said. "Lord Renew is very new to the area, and he is a careful man. He's making neither allies nor enemies at the moment. He's buying a large number of weapons and armor, but is probably just purchasing from a wide variety of houses and merchants, thereby ingratiating himself to them all. A wise tactic. He will perhaps have an excess of merchandise, but he will also have an excess of friends, yes?" Kelsier snorted. "I don't see why I should pay you for that." "He'll have too much merchandise, my lord," Hoyd said quickly. "You could make a clever profit, knowing that Renew is shipping at a loss." "I'm no merchant, Ska," Kelsier said. "I don't care about profits and shipping." Let him chew on that. Now he thinks I'm of a great house. Of course, if he hadn't suspected that because of the mist cloak, then he doesn't deserve his reputation. "Of course, my lord," Hoyd said quickly.
There is more, of course.
Ah, and here we see it. Does the street know that House Renew is connected to the rumblings of rebellion? If anyone had discovered that secret, then Kelsier's crew was in serious jeopardy. Hoyd coughed quietly, holding out his hand.
Insufferable man,
Kelsier snapped, tossing a pouch at Hoyd's feet.
Yes, my lord, Hoyd said, falling to his knees and searching about with his hand. I apologize, my lord. My eyesight is weak, you know. I can barely see my own fingers held in front of my face.
Clever, Kelsier thought, as Hoyd found the pouch and tucked it away. The comment about eyesight was, of course, a lie. No man would get far in the underground with such an impediment. However, a nobleman who thought his informant to be half-blind would be far less paranoid about being identified. Not that Kelsier himself was worried. He wore one of Dockson's best disguises. Beside the beard, he had a fake but realistic nose, along with platforms in the shoes and makeup to lighten his skin.
You said there was more,
Kelsier said.
I swear, Scar, if it isn't good.
It is, Hoyd said quickly. Lord Renew is considering a union between his niece, the Lady Valette, and Lord Elend Venture. Kelsier paused. Wasn't expecting that.
That's silly. Venture is far above Renew.
The two youths were seen speaking at length at the Venture ball a month ago. Kelsier laughed derisively.
Everyone knows about that. It meant nothing.
Did it? Hoyd asked. Does everyone know that Lord Elend Venture spoke very highly of the girl to his friends, the group of nobling philosophers that lounge at the Brook and Quill?
Young men speak of girls, Kelsier said. It means nothing. You will be returning those coins.
Wait, Hoyd said, sounding apprehensive for the first time. There is more. Lord Renew and Lord Venture have had secret dealings.
What?
It is true, Hoyd continued. This is fresh news. I heard it barely an hour ago myself. There is a connection between Renew and Venture, and for some reason Lord Renew was able to demand that Elend Venture be assigned to watch over Lady Valette at balls. He lowered his voice. It is even whispered that Lord Renew has some kind of leverage over House Venture. What happened at that ball tonight? Kelsier thought. Out loud, however, he said,
This all sounds very weak, Scar. You have nothing more than idle speculations?
Not about House Renew, my lord, Hoyd said. I tried, but your worry over this house is meaningless. You should pick a house more central to politics. Like, say, House Ilariel? Kelsier frowned. By mentioning Ilariel, Hoyd was implying that he had some important tidbit that would be worth Kelsier's payment. It seemed that House Renew's secrets were safe. It was time to move the discussion along to other houses so that Hoyd wouldn't get suspicious of Kelsier's interest in Renew.
Very well, Kelsier said. But if this isn't worth my time...
It is, my lord. Lady Shan Ilariel is a soother.
Proof?
I felt her touch on my emotions, my lord, Hoyd said. During a fire at Keep Ilariel a week ago, she was there calming the emotions of the servants. Kelsier had started that fire. Unfortunately, it hadn't spread beyond the guardhouses.
What else?
House Ilariel has recently given her leave to use her powers more at court functions, Hoyd said. They fear a house war and wish her to make whatever allegiances possible. She always carries a thin envelope of shaved brass in her right glove. Get a seeker close to her at a ball and you shall see. My lord, I do not lie. My life as an informant depends solely upon my reputation. Shan Ilariel is a soother. Kelsier paused, as if musing. The information was useless to him, but his true purpose, finding out about House Renew, had already been fulfilled. Hoyd had earned his coins, whether he realized it or not. Kelsier smiled. Now to sow a little more chaos.
What of Shan's covert relationship with Salman Tikil? Kelsier said, picking the name of a likely young nobleman.
Do you think that she used her powers to gain his favor?"
"Oh, most certainly, my lord," Hoyd said quickly. Kelsier could see the glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He assumed that Kelsier had given him a luscious bit of political gossip free of charge. "Perhaps she was the one who secured Ilariel the deal with House Hastings last week," Kelsier said musingly. There had been no such deal. "Most likely, my lord." "Very well, Scar," Kelsier said. "You have earned your coins. Perhaps I shall call upon you another time." "Thank you, my lord," Hoyd said, bowing very low. Kelsier dropped a coin and launched himself into the air. As he landed on a rooftop, he caught a glimpse of Hoyd scuttling over to pluck the coin off the ground. Hoyd didn't have any trouble locating it despite his weak eyesight. Kelsier smiled, then kept moving. Hoyd hadn't mentioned Kelsier's tardiness, but Kelsier's next appointment would not be so forgiving. He made his way eastward toward Alstrom Square. He pulled off his mist cloak as he moved, then ripped off his vest, revealing the tattered shirt hidden beneath. He dropped to an alleyway, discarding cloak and vest, then grabbed a double handful of ash from the corner. He rubbed the crusty dark flakes on his arms, masking his scars, then ground them onto his face and false beard. The man who stumbled out of the alleyway seconds later was very different from the nobleman who had met with Hoyd. The beard, once neat, now jutted out in an unkempt frazzle. A few select bits had been removed, making it look patchy and sickly. Kelsier stumbled, pretending to have a lame leg, and called out to a shadowed figure standing near the square's quiet fountain. "My lord?" Kelsier asked in a raspy voice. "My lord, is that you?" Lord Straff Venture, leader of House Venture, was a domineering man, even for a nobleman. Kelsier could make out a pair of guards standing at his side. The lord himself didn't seem the least bit bothered by the mists. It was openly known that he was a tin-eye. Venture stepped forward firmly, dueling cane tapping the ground beneath him. "You're late, Scar," he snapped. "My lord, I was waiting in the alley, my lord, like we agreed." "We agreed to no such thing." "I'm sorry, my lord," Kelsier said again, bowing, then stumbling because of his lame leg. I'm sorry. I was just in the alley. I didn't mean to make you wait." "Couldn't you see us, man?" "I'm sorry, my lord," Kelsier said. "My eyesight, it isn't very good, you know. I can barely see my own hands in front of my face." "Thanks for the tip, Hoyd." Venture snorted, handing his dueling cane to a guard, then slapped Kelsier smartly across the face. Kelsier stumbled to the ground, holding his cheek. "I'm sorry, my lord," he mumbled again. "Next time you make me wait, it will be the cane," Venture said curtly. Well, I know where to go next time I need a corpse to dump on someone's lawn, Kelsier thought, stumbling to his feet. "Now," Venture said, "let us get down to business. What is this important news you promised to deliver?" "It's about House Erikel, my lord," Kelsier said. "I know your lordship has had dealings with them in the past." "And?" "Well, my lord, they are cheating you dearly. They have been selling their swords and canes to House Tikiel for half the price you've been paying." "Proof?" "You need only look to Tikiel's new armaments, my lord," Kelsier said. "My word is true. I have nothing but my reputation. If I have not that, I have not my life." And he wasn't lying. Or at least, not completely. It would be useless of Kelsier to spread information that Venture could corroborate or dismiss with ease. Some of what he said was true. Tikiel was giving a slight advantage to Erikel. Kelsier was overstating it, of course. If he played the game well, he could start a rift between Erikel and Venture, while at the same time making Venture jealous of Tikiel. And if Venture came to renew for weapons instead of Erikel, well, that would just be a side benefit. Straff Venture snorted. His house was powerful, incredibly powerful,
and relied on no specific industry or enterprise to fuel its wealth. That was a very difficult position to achieve in the final empire, considering the Lord Ruler's taxes and atium costs. It also made Venture a powerful tool to Kelsier. If he could give this man the right mixture of truth and fiction...
"This is of little use to me," Venture said suddenly. "Let's see how much you really know, informant. Tell me about the survivor of Hathsin."
Kelsier froze.
"Excuse me, my lord?" "You want to get paid?" Venture asked. "Well, tell me about the survivor." "Rumors say he has returned to Luthadel."
"Rumors only, my lord," Kelsier said quickly. "I have never met this survivor, but I doubt he is in Luthadel, if indeed he even lives."
"I've heard that he's gathering a Scar rebellion."
"There are always fools whispering rebellion to the Scar, my lord," Kelsier said. "And there are always those who try to use the name of the survivor. But I do not believe that any man could have lived through the pits. I could seek more information on this if you wish, but I worry you will be disappointed in what I find. The survivor is dead. The Lord Ruler, he does not allow such oversights."
"True," Venture said contemplatively, "but the Scar seem convinced about this rumor of an 11th metal. Have you heard of it, informant?"
"Ah, yes," Kelsier said, covering his shock. "A legend, my lord."
"One I've never heard of," Venture said, "and I pay very close attention to such things. This is no legend. Someone very clever is manipulating the Scar."
"An interesting conclusion, my lord," Kelsier said.
"Indeed," Venture said. "And assuming the survivor did die in the pits, and if someone had gotten a hold of his corpse, his bones, there are ways to imitate a man's appearance. You know of what I speak?"
"Yes, my lord," Kelsier said.
"Watch for this," Venture said. "I don't care about your gossip. Bring me something about this man, or whatever he is, that leads the Scar. Then you'll get some coin of me."
Venture spun in the darkness, waving to his men and leaving a thoughtful Kelsier behind. Kelsier arrived at Mansion Renew a short time later. The spikeway between Feliz and Luthadel made for quick travel between the cities. He hadn't placed the spikes himself. He didn't know who had. He often wondered what he would do if, while traveling the spikeway, he met another Mistborn traveling in the opposite direction. "We'd probably just ignore each other," Kelsier thought as he landed in Mansion Renew's courtyard. "We're pretty good at doing that." He peered through the mists at the lantern-lit mansion, his recovered mist cloak flapping slightly in the calm wind. The empty carriage indicated that Vin and Sazed had returned from House Ilariel. Kelsier found them inside, waiting in the sitting room and speaking quietly with Lord Renew. "That's a new look for you," Vin noted as Kelsier walked into the room. She still wore her dress, a beautiful red gown, though she sat in an unladylike position, legs tucked beneath her. Kelsier smiled to himself. A few weeks ago, she would have changed out of that gown as soon as she got back. We'll turn her into a lady yet. He found a seat, picking at the fake soot-stained beard. "You mean this? I hear beards are going to make a return soon. I'm just trying to stay on the edge of fashionability." Vin snorted. "The edge of beggar fashion, maybe."
"How did the evening go, Kelsier?"
Lord Renew asked. Kelsier shrugged. "Like most others. Fortunately, it appears that House Renew remains free of suspicion, though I myself am something of a concern to some of the nobility."
"You?"
Renew asked. Kelsier nodded as a servant brought him a warm, damp cloth to clean his face and arms, though Kelsier wasn't certain if the servants were worried about his comfort or the ash he might get on the furniture. He wiped off his arms, exposing the pale white scratch scars, then began to pick off the beard. "It seems that the General Ska have gotten wind of the 11th metal," he continued. "Some of the nobility have heard the building rumors, and the more intelligent ones are growing worried."
"How does this affect us?"
Renew asked. Kelsier shrugged. "We'll spread opposite rumors to make the nobility focus more on each other and less on me. Though, amusingly, Lord Venture encouraged me to search out information about myself. A man could get very confused from this kind of play-acting. I don't know how you do it, Renew."
"It is who I am,"
the Conjurer said simply. Kelsier shrugged again, turning to Vin and Sazed. "So, how did your evening go?"
"Frustratingly,"
Vin said with a surly tone.
"Mistress Vin is a tad annoyed," Sazed said. "On the way back from Luthadel, she told me the secrets she'd gathered while dancing."
Kelsier chuckled. "Not much of interest?"
"Sazed already knew it all," Vin snapped. "I spent hours twirling and twittering for those men, and it was all worthless."
"Hardly worthless, Vin," Kelsier said, pulling off the last bit of false beard. "You made some contacts, you were seen, and you practiced your twittering. As for information, well, nobody's going to tell you anything important yet. Give it some time."
"How much time?"
"Now that you're feeling better, we can have you start attending the balls regularly. After a few months, you should have gathered enough contacts to begin finding the kind of information we need." Vin nodded, sighing. She didn't seem quite as opposed to the idea of regularly attending balls as she once had, however. Sazed cleared his throat.
"Master Kelsier, I feel that I must mention something. Our table was attended by Lord Elend Venture for most of the evening, though Mistress Vin did find a way to make his attentions less threatening to the court."
"Yes," Kelsier said, "so I understand. What did you tell those people, Vin? That Renew and Venture are friends?"
Vin paled slightly. "How do you know?"
"I'm mysteriously powerful," Kelsier said with a wave of his hand. "Anyway, everyone thinks that House Renew and House Venture have had secret business dealings. They probably assume that Venture has been stockpiling weapons."
Vin frowned. "I didn't mean it to go that far."
Kelsier nodded, rubbing the glue from his chin. "That's the way the court is, Vin. Things can get out of hand quickly. However, this isn't much of a problem, though it does mean that you're going to have to be very careful when dealing with House Venture, Lord Renew. We'll want to see what kind of reaction they have to Vin's comments." Lord Renew nodded.
"Agreed."
Kelsier yawned. "Now, if there isn't anything else, playing both nobleman and beggar in one evening has made me dreadfully tired."
"There is one other thing, Master Kelsier," Sazed said. "At the end of the evening, Mistress Vin saw Lord Elend Venture leaving the ball with young lords of houses Lical and Hasting."
Kelsier paused, frowning. "That's an odd combination."
"So I thought," Sazed said.
"He's probably just trying to annoy his father," Kelsier said musingly. "Fraternizing with the enemy in public."
"Perhaps," Sazed said. "But the three men did seem to be good friends."
Kelsier nodded, standing. "Investigate this further, Saz. There's a chance that Lord Venture and his son are playing us all for fools."
"Yes, Master Kelsier," Sazed said.
Kelsier left the room, stretching and handing his mist cloak to a servant. As he walked up the eastern stairway, he heard quick footsteps. He turned to find Vin scooting up behind him, shimmering red dress held up as she climbed the steps.
"Kelsier," she said quietly, "there was something else. Something I'd like to talk about."
Kelsier raised an eyebrow. Something she doesn't even want Sazed to hear? "My room," he said, and she followed him up the stairs and into the chamber. "What is this about?" he asked as she shut the door behind her.
"Lord Elend,"
Vin said, looking down, seeming a bit embarrassed.
Sazed already doesn't like him, so I didn't want to mention this in front of the others. But I found something strange tonight."
"What?" Kelsier asked curiously, leaning back against his bureau.
"Elend had a stack of books with him," Vin said.
First name, Kelsier thought with disapproval. She is falling for the boy.
"He's known to read a lot," Vin continued, "but some of these books... Well, when he was gone, I picked through them."
"Good girl. The streets gave you at least a few good instincts."
"One of them drew my attention," she said. "The title said something about the weather, but the words inside spoke about the final empire and its flaws."
Kelsier raised an eyebrow. "What exactly did it say?" Vin shrugged.
"Something about how since the Lord Ruler is immortal, his empire should be more advanced and peaceful."
Kelsier smiled. "Book of the False Dawn. Any keeper can quote the entire thing to you. I didn't think there were any physical copies left. Its author, Deleuze Couvre, went on to write some books that were even more damning. Though he didn't blaspheme against allomancy, the obligators made an exception in his case and strung him up on a hook anyway."
"Well," Vin said, "Elend has a copy. I think one of the other noblewomen was trying to find the book. I saw one of her servants rifling through them."
"Which noblewoman?"
"Shan Ilariel."
Kelsier nodded. "Former fiancée. She's probably searching for something to blackmail the venture boy with."
"I think she's an allomancer, Kelsier."
Kelsier nodded distractedly, thinking about the information. "She's a soother. She probably had the right idea with those books. If the venture heir is reading a book like False Dawn, not to mention foolish enough to carry it around with him."
"Is that dangerous?" Vin asked.
Kelsier shrugged. "Moderately. It's an older book, and it didn't actually encourage rebellion, so it might slide." Vin frowned.
"The book sounded pretty critical of the Lord Ruler. He allows the nobility to read things like that?"
"He doesn't really allow them to do such things," Kelsier said. "More, he sometimes ignores it when they do. Banning books is tricky business, Vin. The more stink the ministry makes about a text, the more attention it will draw and the more people will be tempted to read it. False Dawn is a stuffy volume, and by not forbidding it, the ministry doomed it to obscurity." Vin nodded slowly. "Besides," Kelsier said, "the Lord Ruler is far more lenient with the nobility than he is with Ska. He sees them as the children of his long-dead friends and allies, the men who supposedly helped him defeat the Deepness. He occasionally lets them get away with things like reading edgy texts or assassinating family members."
"So the book is nothing to worry about?" Vin asked.
Kelsier shrugged. "I wouldn't say that either. If young Elend has False Dawn, he might also have other books that are explicitly forbidden. If obligators had proof of that, they'd hand young Elend over to the Inquisitors, noblemen or not. The question is, how do we make certain that happens? If the venture heir were to be executed, it would certainly add to Luthadil's political turmoil." Vin paled visibly. Yes, Kelsier thought with an internal sigh, she's definitely falling for him. I should have foreseen this. Sending a young pretty girl into noble society? One vulture or another was bound to latch on to her. "I didn't tell you this so we could get him killed, Kelsier," she said. "I thought maybe... Well, he's reading forbidden books, and he seems like a good man. Maybe we can use him as an ally or something." "Oh, child," Kelsier thought. "I hope he doesn't hurt you too much when he discards you. You should know better than this." "Don't count on it," he said out loud. "Lord Elend might be reading a forbidden book, but that doesn't make him our friend. There have always been noblemen like him, young philosophers and dreamers who think that their ideas are new.
They like to drink with their friends and grumble about the Lord Ruler, but in their hearts they're still noblemen. They'll never overthrow the establishment."
"But—"
"No, Vin," Kelsier said. "You have to trust me. Elend Venture doesn't care about us or the Ska. He's a gentleman anarchist because it's fashionable and exciting."
"He talked to me about the Ska," Vin said. "He wanted to know if they were intelligent and if they acted like real people."
"And was his interest compassionate or intellectual?" She paused. "See," Kelsier said, "Vin, that man is not our ally. In fact, I distinctly recall telling you to stay away from him. When you spend time with Elend Venture, you put the operation and your fellow crew members in jeopardy. Understand?" Vin looked down, nodding. Kelsier sighed. Why do I suspect that staying away from him is the last thing she intends to do? Bloody hell, I don't have time to deal with this right now. "Go get some sleep," Kelsier said. "We can talk more about this later."
It isn't a shadow. This dark thing that follows me, the thing that only I can see, it isn't really a shadow. It's blackish and translucent, but it doesn't have a shadow-like solid outline. It's insubstantial, wispy and formless, like it's made out of a dark fog. Or mist, perhaps. 20. Vin was growing very tired of the scenery between Luthadel and Feliz. She'd made the same trip at least a dozen times during the last few weeks, watching the same brown hills, scraggly trees, and rug of weedy underbrush. She was beginning to feel as if she could individually identify each and every bump in the road. She attended numerous balls, but they were only the beginning. Luncheons, sitting parties, and other forms of daily entertainment were just as popular. Often Vin traveled between the cities 2 or 3 times a day. Apparently, young noblewomen didn't have anything better to do than sit in carriages for 6 hours a day. Vin sighed. In the near distance, a group of Ska trudged along the towpath beside a canal, pulling a barge toward Luthadel. Her life could be much worse. Still, she felt frustration. It was still midday, but there weren't any important events happening until the evening, so she had nowhere to go but back to Feliz. She kept thinking about how much faster she could make the trip if she used the spikeway. She longed to leap through the mists again, but Kelsier had been reluctant to continue her training. He allowed her out for a short time each night to maintain her skills, but she wasn't allowed any extreme, exciting leaps. Just some basic moves, mostly pushing and pulling small objects while standing on the ground. She was beginning to grow frustrated with her continued weakness. It had been over 3 months since her encounter with the Inquisitor. The worst of winter had passed without even a flake of snow. How long was it going to take her to recover? At least I can still go to balls, she thought. Despite her annoyance at the constant traveling, Vin was coming to enjoy her duties. Pretending to be a noblewoman was actually far less tense than regular thieving work. True, her life would be forfeit if her secret were ever discovered, but for now the nobility seemed willing to accept her, to dance with her, dine with her, and chat with her. It was a good life. A bit unexciting, but her eventual return to Allomancy would fix that. That left her with 2 frustrations. The first was her inability to gather useful information. She was getting increasingly annoyed at having her questions avoided. She was growing experienced enough to tell that there was a great deal of intrigue going on, yet she was still too new to be allowed a part in it. Still, while her outsider status was annoying, Kelsier was confident that it would eventually change. Vin's second major annoyance wasn't so easily dealt with. Lord Elend Venture had been notably absent from several balls during the last few weeks, and he had yet to repeat his act of spending the entire evening with her. While she rarely had to sit alone anymore, she was quickly coming to realize that none of the other noblemen had the same
depth as Elend. None of them had his droll wit or his honest, earnest eyes. The others didn't feel real, not like he did. He didn't seem to be avoiding her. However, he also didn't seem to be making much of an effort to spend time with her. Did I misread him? She wondered as the carriage reached Feliz. Elend was so hard to understand sometimes. Unfortunately, his apparent indecision hadn't changed his former fiancée's temperament. Vin was beginning to realize why Kelsier had warned her to avoid catching the attention of anyone too important. She didn't run into Shan Ilariel often, thankfully, but when they did meet, Shan took every occasion to deride, insult, and demean Vin. She did it with a calm, aristocratic manner, even her bearing reminding Vin just how inferior she was. Perhaps I'm just being too attached to my Valette persona, Vin thought. Valette was just a front. She was supposed to be all the things Shan said. However, the insults still stung. Vin shook her head, putting both Shan and Elend out of her mind. Ash had fallen during her trip to the city, and though it was done now, its aftermath was visible in small drifts and flurries of black, blowing across the town's streets. Ska workers moved about, sweeping the soot into bins and carrying it out of the city. They occasionally had to hurry to get out of the way of a passing noble carriage, none of which bothered to slow for the workers. Poor things, Vin thought, passing a group of ragged children who were shaking aspen trees to get the ash out so that it could be swept up. It wouldn't do for a passing nobleman to get an unexpected dump of tree-borne ash on his head. The children shook, two to a tree, bringing furious black showers down on their heads. Careful, cane-wielding taskmasters walked up and down the street, making certain the work continued. Elend and the others, she thought. They must not understand how bad life is for the Ska. They live in their pretty keeps, dancing, never really understanding the extent of the Lord Ruler's oppression. She could see beauty in the nobility. She wasn't like Kelsier, hating them outright. Some of them seemed quite kind in their own way, and she was beginning to think some of the stories Ska told about their cruelty must be exaggerated. And yet when she saw events like that poor boy's execution, or the Ska children, she had to wonder. How could the nobility not see? How could they not understand? She sighed, looking away from the Ska as the carriage finally rolled up to Mansion Renew. She immediately noticed a large gathering in the inner courtyard, and she grabbed a fresh vial of medals, worrying that the Lord Ruler had sent soldiers to arrest Lord Renew. However, she quickly realized that the crowd wasn't made up of soldiers, but of Ska in simple workers' clothing. The carriage rolled through the gates, and Vin's confusion deepened. Boxes and sacks lay in heaps among the Ska, many of them dusted with soot from the recent ashfall. The workers themselves bustled with activity, loading a series of carts. Vin's carriage pulled to a stop in front of the mansion, and she didn't wait for Sazed to open the door. She hopped out on her own, holding up her dress and stalking over to Kelsier and Renew, who stood surveying the operation. "You're running goods to the caves out of here?" Vin asked under her breath as she reached the two men.
"Curtsy to me, child," Lord Renew said. "Maintain appearances while we can be seen."
Vin did as ordered, containing her annoyance. "Of course we are, Vin," Kelsier said. "Renew has to do something with all of the weapons and supplies he's been gathering. People would start getting suspicious if they didn't see him sending them away." Renew nodded.
"Ostensibly, we're sending this all via canal barges to my plantation in the west. However, the barges will stop to drop off supplies, and many of the canal men, at the Rebellion Caverns. The barges and a few men will continue on to keep up appearances."
"Our soldiers don't even know that Renew is in on the plan," Kelsier said, smiling. "They think he's a nobleman that I'm scamming. Besides, this will be a great opportunity for us to go and inspect the army. After a week or so at the caves, we can return to Luthadel on one of Renew's barges coming east." Vin paused. "We?" she asked, suddenly imagining weeks spent on the barge, watching the same dull scenery day after day after day as they traveled. That would be even worse than traveling back and forth from Luthadel and Feliz. Kelsier raised an eyebrow. "You sound worried. Apparently someone's coming to enjoy her balls and parties." Vin flushed. "I just thought that I should be here. I mean, after all the time I missed being sick, Kelsier held up his hand, chuckling. "You're staying. Eden and I are the ones going. I need to inspect the troops, and Eden is going to take a turn watching over the army so that Ham can come back to Luthadel. We'll also take my brother with us, then drop him at his insertion point with the Ministry acolytes up in Venias. It's a good thing you're back. I want you to spend a little time with him before we leave." Vin frowned. "With Marsh?" Kelsier nodded. "He's a misting seeker. Bronze is one of the less useful metals, especially for a full Mistborn, but Marsh claims he can show you a few tricks. This will probably be your last chance to train with him." Vin glanced toward the gathering caravan. "Where is he?" Kelsier frowned. "He's late." "Runs in the family, I guess."
"He should be here soon, child," Lord Renew said. "Perhaps you'd like to go take some refreshment inside?"
"I've had plenty of refreshment lately," she thought, controlling her annoyance. Instead of going into the mansion, she wandered across the courtyard, studying the goods and workers who were packing the supplies onto carts for transport to the local canal docks. The grounds were kept well maintained, and though the ash hadn't been cleaned up yet, the low-cut grass meant that she didn't have to hold her dress up much to keep it from dragging. Beyond that, ash was surprisingly easy to get out of clothing. With proper washing and some expensive soaps, even a white garment could be rendered clean of ash. That was why the nobility could always have new-looking clothing. It was such an easy, simple thing to divide the Ska and the aristocracy. "Kelsier's right," Vin thought. "I am coming to enjoy being a noblewoman." And she was concerned about the changes her new lifestyle was encouraging inside of her. Once, her problems had been things like starvation and beatings. Now they were things like extended carriage rides and companions who arrived late for appointments. What did a transformation like that do to a person? She sighed to herself, walking amidst the supplies. Some of the boxes would be filled with weapons, swords, wood staves, bows, but the bulk of the material was sacked foodstuffs. Kelsier said that forming an army required far more grain than it did steel. She trailed her fingers along one stack of boxes, careful not to brush the ash that was on top of them. She'd known that they'd be sending out a barge this day, but she hadn't expected Kelsier to go with it. Of course, he probably hadn't made the decision to go until a short time before. Even the new, more responsible Kelsier was an impulsive man. Perhaps that was a good attribute in a leader. He wasn't afraid to incorporate new ideas, no matter when they occurred to him. Maybe I should ask to go with him, Vin thought idly. I've been playing the noblewoman far too much lately. The other day she'd caught herself sitting straight-backed in her carriage with a prim posture, despite the fact that she was alone. She feared that she was losing her instincts. Being Valette was almost more natural to her now than being Vin was. But of course, she couldn't leave. She had a lunch appointment with Lady Flavine to attend, not to mention the Hasting Ball. It was going to be the social event of the month. If Valette was absent, it would take weeks to repair the damage. Besides, there was always Elend. He'd probably forget about her if she disappeared again. He's already forgotten you, she told herself. He's barely spoken to you during the last 3 parties. Keep your head on, Vin. This is all just another scam. A game like the ones you pulled before. You're building your reputation to gain information, not so that you can flirt and play. She nodded to herself, resolute. To her side, a few Ska men loaded one of the carts. Vin paused, standing beside a large stack of boxes and watching the men work. According to Dockson, the army's recruitment was picking up. We're gaining momentum, Vin thought. I guess word is spreading. That was good, assuming it didn't spread too far. She watched the packmen for a moment, sensing something odd. They seemed unfocused. After a few moments, she was able to determine the source of their distraction. They kept shooting looks at Kelsier, whispering as they worked. Vin inched closer, keeping to the side of the boxes, and burned tin. No, that's him for certain, one of the men whispered. I saw the scars. He's tall, another one said. Of course he is. What did you expect? He spoke at the meeting where I was recruited, another said. The survivor of Hath-Sin. There was awe in his tone. The men moved on, walking over to gather more boxes. Vin cocked her head, then began to move among the workers, listening. Not all of them were discussing Kelsier, but a surprising number were. She also heard a number of references to the 11th metal. So that's why, Vin thought. The rebellion's momentum isn't gathering. Kelsier's is. The men spoke of him in quiet, almost reverent tones. For some reason, that made Vin uncomfortable. She would never have been able to stand hearing similar things said about her. Yet Kelsier took them in stride. His charismatic ego probably just fueled the rumors even more. I wonder if he'll be able to let it go when this is all through. The other crew members obviously had no interest in leadership, but Kelsier seemed to thrive on it. Would he really let the Ska Rebellion take over? Would any man be able to relinquish that kind of power? Vin frowned. Kelsier was a good man. He'd probably make a good ruler. However, if he did try to take control, it would smell of betrayal, a reneging on the promises that he had made to Eden. She didn't want to see that from Kelsier. Valette, Kelsier called. Vin jumped slightly, feeling a bit guilty. Kelsier pointed toward a carriage that was pulling onto the mansion grounds. Marsh had arrived. She walked back as the carriage pulled up, and she reached Kelsier about the same time that Marsh did. Kelsier smiled, nodding toward Vin. We won't be ready to leave for a while yet, he said to Marsh. If you have time, could you show the kid a few things? Marsh turned toward her. He shared Kelsier's lanky build and blonde hair, but he wasn't as handsome. Maybe it was the lack of a smile. He pointed up toward the mansion's forebalcony. Wait for me up there. Vin opened her mouth to reply, but something about Marsh's expression made her shut it again. He reminded her of the old times, several months ago, when she had not questioned her superiors. She turned, leaving the three, and made her way into the mansion. It was a short trip up the stairs to the forebalcony. When she arrived, she pulled over a chair and seated herself beside the whitewashed wooden railing. The balcony had, of course, already been scrubbed clean of ash. Below, Marsh was still speaking with Kelsier and Renew. Beyond them, beyond the sprawling caravan, Vin could see the barren hills outside of the city, lit by red sunlight. Only a few months playing noblewoman, and I already find anything that isn't cultivated to be inferior. She'd never thought of the landscape as barren during the years she'd traveled with Vreen. And Kelsier says the entire land used to be even more fertile than a nobleman's garden. Did he think to reclaim such things? Keepers could perhaps memorize languages and religions, but they couldn't create seeds for plants that had long been extinct. They couldn't make the ash stop falling or the mists go away. Would the world really change that much if the final empire were gone? Besides, didn't the Lord Ruler have some right to his place? He'd defeated the Deepness, or so he claimed. He'd saved the world, which, in a twisted sort of way, made it his. What right did they have to try and take it from him? She wondered about such things often, though she didn't express her worries to the others. They all seemed committed to Kelsier's plan. Some even seemed to share his vision. But Vin was more hesitant. She had learned, as Reen had taught, to be skeptical of optimism. And if there were ever a plan to be hesitant about, this was the one. However, she was getting past the point where she questioned herself. She knew the reason she stayed in the crew. It wasn't the plan. It was the people. She liked Kelsier. She liked ducks and Breeze and ham. She even liked the strange little spook and his crotchety uncle. This was a crew unlike any other she'd worked with. "Is that a good enough reason to let them get you killed?" Reen's voice asked. Vin paused. She had been hearing his whispers in her mind less frequently lately, but they were still there. Reen's teachings, drilled into her over 16 years of life, could not be idly discarded. Marsh arrived on the balcony a few moments later. He glanced at her with those hard eyes of his, then spoke.
"Kelsier apparently expects me to spend the evening training you in allomancy. Let us get started."
Vin nodded. Marsh eyed her, obviously expecting more of a response. Vin sat quietly. "You're not the only one who can be terse, friend."
"Very well," Marsh said, sitting beside her, resting one arm on the balcony railing.
His voice sounded a little less annoyed when he continued.
"Kelsier says that you have spent very little time training with the internal mental abilities. Correct?"
Vin nodded again.
"I suspect that many full Mistborn neglect these powers," Marsh said. "And that is a mistake. Bronze and copper may not be as flashy as other metals, but they can be very powerful in the hands of someone properly trained. The Inquisitors work through their manipulation of bronze, and the Misting Underground survives because of its reliance upon copper. Of the two powers, bronze is by far the more subtle. I can teach you how to use it properly. If you practice what I show you, then you will have an advantage that many Mistborn dismiss."
"But don't other Mistborn know to burn copper?" Vin asked. "What is the use of learning bronze if everyone you fight is immune to its powers?"
"I see that you already think like one of them," Marsh said. "Not everyone is Mistborn, girl. In fact, very, very few people are. And despite what your kind likes to think, normal mistings can kill people too. Knowing that the man attacking you is a thug rather than a coin shot could very easily save your life."
"All right," Vin said.
"Bronze will also help you identify Mistborn," Marsh said. "If you see someone using allomancy when there is no smoker nearby, and you don't sense them giving off allomantic pulses, then you know that they are Mistborn. Either that or they're an Inquisitor. In either case, you should run."
Vin nodded silently, the wound in her side throbbing slightly.
"There are great advantages to burning bronze rather than just running around with your copper on. True, you smoke yourself by using copper, but in a way you also blind yourself. Copper makes you immune to having your emotions pushed or pulled."
"But that's a good thing." Marsh cocked his head slightly.
"Oh? And what would be the greater advantage? Being immune to but ignorant of some soother's attentions? Or instead knowing from your bronze exactly which emotions he is trying to suppress?"
Vin paused. "You can see something that specific?" Marsh nodded.
"With care and practice, you can recognize very minute changes in your opponent's allomantic burnings. You can identify precisely which parts of a person's emotions a soother or rioter intends to influence. You'll also be able to tell when someone is flaring their metal. If you grow very skilled, you might even be able to tell when they're running low on metals."
Vin paused in thought.
"You begin to see the advantage," Marsh said. "Good. Now burn bronze."
Vin did so. Immediately she felt 2 rhythmic thumpings in the air. The soundless pulses washed over her like the beating of drums or the washings of ocean waves. They were mixed and muddled. "What do you sense?" Marsh asked. "I think there are 2 different metals being burned. One's coming from Kelsier down below. The other is coming from you."
"Good," Marsh said appreciatively. "You've practiced."
"Not much," Vin admitted. He cocked an eyebrow.
"Not much? You can already determine pulse origins. That takes practice."
Vin shrugged. "It seems natural to me." Marsh was still for a moment.
"Very well," he eventually said. "Are the 2 pulses different?"
Vin concentrated, frowning.
"Close your eyes," Marsh said. "Remove other distractions. Focus only on the allomantic pulses."
Vin did so. It wasn't like hearing, not really. She had to concentrate to distinguish anything specific about the pulses. One felt like it was beating against her. The other, in a strange sensation, felt like it was actually pulling her toward it with each beat. "One's a pulling metal, isn't it?" Vin asked, opening her eyes. "That one's Kelsier. You're pushing."
"Very good," Marsh said. "He is burning iron as I asked him to so that you could practice. I, of course, am burning bronze."
"Do they all do that?" Vin asked. "Feel distinct, I mean."
Marsh nodded. "You can tell a pulling metal from a pushing metal by the allomantic signature. Actually, that's how some of the metals were originally divided into their categories. It isn't intuitive, for instance, that tin pulls while pewter pushes. I didn't tell you to open your eyes." Vin shut them. "Focus on the pulses," Marsh said. "Try and distinguish their lengths. Can you tell the difference between them?"
Vin frowned. She focused as hard as she could, but her sense of the metals seemed muddled, fuzzy. After a few minutes, the lengths of the separate pulses still seemed the same to her. "I can't sense anything," she said, dejected.
"Good," Marsh said flatly. "It took me 6 months of practice to distinguish pulse lengths. If you'd done it on the first try, I'd have felt incompetent."
Vin opened her eyes. "Why did you ask me to do it, then?"
"Because you need to practice. If you can tell pulling metals from pushing metals already, well, you apparently have talent. Perhaps as much talent as Kelsier has been bragging about."
"What was I supposed to see, then?" Vin asked.
"Eventually you'll be able to see 2 different pulse lengths. Internal metals, like bronze and copper, give off longer pulses than external metals, like iron and steel. Practice will also let you sense the 3 patterns within the pulses. One for the physical metals, one for the mental metals, and one for the 2 greater metals. Pulse length, metal group, and push-pull variance. Once you know these 3 things, you will be able to tell exactly which metals your opponent is burning. A long pulse that beats against you and has a quick pattern will be pewter, the internal pushing physical metal."
"Why the names?" Vin asked. "External and internal."
"Metals come in groups of 4, or at least the lower 8 do. 2 external metals, 2 internal metals, 1 each that pushes, 1 each that pulls. With iron, you pull on something outside of yourself. With steel, you push on something outside of yourself. With tin, you pull on something inside of yourself. With pewter, you push on something inside of yourself."
"But bronze and copper," Vin said. "Kelsier called them internal metals, but it seems like they affect external things. Copper keeps people from sensing when you use allomancy."
Marsh shook his head. "Copper doesn't change your opponents. It changes something within yourself that has an effect on your opponents. That's why it is an internal metal. Brass, however, alters another person's emotions directly and is an external metal."
Vin nodded thoughtfully. Then she turned, glancing toward Kelsier. You know a lot about all the metals, but you're just a misting, right? Marsh nodded. He didn't look like he intended to respond, though. Let's try something, then, Vin thought, extinguishing her bronze. She lightly began burning copper to mask her allomancy. Marsh didn't react, instead continuing to look down at Kelsier and the caravan. I should be invisible to his senses, she thought, carefully burning both zinc and brass. She reached, just as Breeze had been training her to do, and subtly touched Marsh's emotions. She suppressed his suspicions and inhibitions, while at the same time bringing out his sense of wistfulness. Theoretically, that would make him more likely to talk. You must have learned somewhere? Vin asked carefully. He'll see what I did for sure. He's going to get angry and... I snapped when I was very young, Marsh said. I've had a long time to practice. So have a lot of people, Vin said. I had reasons. They're hard to explain. They always are, Vin said, slightly increasing her allomantic pressure. You know how Kelsier feels about the nobility? Marsh asked, turning toward her, his eyes like ice. Iron eyes, she thought, like they said. She nodded to his question. Well, I feel the same way about the obligators, he said, turning away. I'll do anything to hurt them. They took our mother. That's when I snapped, and that's when I vowed to destroy them. So I joined the rebellion and started learning all I could about allomancy. Inquisitors use it, so I had to understand it. Understanding everything I could. Be as good as I could. And are you soothing me? Vin started, abruptly extinguishing her metals. Marsh turned back toward her again, his expression cold. Run, Vin thought. She almost did. It was nice to know that the old instincts were still there, if buried just a bit. Yes, she said meekly. You are good, Marsh said. I'd have never known if I hadn't started rambling. Stop it. I already have. Good, Marsh said. That's the second time you've altered my emotions. Never do it again. Vin nodded. Second time? The first was in my shop 8 months ago. That's right. Why don't I remember him? I'm sorry. Marsh shook his head, finally turning away. You're Mistborn. That's what you do. He does the same thing. He was looking down at Kelsier. They sat quietly for a few moments. Marsh, Vin asked, how did you know I was Mistborn? I only knew how to soothe back then. Marsh shook his head. You knew the other metals instinctively. You were burning pewter and tin that day. Just a tiny bit, barely noticeable. You probably got the metals from water and dining utensils. Did you ever wonder why you survived when so many others died? Vin paused. I did live through a lot of beatings, a lot of days with no food, nights spent in alleys during rain or ash falls. Marsh nodded. Very few people, even Mistborn, are so attuned to allomancy that they burn metals instinctively. That's what interested me in you. That's why I kept track of you and told Doxson where to find you. And are you pushing my emotions again? Vin shook her head. I promise. Marsh frowned, studying her with one of his stony gazes. So stern, Vin said quietly. Like my brother. Were you close? I hated him, Vin whispered. Marsh paused, then turned away. I see. Do you hate Kelsier? Marsh shook his head. No, I don't hate him.
He's frivolous and self-important, but he's my brother."
"And that's enough?"
Vin asked. Marsh nodded.
"I have trouble understanding that,"
Vin said honestly, looking out over the field of ska, boxes, and sacks. "Your brother didn't treat you well, I presume?" Vin shook her head. "What about your parents?" Marsh said. "One was a nobleman. The other—"
"Mad," Vin said. "She heard voices. It got so bad that my brother was afraid to leave us alone with her. But of course, he didn't have a choice."
Marsh sat quietly, not speaking.
How did this get turned back to me, Vin thought. He's no soother, yet he's getting as much out of me as I'm getting out of him.
Still, it was good to speak it finally. She reached up, idly fingering her earring.
"I don't remember it," she said. "But Reen said that he came home one day and found my mother covered in blood. She'd killed my baby sister. Messily. Me, however, she hadn't touched, except to give me an earring. Reen said... He said she was holding me on her lap, babbling and proclaiming me a queen, my sister's corpse at our feet. He took me from my mother and she fled. He saved my life, probably. That's part of why I stayed with him, I guess, even when it was bad."
She shook her head, glancing at Marsh.
"Still, you don't know how lucky you are having Kelsier as a brother."
"I suppose," Marsh said. "I just wish he wouldn't treat people like playthings. I've been known to kill obligators, but murdering men just because they're noble..." Marsh shook his head. "It's not just that either. He likes people to fawn over him."
He had a point. However, Vin also detected something in his voice. Jealousy?
"You're the older brother, Marsh. You were the responsible one. You joined the rebellion instead of working with thieves. It must have hurt that Kelsier was the one everybody liked."
"Still," Marsh said, "he's getting better. The pits changed him. Her death changed him."
What's this? Vin thought, perking up slightly. There was definitely something here, too. Hurt. Deep hurt. More than a man should feel for a sister-in-law. So that's it. It wasn't just everyone who liked Kelsier more. It was one person in particular. Someone you loved.
"Anyway," Marsh said, his voice growing more firm, "the arrogance of the past is behind him. This plan of his is insane, and I'm sure he's partially doing it just so he can enrich himself. But, well, he didn't have to go to the rebellion. He's trying to do something good, though it will probably get him killed."
Why go along if you're so sure he'll fail?
"Because he's going to get me into the ministry," Marsh said. "The information I gather there will help the rebellion for centuries after Kelsier and I are dead."
Vin nodded, glancing down at the courtyard. She spoke hesitantly.
"Marsh, I don't think it's all behind him. The way he's setting himself up with the ska, the way they're starting to look at him."
"I know," Marsh said. "It started with that 11th metal scheme of his. I don't know that we have to worry. This is just Kel playing his usual games."
"It makes me wonder why he's leaving on this trip," Vin said. "He'll be away from the action for a good month."
Marsh shook his head. "He'll have an entire army full of men to perform for. Besides, he needs to get out of the city. His reputation is growing too unwieldy, and the nobility is becoming too interested in the survivor. If rumors got out that a man with scars on his arms is staying with Lord Renew..." Vin nodded, understanding. Right now, Marsh said, he's playing the part of one of Renew's distant relatives. That man has to leave before someone connects him to the survivor. When Kel gets back, he'll have to keep a low profile, sneaking into the mansion instead of walking up the steps, keeping his hood up when he's in Luthadel. Marsh trailed off, then stood. Anyway, I've given you the basics. Now you just need to practice. Whenever you're with Mistings, have them burn for you and focus on their allomantic pulses. If we meet again, I'll show you more, but there's nothing else I can do until you've practiced. Vin nodded, and Marsh walked out the door without any other farewell. A few moments later, she saw him approach Kelsier and Renew again.
They really don't hate each other,
Vin thought, resting with both arms crossed atop the railing.
What would that be like?
After some thought, she decided that the concept of loving siblings was a little like the allomantic pulse lengths she was supposed to be looking for. They were just too unfamiliar for her to understand at the moment.
The hero of ages shall not be a man, but a force. No nation may claim him, no woman shall keep him, and no king may slay him. He shall belong to none, not even himself.
21. Kelsier sat quietly, reading as his boat moved slowly along the canal to the north.
Sometimes I worry that I'm not the hero everyone thinks I am,
the text said.
What proof do we have? The words of men long dead, only now deemed divinatory? Even if we accept the prophecies, only tenuous interpretation links them to me. Is my defense of the Summer Hill really the burden by which the hero shall be dubbed? My several marriages could give me a bloodless bond to the world's kings, if you look at it the right way. There are dozens of similar phrases that could refer to events in my life. But then again, they could all just be coincidences. The philosophers assure me that this is the time, that the signs have been met. But I still wonder if they have the wrong man. So many people depend on me. They say I will hold the future of the entire world on my arms. What would they think if they knew that their champion, the hero of ages, their savior, doubted himself? Perhaps they wouldn't be shocked at all. In a way, this is what worries me most. Maybe in their hearts they wonder, just like I do. When they see me, do they see a liar? Rashek seems to think so. I know that I shouldn't let a simple packman perturb me. However, he is from Terrace, where the prophecies originated. If anyone can spot a fraud, would it not be he? Nevertheless, I continue my trek, going where the scribbled auguries proclaim that I will meet my destiny. Walking, feeling Rashek's eyes on my back. Jealous, mocking, hating. In the end, I worry that my arrogance shall destroy us all. Kelsier lowered the booklet, his cabin shaking slightly from the efforts of the pullers outside. He was glad that Sazed had provided him with a copy of the translated portions of the Lord Ruler's logbook before the caravan boat's departure. There was blessed little else to do during the trip. Fortunately, the logbook was fascinating. Fascinating and eerie. It was disturbing to read words that had originally been written by the Lord Ruler himself. To Kelsier, the Lord Ruler was less a man and more a creature, an evil force that needed to be destroyed. Yet the person presented in the logbook seemed all too mortal. He questioned and pondered. He seemed a man of depth, and even of character. Though it would be best not to trust his narrative too closely, Kelsier thought, running his fingers across the page. Men rarely see their own actions as unjustified. Still, the Lord Ruler's story reminded Kelsier of the legends he had heard. Stories whispered by Ska,
discussed by noblemen and memorized by keepers. They claimed that once, before the Ascension, the Lord Ruler had been the greatest of men, a beloved leader, a man entrusted with the fate of all mankind. Unfortunately, Kelsier knew how the story ended. The final empire itself was the logbook's legacy. The Lord Ruler hadn't saved mankind. He had enslaved it instead. Reading a first-hand account, seeing the Lord Ruler's self-doubt and internal struggles only made the story that much more tragic. Kelsier raised the booklet to continue. However, his boat began to slow. He glanced out the window of his cabin, looking up the canal. Dozens of men trudged along the towpath, a small road alongside the canal, pulling the 4 barges and 2 narrow boats that made up their convoy. It was an efficient, if labor-intensive, way to travel. Men pulling a barge across a canal could move hundreds more pounds of weight than they could if forced to carry packs. The men had pulled to a stop, however. Ahead, Kelsier could make out a lock mechanism, beyond which the canal split into 2 sections, a kind of crossroads of waterways. Finally, Kelsier thought. His weeks of travel were over. Kelsier didn't wait for a messenger. He simply stepped out onto the deck of his narrow boat and slipped a few coins from his pocket into his hand. Time to be a bit ostentatious, he thought, dropping a coin to the wood. He burned steel and pushed himself into the air. He lurched upward at an angle, quickly gaining a height where he could see the entire line of men, half pulling the boats, half walking and waiting for their shifts. Kelsier flew in an arc, dropping another coin as he passed over one of the supply-laden barges, then pushing against it when he began to descend. Would-be soldiers looked up, pointing in awe as Kelsier soared above the canal. Kelsier burned pewter, strengthening his body as he thumped to the deck of the narrow boat, leading the caravan. Yeadon stepped out of his cabin, surprised. "Lord Kelsier, we've, arrived at the crossroads." "I can see that," Kelsier said, glancing back along the line of boats. The men on the towpath spoke excitedly, pointing. It felt strange to use allomancy so obviously in the daylight and before so many people. There's no help for it, he thought. This visit is the last chance the men will have to see me for months. I need to make an impression, give them something they can hold on to if this is all going to work. "Shall we go see if the group from the caves has arrived to meet us?" Kelsier asked, turning back to Yeadon. "Of course," Yeadon said, waving for a servant to pull his narrowboat up to the side of the canal and throw out the plank. Yeadon looked excited. He really was an earnest man, and that much Kelsier could respect, even if he was a bit lacking in presence. Most of my life I've had the opposite problem, Kelsier thought with amusement, walking with Yeadon off of the boat. Too much presence, not enough earnestness. The two of them walked up the line of canal workers. Near the front of the men, one of Ham's thugs, playing the part of Kelsier's guard captain, saluted. "We've reached the crossroads, Lord Kelsier." "I can see that," Kelsier repeated. A dense stand of birch trees grew ahead, running up a slope into the hills. The canals ran away from the woods. There were better sources of wood in other parts of the final empire. The forest stood alone and ignored by most. Kelsier burned tin, wincing slightly at the suddenly blinding sunlight. His eyes adjusted, however, and he was able to pick out detail, and a slight bit of motion in the forest. "There," he said, flipping a coin into the air, then pushing it. The coin zipped forward and thocked against a tree. The prearranged signal given, a small group of camouflaged men left the tree line, crossing the ash-stained earth toward the canal. "Lord Kelsier," the foremost man said, saluting. "My name is Captain Demus. Please gather the recruits and come with me. General Hammond is eager to meet with you." Captain Demus was a young man to be so disciplined. Barely into his 20s, he led his small squad of men with a level of solemnity that might have seemed self-important had he been any less competent. Younger men than he have led soldiers into battle, Kelsier thought. Just because I was a fop when I was that age doesn't mean that everyone is. Look at poor Vin. Only 16, already a match for Marsh in seriousness. They took a roundabout passage through the forest. By Ham's order, each troop took a different path to avoid wearing a trail. Kelsier glanced back at the 200 or so men behind, frowning slightly. Their trail would probably still be visible, but there was little he could do about that. The movements of so many men would be nearly impossible to mask. Demus slowed, waving, and several members of his squad scrambled forward. They didn't have half their leader's sense of military decorum. Still, Kelsier was impressed. The last time he'd visited, the men had been typically ragtag and uncoordinated, like most Ska outcasts. Ham and his officers had done their work well. The soldiers pulled away some false underbrush, revealing a crack in the ground. It was dark within, the sides jutting with crystalline granite. It wasn't a regular hillside cavern, but instead a simple rend in the ground, leading directly down. Kelsier stood quietly, looking down at the black stone-laced rift. He shivered slightly. "Kelsier?" Eden asked, frowning. "What is it?" "It reminds me of the pits. They looked like this. Cracks in the ground." Eden paled slightly. "Oh, Kelsier waved dismissively. "I knew this was coming. I climbed down inside those caves every day for a year, and I always came back out. I beat them. They have no power over me." To prove his words, he stepped forward and climbed down into the thin crack. It was just wide enough for a large man to slip through. As Kelsier descended, he saw the soldiers, both Demus' squad and the new recruits, watching quietly. He had intentionally spoken loud enough for them to hear. "Let them see my weakness, and let them see me overcome it." They were brave thoughts. However, once he passed beneath the surface, it was as if he were back again, smashed between two walls of stone, questing downward with shaking fingers. Cold, damp, dark. Slaves had to be the ones who recovered the atium. Allomancers might have been more effective, but using allomancy near atium crystals shattered them. So the Lord Ruler used condemned men, forcing them into the pits, forcing them to crawl downward, ever downward. Kelsier forced himself onward. This wasn't Hathsin. The crack wouldn't go down for hours, and there would be no crystal-lined holes to reach through with torn, bleeding arms, stretching, seeking the atium geode hidden within. One geode, that bought one more week of life. Life beneath the taskmaster's lashes. Life beneath the rule of a sadistic god. Life beneath the sun gone red. "I will change things for the others," Kelsier thought. "I will make it better." The climb was difficult for him, more difficult than he would ever have admitted. Fortunately, the crack soon opened up to a larger cavern beneath, and Kelsier caught a glimpse of light from below. He let himself drop the rest of the way, landing on the uneven stone floor, and smiled at the man who stood waiting. "Hell of an entryway you've got there, Ham," Kelsier said, dusting off his hands. Ham smiled. "You should see the bathroom." Kelsier laughed, moving to make way for the others. Several natural tunnels led off of the chamber, and a small rope ladder hung from the bottom of the rift to facilitate going back up. Eden and Demus soon climbed down the ladder into the cavern, their clothing scraped and dirtied from the descent. It wasn't an easy entrance to get through. That, however, was the idea. "It's good to see you, Kel," Ham said. It was odd to see him in clothing that wasn't missing the sleeves. In fact, his militaristic outfit looked rather formal, with square-cut lines and buttons down the front.
"How many have you brought me?"
"Just over 240. Ham raised his eyebrows.
"Recruitment is picked up, then?"
"Finally," Kelsier said with a nod. Soldiers began to drop into the cavern, and several of Ham's aides moved forward, helping the newcomers and directing them down a side tunnel. Eden moved over to join Kelsier and Ham.
"This cavern is amazing, Lord Kelsier. I've never actually been to the caves myself. No wonder the Lord Ruler hasn't found the men down here."
"The complex is completely secure," Ham said proudly. "There are only 3 entrances, all of them cracks like this one. With proper supplies, we could hold this place indefinitely against an invading force."
"Plus," Kelsier said, "this isn't the only cave complex beneath these hills. Even if the Lord Ruler were determined to destroy us, his army could spend weeks searching and still not find us."
"Amazing,"
Eden said. He turned, eyeing Kelsier.
"I was wrong about you, Lord Kelsier. This operation, this army, well, you've done something impressive here."
Kelsier smiled. "Actually, you were right about me. You believed in me when this started. We're only here because of you."
"I guess I did, didn't I?"
Eden said, smiling. "Either way," Kelsier said, "I appreciate the vote of confidence. It's probably going to take some time to get all these men down the crack. Would you mind directing things here? I'd like to talk to Hammond for a bit."
"Of course, Lord Kelsier."
There was respect, even a growing bit of adulation in his voice. Kelsier nodded to the side. Ham frowned slightly, picking up a lantern, then followed Kelsier from the first chamber. They entered a side tunnel, and once they were out of earshot, Ham paused, glancing backward. Kelsier stopped, raising an eyebrow. Ham nodded back toward the entry chamber. "Eden certainly has changed." "I have that effect on people." "Must be your awe-inspiring humility," Ham said. "I'm serious, Cal. How do you do it? That man practically hated you. Now he looks at you like a kid idolizing his big brother." Kelsier shrugged. "Eden's never been part of an effective team before. I think he's started to realize that we might actually have a chance. In little over half a year, we've gathered a rebellion larger than he's ever seen. Those kind of results can convert even the stubborn." Ham didn't look convinced. Finally, he just shrugged, beginning to walk again. "What was it you wanted to talk about?" "Actually, I'd like to visit the other 2 entrances if we could," Kelsier said. Ham nodded, pointing to a side tunnel and leading the way. The tunnel, like most of the others, hadn't been hollowed by human hands. It was a natural growth of the cave complex. There were hundreds of similar cave systems in the central dominance, though most weren't as extensive, and only one, the pits of Hathsin, grew atium geodes. "Anyway, Eden's right," Ham said, twisting his way through a narrow place in the tunnel. "You picked a great place to hide these people." Kelsier nodded. "Various rebel groups have been using the cavern complexes in these hills for centuries. They're frighteningly close to Luthadel, but the Lord Ruler has never led a successful raid against anyone here. He just ignores the place now. One too many failures, probably." "I don't doubt it," Ham said. "With all the nooks and bottlenecks down here, this would be a nasty place to have a battle." He stepped out of the passageway, entering another small cavern. This one also had a rift in the ceiling, and faint sunlight trickled down. A squad of 10 soldiers stood guard in the room, and they snapped to attention as soon as Ham entered. Kelsier nodded approvingly. 10 men at all times?" "At each of the 3 entrances," Ham said. "Good," Kelsier said. He walked forward, inspecting the soldiers. He wore his sleeves up, his scars showing, and he could see the men eyeing them. He didn't really know what to inspect, but he tried to look discriminating. He examined their weapons, staves for 8 of the men, swords for 2, and dusted off a few shoulders, though none of the men wore uniforms. Finally, he turned to a soldier who bore an insignia on his shoulder. "Who do you let out of the cavern, soldier?" "Only men bearing a letter sealed by General Hammond himself, sir." "No exceptions?" Kelsier asked. "No, sir." "And if I wanted to leave right now?" The man paused. You'd stop me," Kelsier said. "No one is exempt, soldier. Not me, not your bunkmate, not an officer, no one. If they don't have that seal, they don't leave." "Yes, sir," the soldier said. "Good man," Kelsier said. "If all of your soldiers are this fine, General, then the Lord Ruler has good reason to be afraid." The soldiers puffed up slightly at the words. "Carry on, men," Kelsier said, waving for Ham to follow as he left the room. "That was kind of you," Ham said softly. "They've been anticipating your visit for weeks." Kelsier shrugged. "I just wanted to see that they were guarding the crack properly. Now that you have more men, I want you to post guards at any tunnels leading to these exit caverns." Ham nodded. "Seems a bit extreme, though." "Humor me," Kelsier said. "A single runaway or malcontent could betray us all to the Lord Ruler. It's nice that you feel you could defend this place, but if there's an army camped outside trapping you in, this army will effectively become useless to us." "All right," Ham said. "You want to see the third entrance?" "Please," Kelsier said. Ham nodded, leading him down another tunnel. "Oh, one other thing," Kelsier said after a bit of walking. "Get together groups of 100 men, all ones you trust, to go tromp around up in the forest. If someone comes looking for us, we won't be able to hide the fact that lots of people have passed through the area. However, we might be able to muddle the tracks so much that the trails all lead nowhere." "Good idea." "I'm full of them," Kelsier said as they stepped into another cave chamber, this one far larger than the previous 2. It wasn't an entrance rift, but instead a practice room. Groups of men stood with swords or staves, sparring beneath the eye of uniformed instructors. Uniforms for the officers had been Dockson's idea. They couldn't afford to outfit all the men. It would be too expensive, and obtaining that many uniforms would look suspicious. However, maybe seeing their leaders in uniform would help give the men a sense of cohesion. Ham paused at the edge of the room, rather than continuing onward. He eyed the soldiers, speaking softly. "We need to talk about this sometime, Kel. The men are starting to feel like soldiers, but... well, they're Ska. They've spent their lives working in mills or fields. I don't know how well they'll do when we actually get them onto a battlefield." "If we do everything right, they won't have to do much fighting," Kelsier said. "The pits are only guarded by a couple hundred soldiers. The Lord Ruler can't have too many men there, lest he hint at the location's importance. Our 1,000 men can take the pits with ease, then retreat as soon as the garrison arrives. The other 9,000 might have to face a few Great House Guard squads and the palace soldiers. But our men should have the upper hand in numbers." Ham nodded, though his eyes still seemed uncertain. "What?" Kelsier asked, leaning against the smooth crystalline mouth of the cavern juncture. "And when we're done with them, Kel?" Ham asked. "Once we have our Atium, we give the city and the army over to Eden. Then what?" "That's up to Eden," Kelsier said. "They'll be slaughtered," Ham said very softly. 10,000 men can't hold Luthadel against the entire final empire." "I intend to give them a better chance than you think, Ham," Kelsier said. "If we can turn the nobility against each other and destabilize the government." "Maybe," Ham said, still not convinced. "You agreed to the plan, Ham," Kelsier said. "This was what we were intending all along. Raise an army, deliver it to Eden." "I know," Ham said, sighing and leaning back against the cavern wall. "I guess... well, it's different now that I've been leading them.
Maybe I'm just not meant to be in charge like this. I'm a bodyguard, not a general.
I know how you feel, my friend, Kelsier thought. I'm a thief, not a prophet. Sometimes we just have to be what the job requires. Kelsier laid a hand on Ham's shoulder.
You did a fine job here. Ham paused. Did fine?
I brought Eden to replace you. Dox and I decided it would be better to rotate him in as the Army's commander. That way the troops get used to him as their leader. Besides, we need you back in Luthadel. Someone has to visit the garrison and gather intelligence, and you're the only one with any military contacts.
So I'm going back with you? Ham asked.
Kelsier nodded. Ham looked crestfallen for just a moment, then he relaxed, smiling.
I'll finally be able to get out of this uniform. But do you think Eden can handle it?
You said yourself, he's changed a lot during the last few months. And he really is an excellent administrator. He's done a fine job with the rebellion since my brother left.
I suppose.
Kelsier shook his head ruefully. We're spread thin, Ham. You and Breeze are two of the only men I know I can trust, and I need you back in Luthadel. Eden's not perfect for the job here, but the Army is going to be his eventually. Might as well let him lead it for a time. Besides, it will give him something to do. He's growing a bit touchy about his place in the crew. Kelsier paused, then smiled in amusement. I think he's jealous of the attention I pay the others. Ham smiled.
That is a change.
They began to walk again, leaving the practice chamber behind. They entered another twisting stone tunnel, this one leading slightly downward, Ham's lantern providing their only light.
You know, Ham said after a few minutes of walking, there's something else nice about this place. You've probably noticed this before, but it certainly is beautiful down here sometimes.
Kelsier hadn't noticed. He glanced to the side as they walked. One edge of the chamber had been formed of dripping minerals from the ceiling, thin stalactites and stalagmites, like dirty icicles, melding together to form a kind of banister. Minerals twinkled in Ham's light, and the path in front of them seemed to be frozen in the form of a tumbling, molten river. No, Kelsier thought. No, I don't see its beauty, Ham. Other men might see art in the layers of color and melted rock. Kelsier only saw the pits. Endless caves, most of them going straight down. He'd been forced to wiggle through cracks, plunging downward in the darkness, not even given a light to brighten his way. Often he'd considered not climbing back up. But then he would find a corpse in the caves, the body of another prisoner, a man who had gotten lost or who had perhaps just given up. Kelsier would feel their bones and promise himself more. Each week he'd found an atium geode. Each week he'd avoided execution by brutal beating. Except that last time. He didn't deserve to be alive. He should have been killed. But Mare had given him an atium geode, promising him that she'd found 2 that week. It wasn't until after he'd turned it in that he'd discovered her lie. She'd been beaten to death the next day. Beaten to death right in front of him. That night Kelsier had snapped, coming into his powers as a Mistborn. The next night, men had died. Many men. Survivor of Hathsin. A man who shouldn't live. Even after watching her die, I couldn't decide if she'd betrayed me or not. Did she give me that geode out of love? Or did she do it out of guilt? No, he couldn't see beauty in the caverns. Other men had been driven mad by the pits, becoming terrified of small enclosed spaces. That hadn't happened to Kelsier. However, he knew that no matter what wonders the labyrinths held, no matter how amazing the views or delicate the beauties, he would never acknowledge them. Not with Mare dead. I can't think about this anymore, Kelsier decided, the cavern seeming to grow darker around him. He glanced to the side. All right, Ham.
Go ahead. Tell me what you were thinking about.
Really?
Ham said eagerly. Yes, Kelsier said with a sense of resignation.
All right,
Ham said.
So here's what I've been worried about lately. Are Ska different from noblemen?
Of course they are, Kelsier said. The aristocracy has the money and the land. The Ska don't have anything.
I don't mean economics. I'm talking about physical differences. You know what the obligators say, right?
Kelsier nodded.
Well, is it true? I mean, Ska really do have a lot of children, and I've heard that aristocrats have trouble reproducing.
The balance, it was called. It was supposedly the way that the Lord Ruler ensured that there weren't too many noblemen for the Ska to support, and the way he made certain that, despite beatings and random killings, there were always enough Ska to grow food and work in mills. I've always just assumed it to be ministry rhetoric, Kelsier said honestly.
I've known Ska women to have as many as 12 children, Ham said. But I can't name a single major noble family with more than 3.
It's just cultural.
And the height difference? They say you used to be able to tell Ska and noblemen apart by sight alone. That's changed, probably through interbreeding. But most Ska are still kind of short.
That's nutritional. Ska don't get enough to eat.
What about allomancy?
Kelsier frowned.
You have to admit that there's a physical difference there, Ham said. Ska never become mistings unless they have aristocratic blood somewhere in their last 5 generations.
That much, at least, was true.
Ska think differently from noblemen, Kel, Ham said. Even these soldiers are kind of timid, and they're the brave ones. Yeden's right about the general Ska population. It will never rebel. What if there really is something physically different about us? What if the noblemen are right to rule over us?
Kelsier froze in the hallway.
You don't really mean that.
Ham stopped as well.
I guess, no, I don't. But I do wonder sometimes. The noblemen have allomancy, right? Maybe they're meant to be in charge.
Meant by who? The Lord Ruler? Ham shrugged.
No, Ham, Kelsier said.
It isn't right. This isn't right. I know it's hard to see. Things have been this way for so long. But something very serious is wrong with the way the Ska live. You have to believe that. Ham paused, then nodded.
Let's go, Kelsier said. I want to visit that other entrance.
The week passed slowly. Kelsier inspected the troops, the training, the food, the weapons, the supplies, the scouts, the guards, and just about everything else he could think of. More important, he visited the men. He complimented and encouraged them, and he made certain to use allomancy frequently in front of them. While many Ska had heard of allomancy, very few knew specifically what it could do. Noblemen mistings rarely used their powers in front of other people, and half-breeds had to be even more careful. Ordinary Ska, even city Ska, didn't know of things like steel pushing or pewter burning. When they saw Kelsier flying through the air or sparring with supernatural strength, they would just attribute it to formless allomancy magics. Kelsier didn't mind the misunderstanding at all. Despite all of the week's activities, however, he never forgot his conversation with Ham. How could he even wonder if Ska are inferior? Kelsier thought, poking at his meal as he sat at the high table in the central meeting cavern. The massive room was large enough to hold the entire army of 7,000 men, though many sat in side chambers or halfway out into tunnels. The high table sat on a raised rock formation at the far end of the chamber. I'm probably worrying too much. Ham was prone to think about things that no sane man would consider. This was just another of his philosophical dilemmas.
In fact, he already seemed to have forgotten his earlier concerns. He laughed with Yeden, enjoying his meal. As for Yeden, the gangly rebel leader looked quite satisfied with his general's uniform and had spent the week taking very serious notes from Ham regarding the army's operation. He seemed to be falling quite naturally into his duties. In fact, Kelsier seemed to be the only one who wasn't enjoying the feast. The evening's foods, brought on the barges especially for the occasion, were humble by aristocratic standards, but were much finer than what soldiers were used to. The men relished the meal with a joyful boisterousness, drinking their small allotment of ale and celebrating the moment. And still, Kelsier worried. What did these men think they were fighting for? They seemed enthusiastic about their training, but that might have just been due to the regular meals. Did they actually believe that they deserved to overthrow the final empire? Did they think that Ska were inferior to noblemen? Kelsier could sense their reservations. Many of the men realized the impending danger, and only the strict exit rules kept them from fleeing. While they were eager to speak of their training, they avoided talking about their final task, that of seizing the palace and city walls, then holding off the Luthadel garrison. They don't think they can succeed, Kelsier guessed. They need confidence. The rumors about me are a start, but... He nudged Ham, getting the man's attention. Are there any men who have given you discipline problems? Kelsier asked quietly. Ham frowned at the odd question. There are a couple, of course. I'd think there are always dissidents in a group this large. Anyone in particular? Kelsier asked. Men who have wanted to leave? I need someone outspoken in their opposition to what we're doing. There are a couple in the brig right now, Ham said. Anyone here? Kelsier asked. Preferably someone sitting at a table we can see. Ham thought for a moment, scanning the crowd. The man sitting at the second table, with the red cloak. He was caught trying to escape a couple weeks ago. The man in question was scrawny and twitchy. He sat at his table with a hunched, solitary posture. Kelsier shook his head. I need someone a bit more charismatic. Ham rubbed his chin in thought. Then he paused and nodded toward another table. Bilg, the big guy, sitting at the fourth table over on the right. I see him, Kelsier said. Bilg was a brawny man wearing a vest and a full beard. He's too clever to be insubordinate, Ham said, but he's been making trouble quietly. He doesn't think we have a chance against the final empire. I'd lock him up, but I can't really punish a man for expressing fear. Or at least if I did, I'd have to do the same for half the army. Besides, he's too good a warrior to discard idly. He's perfect, Kelsier said. He burned zinc, then looked toward Bilg. While zinc wouldn't let him read the man's emotions, it was possible, when burning the metal, to isolate just a single individual for soothing or rioting, much as one was able to isolate a single bit of metal from hundreds to pull on. Even still, it was difficult to single Bilg out from such a large crowd, so Kelsier just focused on the entire tableful of men, keeping their emotions in hand for later use. Then he stood. Slowly the cavern quieted. Men, before I leave, I wish to express one last time how much I was impressed by this visit. His words rang through the room, amplified by the cavern's natural acoustics. You are becoming a fine army, Kelsier said. I apologize for stealing General Hammond, but I leave a very competent man in his place. Many of you know General Yeden. You know of his many years serving as rebellion leader. I have confidence in his ability to train you even further in the ways of soldiers. He began to riot Bilg and his companions, inflaming their emotions, counting on the fact that they'd be feeling disagreeable. It is a great task I ask of you, Kelsier said, not looking at Bilg. "Those Ska outside of Luthadel, indeed most Ska everywhere, have no idea what you are about to do for them. They aren't aware of the training you endure, or the battles you prepare to fight. However, they will reap the rewards. Someday they will call you heroes." He rioted Bilg's emotions even harder. "The garrison of Luthadel is strong," Kelsier said, "but we can defeat it, especially if we take the city walls quickly. Do not forget why you came here. This isn't simply about learning to swing a sword or wear a helm. This is about a revolution such as the world has never seen. It is about taking the government for ourselves, about ousting the Lord Ruler. Do not lose sight of your goal." Kelsier paused. From the corner of his eye, he could see dark expressions from the men at Bilg's table. Finally, in the silence, Kelsier heard a muttered comment from the table, carried by cavern acoustics to many ears. Kelsier frowned, turning toward Bilg. The entire cavern seemed to grow even more still. "Did you say something?" Kelsier asked. Now, the moment of decision. Will he resist, or will he be cowed? Bilg looked back. Kelsier hit the man with a flared riot. His reward came as Bilg stood from his table, face red.
"Yes, sir," the brawny man snapped. "I did say something. I said that some of us haven't lost sight of our goal. We think about it every day."
"And why is that?" Kelsier asked. Rumbling whispers began to sound at the back of the cavern as soldiers passed the news to those too far away to hear. Bilg took a deep breath.
"Because, sir, we think that this is suicide you're sending us to. The Final Empire's armies are bigger than just one garrison. It won't matter if we take the walls. We'll get slaughtered eventually anyway. You don't overthrow an empire with a couple thousand soldiers."
Perfect, Kelsier thought. I'm sorry, Bilg, but someone needed to say it, and it certainly couldn't be me. "I see we have a disagreement," Kelsier said loudly.
"I believe in these men, and in their purpose. I believe that you are a deluded fool," Bilg bellowed. "And I was a bigger fool for coming to these bloody caves. If you're so certain about our chances, then why can't anyone leave? We're trapped here until you send us to die."
"You insult me," Kelsier snapped. "You know very well why men aren't allowed to leave. Why do you want to go, soldier? Are you that eager to sell out your companions to the Lord Ruler? A few quick boxings in exchange for 4,000 lives?" Bilg's face grew redder.
"I would never do such a thing, but I'm certainly not going to let you send me to my death either. This army is a waste."
"You speak treason," Kelsier said. He turned, scanning the crowd. "It is not fitting for a general to fight a man beneath his command. Is there a soldier here who is willing to defend the honor of this rebellion?" Immediately, a couple dozen men stood up. Kelsier noticed one in particular. He was smaller than the rest, but he had the simple earnestness that Kelsier had noticed earlier. "Captain Demu." Immediately, the young captain jumped forward. Kelsier reached over, grabbing his own sword and tossing it down to the man. "You can use a sword, lad?"
"Yes, sir."
"Someone fetch a weapon for Bilg and a pair of studded vests." Kelsier turned toward Bilg. "Noblemen have a tradition. When two men have a dispute, they settle it with a duel. Defeat my champion and you are free to leave."
"And if he defeats me?" Bilg asked.
"Then you'll be dead," Kelsier said.
"I'm dead if I stay,"
Bilg said, accepting a sword from a nearby soldier. "I accept the terms." Kelsier nodded, waving for some men to pull aside tables and make an open space before the high table. Men began to stand, crowding around to watch the contest.
"Kel, what are you doing?"
Ham hissed at his side.
Something that needs to be done. Needs to be? Kelsier, that boy is no match for Bilg. I trust Damu, that's why I promoted him. But he's not that great a warrior. Bilg's one of the finest swordsmen in the army.
The men know this? Kelsier asked.
Of course, Ham said. Call this off. Damu is nearly half Bilg's size. He's at a disadvantage in reach, strength, and skill. He'll get slaughtered.
Kelsier ignored the request. He sat quietly as Bilg and Damu hefted their weapons, a pair of soldiers tying on their leather cuirasses. When they were done, Kelsier waved a hand, motioning for the battle to begin. Ham groaned. It would be a short fight. Both men had long swords and little armor. Bilg stepped forward with confidence, making a few testing swings toward Damu. The boy was at least competent. He blocked the blows, but he revealed a great deal about his abilities as he did so. Taking a deep breath, Kelsier burned steel and iron. Bilg swung, and Kelsier nudged the blade to the side, giving Damu room to escape. The boy tried a thrust, but Bilg easily knocked it away. The larger warrior then attacked with a barrage, sending Damu stumbling backward. Damu tried to jump out of the way of the last swing, but he was too slow. The blade fell with awful inevitability. Kelsier flared iron, stabilizing himself by pulling against a lantern bracket behind, then grabbed the iron studs on Damu's vest. Kelsier pulled as Damu jumped, yanking the boy backward in a small arc away from Bilg. Damu landed with a maladroit stumble as Bilg's sword smashed into the stone ground. Bilg looked up with surprise, and a low rumble of amazement moved through the crowd. Bilg growled, running forward with weapon held high. Damu blocked the powerful swing, but Bilg knocked the boy's weapon aside with a careless sweep. Bilg struck again, and Damu raised a hand in reflexive defense. Kelsier pushed, freezing Bilg's sword in mid-swing. Damu stood, hand forward, as if he had stopped the attacking weapon with a thought. The two stood like that for a moment, Bilg trying to force the sword forward, Damu staring in awe at his hand. Standing up a bit straighter, Damu tentatively forced his hand forward. Kelsier pushed, throwing Bilg backward. The large warrior tumbled to the ground with a cry of surprise. When he rose a moment later, Kelsier didn't have to riot his emotions to make him angry. He bellowed in rage, grabbing his sword in two hands and rushing toward Damu. Some men don't know when to quit, Kelsier thought as Bilg swung. Damu began to dodge. Kelsier shoved the boy to the side, getting him out of the way. Then Damu turned, gripping his own weapon in two hands and swinging at Bilg. Kelsier grabbed Damu's weapon in mid-arc and pulled against it forcefully, ripping the steel forward with a mighty flare of iron. The swords smashed together, and Damu's Kelsier-enhanced blow knocked Bilg's weapon out of his hands. There was a loud snap, and the large miscreant fell to the floor, thrown completely off balance by the force of Damu's blow. Bilg's weapon bounced to the stone floor a distance away. Damu stepped forward, raising his weapon over the stunned Bilg. And then he stopped. Kelsier burned iron, reaching out to grab the weapon and pull it down to force the killing blow. But Damu resisted. Kelsier paused. This man should die, he thought angrily. On the ground, Bilg groaned quietly. Kelsier could just barely see his twisted arm, its bone shattered by the powerful strike. It was bleeding. No, Kelsier thought. This is enough. He released Damu's weapon. Damu lowered his sword, staring down at Bilg. Then Damu raised his hands, regarding them with wonder, his arms quivering slightly. Kelsier stood, and the crowd fell to a hush once again. "Do you think I would send you against the Lord Ruler unprepared?" Kelsier demanded in a loud voice. "Do you think I would just send you off to die? You fight for what is just, men. You fight for me. I will not leave you unaided when you go against the soldiers of the final empire." Kelsier thrust his hand into the air, holding aloft a tiny bar of metal. "You've heard of this, haven't you? You know the rumors of the 11th metal? Well, I have it,
and I will use it. The Lord Ruler will die."
The men began to cheer.
"This is not our only tool," Kelsier bellowed. "You soldiers have power untold inside of you. You have heard of the arcane magics that the Lord Ruler uses? Well, we have some of our own. Feast, my soldiers, and don't fear the battle to come. Look forward to it."
The room erupted in a riot of cheers, and Kelsier waved for more ale to be delivered. A couple of servants rushed forward to help Bilg from the room. When Kelsier sat, Ham was frowning deeply.
"I don't like this, Kel," he said.
"I know," Kelsier said quietly. Ham was about to speak further, but Eden leaned across him.
"That was amazing. Kelsier, I didn't know. You should have told me you could pass your powers to others. Why, with these abilities, how can we possibly lose?"
Ham laid a hand on Eden's shoulder, pushing the man back into his seat.
"Eat,"
he ordered. Then he turned to Kelsier, pulling his chair closer and speaking in a low voice.
"You just lied to my entire army, Kel."
"No, Ham," Kelsier said quietly.
"I lied to my army."
Ham paused, then his face darkened. Kelsier sighed.
"It was only a partial lie. They don't need to be warriors. They just have to look threatening long enough for us to grab the Atium. With it, we can bribe the garrison, and our men won't even have to fight. That's virtually the same thing as what I promised them."
Ham didn't respond. "Before we leave," Kelsier said, "I want you to select a few dozen of our most trustworthy and devoted soldiers. We'll send them back to Luthadel with vows that they can't reveal where the army is, so that the word of this evening can spread amongst the Ska."
"So this is about your ego?"
Ham snapped. Kelsier shook his head. "Sometimes we need to do things that we find distasteful, Ham. My ego may be considerable, but this is about something else entirely." Ham sat for a moment, then turned back to his meal. He didn't eat, however. He just sat staring at the blood on the ground before the high table. "Ah, Ham," Kelsier thought. "I wish I could explain everything to you. Plots behind plots, plans beyond plans. There was always another secret." At first, there were those who didn't think the deepness was a serious danger, at least not to them. However, it brought with it a blight that I have seen infect nearly every part of the land. Armies are useless before it. Great cities are laid low by its power. Crops fail and the land dies. This is the thing I fight. This is the monster I must defeat. I fear that I have taken too long. Already so much destruction has occurred that I fear for mankind's survival. Is this truly the end of the world, as many of the philosophers predict? 22. "We arrived in Terrace earlier this week," Vin read, "and I have to say, I find the countryside beautiful. The great mountains to the north, with their bald snowcaps and forested mantles, stand like watchful gods over this land of green fertility. My own lands to the south are mostly flat. I think that they might look less dreary if there were a few mountains to vary the terrain. The people here are mostly herdsmen, though timber harvesters and farmers are not uncommon. It is a pastoral land, certainly. It seems odd that a place so remarkably agrarian could have produced the prophecies and theologies upon which the entire world now relies. We picked up a group of Terrace packmen to guide us through the difficult mountain passages. Yet these are no ordinary men. The stories are apparently true. Some Terracemen have a remarkable ability that is most intriguing. Somehow they can store up their strength for use on the next day. Before they sleep at night, they spend an hour lying in their bedrolls, during which time they suddenly grow very frail in appearance, almost as if they had aged by half a century. Yet when they awake the next morning, they become quite muscular. Apparently, their powers have something to do with the metal bracelets and earrings that they always wear. The leader of the packmen is named Rashik, and he is rather taciturn. Nevertheless, Braches, inquisitive as always, has promised to interrogate him in the hopes of discovering exactly how this wondrous strength storing is achieved. Tomorrow we begin the final stage of our pilgrimage, the far mountains of Terrace. There, hopefully, I will find peace, both for myself and for our poor land. As she read her copy of the logbook, Vin was quickly coming to several decisions. First was the firm belief that she did not like reading. Sazed didn't listen to her complaints. He just claimed that she hadn't practiced enough. Couldn't he see that reading was hardly as practical a skill as being able to handle a dagger or use allomancy? Still, she continued to read as per his orders, if only to stubbornly prove that she could. Many of the logbook's words were difficult to her, and she had to read in a secluded part of Renew's mansion, where she could sound out the words to herself, trying to decipher the Lord Ruler's odd style of writing. The continued reading led her to her second conclusion. The Lord Ruler was far more whiny than any god had a right to be. When pages of the logbook weren't filled with boring notes about the Lord Ruler's travels, they were instead packed with internal contemplations and lengthy moralistic ramblings. Vin was beginning to wish that she'd never found the book in the first place. She sighed, settling back into her wicker chair. A cool, early spring breeze blew through the lower gardens, passing over the petite fountain brook to her left. The air was comfortably moist, and the trees overhead shaded her from the afternoon sun. Being nobility, even fake nobility, certainly did have its perks. A quiet footfall sounded behind her. It was distant, but Vin had grown into the habit of burning a little bit of tin at all times. She turned, shooting a covert glance over her shoulder. "Spook?" she said with surprise as young Lestibornis walked down the garden path. "What are you doing here?" Spook froze, blushing. "Wussing with the docs to come and be without the stay." "Doxson," Vin said. "He's here too?" "Maybe he has news of Kelsier." Spook nodded, approaching. "Weapons for the getting, giving for the time to be." Vin paused. "You lost me on that one." "We needed the drop off some more weapons," Spook said, struggling to speak without his dialect. "Storing them here for a while." "Ah," Vin said, rising and brushing off her dress. "I should go see him." Spook looked suddenly apprehensive, flushing again, and Vin cocked her head. "Was there something else?" With a sudden movement, Spook reached into his vest and pulled something out. Vin flared pewter in response, but the item was simply a pink and white handkerchief. Spook thrust it toward her. Vin took it hesitantly. "What's this for?" Spook flushed again, then turned and dashed away. Vin watched him go, dumbfounded. She looked down at the handkerchief. It was made of soft lace, but there didn't seem to be anything unusual about it. "That is one strange boy," she thought, tucking the handkerchief inside her sleeve. She picked up her copy of the logbook, then began to work her way up the garden path. She was growing so accustomed to wearing a dress that she barely had to pay attention to keep the gown's lower layers from brushing against underbrush or stones. I guess that in itself is a valuable skill, Vin thought as she reached the mansion's garden entrance without having snagged her dress on a single branch. She pushed open the many-paned glass door and stopped the first servant she saw. "Master Delton has arrived?" she asked, using Doxson's fake name. He played the part of one of Renew's merchant contacts inside Luthadel. "Yes, milady," the servant said. "He's in conference with Lord Renew." Vin let the servant go. She could probably force a way into the conference, but it would look bad. Lady Valette had no reason to attend a mercantile meeting between Renew and Delton. Vin chewed her lower lip in thought. Sazed was always telling her she had to keep up appearances. Fine, she thought. I'll wait. Maybe Sazed can tell me what that crazy boy expects me to do with this handkerchief. She sought out the upper library, maintaining a pleasant, ladylike smile, inwardly trying to guess what Renew and Doxon were talking about. Dropping off the weapons was an excuse. Doxon wouldn't have come personally to do something so mundane. Perhaps Kelsier had been delayed. Or maybe Doxon had finally gotten a communication from Marsh. Kelsier's brother, along with the other new Obligator initiates, should be arriving back in Luthadel soon. Doxon and Renew could have sent for me, she thought with annoyance. Valette often entertained guests with her uncle. She shook her head. Even though Kelsier had named her a full member of the crew, the others obviously still regarded her as something of a child. They were friendly and accepting, but they didn't think to include her. It was probably unintentional, but that didn't make it any less frustrating. Light shone from the library ahead. Sure enough, Sazed sat inside, translating the last group of pages from the logbook. He looked up as Vin entered, smiling and nodding respectfully. No spectacles this time either, Vin noted. Why did he wear them for that short time before? Mistress Vin, he said, rising and fetching her a chair. How are your studies of the logbook going? Vin looked down at the loosely bound pages in her hand. All right, I suppose. I don't see why I have to bother reading them. You gave copies to Kell and Breeze too, didn't you? Of course, Sazed said, setting the chair down beside his desk. However, Master Kelsier asked every member of the crew to read the pages. He is correct to do so, I think. The more eyes that read those words, the more likely we will be to discover the secrets hidden within them. Vin sighed slightly, smoothing her dress and seating herself. The white and blue dress was beautiful. Though intended for daily use, it was only slightly less luxurious than one of her ball gowns. You must admit, mistress, Sazed said as he sat, the text is amazing. This work is a keeper's dream. Why, I'm discovering things about my culture that even I did not know. I just got to the part where they reach Terrace. Hopefully the next part will contain fewer supply lists. Honestly, for an evil god of darkness, he certainly can be dull. Yes, Sazed said, speaking with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Did you see what he said? How he described Terrace as a place of green fertility. Keeper legends speak of this. Terrace is now a tundra of frozen dirt. Why, almost no plants can survive there. But once it was green and beautiful, like the text says. Green and beautiful, Vin thought. Why would green be beautiful? That would be like having blue or purple plants. It would just be weird. However, there was something about the logbook that made her curious, something that both Sazed and Kelsier had been strangely close-mouthed about. I just read the part where the Lord Ruler gets some Terrace packmen, Vin said carefully. He talked about how they grow stronger during the day because they let themselves be weak at night. Sazed suddenly grew more subdued. Yes, indeed. You know something about this? Does it have to do with being a keeper? It does, Sazed said. But this should remain a secret, I think. Not that you aren't worthy of trust, Mistress Vin. However, if fewer people know about keepers, then fewer rumors will be told of us. It would be best if the Lord Ruler began to believe that he had destroyed us completely, as has been his goal for the last 1,000 years. Vin shrugged. Fine. Hopefully none of the secrets Kelsier wants us to discover in this text are related to the Terraceman powers. If they are, I'll miss them completely. Sazed paused. Ah, well, Vin said nonchalantly, flipping through the pages she hadn't read. Looks like he spends a lot of time talking about the terracemen. Guess I won't be able to give much input when Kelsier gets back.
You make a good point, Seysid said slowly, even if you make it a bit melodramatically.
Vin smiled pertly.
Very well, Seysid said with a sigh. We should not have let you spend so much time with Master Breeze, I think.
The men in the logbook, Vin said. They're keepers?
Seysid nodded. What we now call keepers were far more common back then, perhaps even more common than mistings are among modern nobility. Our art is called feruchemy, and it grants the ability to store certain physical attributes inside bits of metal.
Vin frowned. You burn metals too?
No, mistress, Seysid said with a shake of his head. Feruchemists aren't like allomancers. We don't burn away our metals. We use them as storage. Each piece of metal, dependent upon size and alloy, can store a certain physical quality. The feruchemist saves up an attribute, then draws upon that reserve at a later time.
Attribute? Vin asked. Like strength?
Seysid nodded. In the text, the terrace packmen make themselves weaker during the evening, storing up strength in their bracelets for use on the next day.
Vin studied Seysid's face.
That's why you wear so many earrings.
Yes, mistress, he said, reaching over to pull up his sleeves. Underneath his robe he wore thick iron bracers upon his upper arms.
I keep some of my reserves hidden, but wearing many rings, earrings, and other items of jewelry has always been a part of terrace culture. The Lord Ruler once tried to enforce a ban upon terracemen touching or owning any metal. In fact, he tried to make wearing metal a noble privilege, rather than a ska one.
Vin frowned.
That's odd, she said. One would think that the nobility wouldn't want to wear metal because that would make them vulnerable to allomancy. Indeed, Seysid said. However, it has long been imperial fashion to accent one's wardrobe with metal. It began, I suspect, with the Lord Ruler's desire to deny the terracemen the right to touch metal. He himself began wearing metal rings and bracelets, and the nobility always follows him in fashion. Nowadays, the most wealthy often wear metal as a symbol of power and pride.
Sounds foolish, Vin said.
Fashion often is, mistress, Seysid said. Regardless, the ploy failed. Many of the nobility only wear wood painted to look like metal, and the terrace managed to weather the Lord Ruler's discontent in this area. It was simply too impractical to never let stewards handle metal. That hasn't stopped the Lord Ruler from trying to exterminate the keepers, however. He fears you, and hates us. Not just feruchemists, but all terracemen.
Seysid laid a hand on the still untranslated portion of the text.
I hope to find that secret in here as well. No one remembers why the Lord Ruler persecutes the terrace people, but I suspect that it has something to do with those packmen. Their leader, Rashik, appears to be a very contrary man. The Lord Ruler often speaks of him in the narrative. He mentioned religion, Vin said. The terrace religion. Something about prophecies?
Seysid shook his head.
I cannot understand that question, mistress, for I don't know any more of the terrace religion than you do. But you collect religions, Vin said. You don't know about your own? I do not, Seysid said solemnly. You see, mistress, this was why the keepers were formed. Centuries ago, my people hid away the last few terrace feruchemists. The Lord Ruler's purges of the terrace people were growing quite violent. This was before he began the breeding program. Back then we weren't stewards or servants. We weren't even ska. We were something to be destroyed. Yet something kept the Lord Ruler from wiping us out completely. I don't know why. Perhaps he thought genocide too kind a punishment. Anyway, he successfully destroyed our religion during the first 2 centuries of his rule. The organization of keepers was formed during the next century, its members intent upon discovering that which had been lost, then remembering for the future. With feruchemy? Sazed nodded, rubbing his fingers across the bracer on his right arm. This one is made of copper. It allows for the storage of memories and thoughts. Each keeper carries several bracers like this, filled with knowledge, songs, stories, prayers, histories, and languages. Many keepers have a particular area of interest. Mine is religion. But we all remember the entire collection. If just one of us survives until the death of the Lord Ruler, then the world's people will be able to recover all that they have lost. He paused, then pulled down his sleeve. Well, not all that was lost. There are still things we are missing. Your own religion, Vin said quietly. You never found it, did you? Sazed shook his head. The Lord Ruler implies in this logbook that it was our prophets that led him to the Well of Ascension. But even this is new information for us. What did we believe? What or whom did we worship? Where did these Terrace prophets come from, and how did they predict the future? I'm sorry. We continue to look, Mistress. We will find our answers eventually, I think. Even if we do not, we will still have provided an invaluable service for mankind. Our people call us docile and servile, but we have fought him in our own way. Vin nodded. So what other things can you store? Strength and memories? Anything else? Sazed eyed her. I have said too much already, I think. You understand the mechanics of what we do. If the Lord Ruler mentions these things in his text, you will not be confused. Sight, Vin said, perking up. That's why you wore glasses for a few weeks after you rescued me. You needed to be able to see better that night when you saved me, so you used up your storage. Then you spent a few weeks with weak vision so that you could refill it. Sazed didn't respond to the comment. He picked up his pen, obviously intending to turn back to his translation. Was there anything else, Mistress? Yes, as a matter of fact, Vin said, pulling the handkerchief from her sleeve. Do you have any idea what this is? It appears to be a handkerchief, Mistress. Vin raised a droll eyebrow. Very funny. You've spent far too long around Kelsier, Sazed. I know, he said with a quiet sigh. He has corrupted me, I think. Regardless, I do not understand your question. What is distinctive about that particular handkerchief? That's what I want to know, Vin said. Spook gave it to me just a little bit ago. Ah, that makes sense then. What? Vin demanded. In noble society, Mistress, a handkerchief is the traditional gift a young man gives a lady that he wishes to seriously court. Vin paused, regarding the handkerchief with shock. What? Is that boy crazy? Most young men his age are somewhat crazy, I think, Sazed said with a smile. However, this is hardly unexpected. Haven't you noticed how he stares at you when you enter the room? I just thought he was creepy. What is he thinking? He's so much younger than me. The boy is 15, Mistress. That only makes him 1 year your junior. 2, Vin said. I turned 17 last week. Still, he isn't really that much younger than you. Vin rolled her eyes. I don't have time for his attentions. One would think, Mistress, that you would appreciate the opportunities you have. Not everyone is so fortunate. Vin paused. He's a eunuch, you fool. Sazed, I'm sorry, Sazed waved a hand. It is something I have never known enough of to miss, Mistress. perhaps I am fortunate. A life in the underground does not make it easy to raise a family. Why, poor Master Hammond has been away from his wife for months."
"Ham's married?"
"Of course," Sazed said. "So is Master Yeadon, I believe. They protect their families by separating them from underground activities, but this necessitates spending large periods of time apart."
"Who else?" Vin asked. "Breeze? Dockson?"
"Master Breeze is a bit too self-motivated for a family, I think. Master Dockson hasn't spoken of his romantic life, but I suspect that there is something painful in his past. That is not uncommon for plantation ska, as you might expect."
"Dockson is from a plantation?" Vin asked with surprise.
"Of course. Don't you ever spend time talking with your friends, mistress?" "Friends? I have friends." It was an odd realization. "Anyway," Sazed said, "I should continue my work. I am sorry to be so dismissive, but I am nearly finished with the translation."
"Of course," Vin said, standing and smoothing her dress.
"Thank you."
She found Dockson sitting in the guest's study, writing quietly on a piece of paper, a pile of documents organized neatly on the desktop. He wore a standard nobleman's suit, and always looked more comfortable in the clothing than the others did. Kelsier was dashing, Breeze immaculate and lavish, but Dockson, he simply looked natural in the outfit. He looked up as she entered.
"Vin, I'm sorry. I should have sent for you. For some reason I assumed you were out." "I often am these days," she said, closing the door behind her. "I stayed home today. Listening to noblewomen prattle over their lunches can get a bit annoying."
"I can imagine," Dockson said, smiling.
"Have a seat."
Vin nodded, strolling into the room. It was a quiet place, decorated in warm colors and deep woods. It was still somewhat light outside, but Dockson already had the evening drapes drawn and was working by candlelight.
"Any news from Kelsier?" Vin asked as she sat.
"No," Dockson said, setting aside his document.
"But that's not unexpected. He wasn't going to stay at the caves for long, so sending a messenger back would have been a bit silly. As an Alamancer, he might even be able to get back before a man on horseback. Either way, I suspect he'll be a few days late. This is Kel we're talking about, after all."
Vin nodded, then sat quietly for a moment. She hadn't spent as much time with Dockson as she had with Kelsier and Sazed, or even Ham and Breeze. He seemed like a kind man, however, very stable and very clever. While most of the others contributed some kind of allomantic power to the crew, Dockson was valuable because of his simple ability to organize. When something needed to be purchased, such as Vin's dresses, Dockson saw that it got done. When a building needed to be rented, supplies procured, or a permit secured, Dockson made it happen. He wasn't out front, scamming noblemen, fighting in the mists, or recruiting soldiers. Without him, however, Vin suspected that the entire crew would fall apart.
"He's a nice man," she told herself. "He won't mind if I ask him." "Docs, what was it like living on a plantation?" "The plantation." Vin nodded. "You grew up on one, right? You're a plantation ska?"
"Yes," Dockson said.
"Or at least I was. What was it like?" "I'm not sure how to answer, Vin. It was a hard life, but most ska live hard lives. I wasn't allowed to leave the plantation, or even go outside of the hovel community, without permission. We ate more regularly than a lot of the street ska, but we were worked as hard as any middle worker, perhaps more. The plantations are different from the cities. Out there, every lord is his own master. Technically, the lord ruler owns the ska, but the noblemen rent them and are allowed to kill as many as they want. Each lord just has to make certain that his crops come in."
You seem so unemotional about it, Vin said.
Dockson shrugged. It's been a while since I lived there, Vin. I don't know that the plantation was overly traumatic. It was just life. We didn't know any better. In fact, I now know that amongst plantation lords, mine was actually rather lenient.
Why did you leave then?
Dockson paused.
An event, he said, his voice growing almost wistful.
You know that the law says that a lord can bed any Ska woman that he wishes?
Vin nodded.
He just has to kill her when he's done.
Or soon thereafter, Dockson said. Quickly enough that she can't birth any half-breed children. The Lord took a woman you loved then?
Dockson nodded.
I don't talk about it much. Not because I can't, but because I think it would be pointless. I'm not the only Ska to lose a loved one to a lord's passion, or even to a lord's indifference. In fact, I'll bet you'd have trouble finding a Ska who hasn't had someone they love murdered by the aristocracy. That's just the way it is.
Who was she? Vin asked.
A girl from the plantation. Like I said, my story isn't that original. I remember sneaking between the hovels at night to spend time with her. The entire community played along, hiding us from the taskmasters. I wasn't supposed to be out after dark, you see. I braved the mists for the first time for her, and while many thought me foolish to go out at night, others got over their superstition and encouraged me. I think the romance inspired them. Karayan and I reminded everyone that there was something to live for. When Karayan was taken by Lord Devonshire, her corpse returned the next morning for burial. Something just died in the Ska hovels. I left that next evening. I didn't know there was a better life, but I just couldn't stay. Not with Karayan's family there, not with Lord Devonshire watching us work.
Dockson sighed, shaking his head. Vin could finally see some emotion in his face.
You know, he said, it amazes me sometimes that we even try. With everything they've done to us, the deaths, the tortures, the agonies, you'd think that we would just give up on things like hope and love. But we don't. Ska still fall in love. They still try to have families, and they still struggle. I mean, here we are, fighting Kel's insane little war, resisting a god we know is just going to slaughter us all.
Vin sat quietly, trying to comprehend the horror of what he described.
I thought you said that your lord was a kind one. Oh, he was, Dockson said. Lord Devonshire rarely beat his Ska to death, and he only purged the elderly when the population got completely out of control. He has an impeccable reputation among the nobility. You've probably seen him at some of the balls. He's been in Luthadel lately, over the winter, between planting seasons.
Vin felt cold.
Dockson, that's horrible. How could they let a monster like that among them?
Dockson frowned. Then he leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the desktop.
Vin, they're all like that. I know that's what some of the Ska say, Docs, Vin said. But the people at the balls, they aren't like that. I've met them, danced with them. Docs, a lot of them are good people. I don't think they realize how terrible things are for the Ska.
Dockson looked at her with a strange expression.
Am I really hearing this from you, Vin? Why do you think we're fighting against them? Don't you realize the things those people, all of those people, are capable of? Cruelty, perhaps, Vin said, and indifference, but they aren't monsters. Not all of them. Not like your former plantation lord.
Dockson shook his head.
You just aren't seeing well enough, Vin. A nobleman can rape and murder a Ska woman one night, then be praised for his morality and virtue the next day. Ska just aren't people to them. Noblewomen don't even consider it cheating when their lord sleeps with a Ska woman. Vin trailed off, growing uncertain. This was the one area of noble culture she hadn't wanted to confront. Beatings she could perhaps forgive, but this... Dockson shook his head. You're letting them dupe you, Vin. Things like this are less visible in the cities because of whorehouses, but the murders still happen. Some brothels use women of very poor but noble birth. Most, however, just kill off their Ska whores periodically to keep the Inquisitors placated. Vin felt a little weak. I know about the brothel stocks. My brother always threatened to sell me to one. But just because brothels exist doesn't mean that all the men go to them. There are lots of workers who don't visit the Ska whorehouses. Noblemen are different, Vin, Dockson said sternly. They're horrible creatures. Why do you think I don't complain when Kelsier kills them? Why do you think I'm working with him to overthrow their government? You should ask some of those pretty boys you dance with how often they've slept with a Ska woman they knew would be killed a short time later. They've all done it, at one point or another. Vin looked down. They can't be redeemed, Vin, Dockson said. He didn't seem as passionate about the topic as Kelsier. He just seemed resigned. I don't think that Kel will be happy until they're all dead. I doubt we have to go that far, or even that we can. But I, for one, would be more than happy to see their society collapse. Vin sat quietly. They can't all be like that, she thought. They're so beautiful, so distinguished. Elend has never taken and murdered a Ska woman. Has he? I sleep but a few hours each night. We must press forward, traveling as much as we can each day. But when I finally lie down, I find sleep elusive. The same thoughts that trouble me during the day are only compounded by the stillness of night. And above it all, I hear the thumping sounds from above, the pulsings from the mountains, drawing me closer with each beat. 23. They say the deaths of the Geffenry brothers were a retaliation for the murder of Lord Entrone, Lady Cliss said quietly. Behind Vin's group, the musicians played upon their stage, but the evening was growing late and few people danced. Lady Cliss's circle of partygoers frowned at the news. There were about 6 of them, including Vin and her companion, one Mylan Davenplew, a young heir to a minor house title. Cliss, really, Mylan said. Houses Geffenry and Tikiel are allies. Why would Tikiel assassinate 2 Geffenry noblemen? Why, indeed, Cliss said, leaning forward conspiratorially, her massive blonde bun wobbling slightly. Cliss had never displayed much fashion sense. She was an excellent source of gossip, however. You remember when Lord Entrone was found dead in the Tikiel Gardens? Cliss asked. Well, it seemed obvious that one of House Tikiel's enemies had killed him. But House Geffenry has been petitioning Tikiel for an alliance. Apparently a faction within the house thought that if something happened to inflame the Tikiels, they would be more willing to seek allies. You're saying that Geffenry purposely killed the Tikiel ally? Asked Renee, Cliss's date. He scrunched up his ample brow in thought. Cliss patted Renee's arm. Don't worry about it too much, dear, she advised, then turned eagerly back to the conversation. Don't you see? By secretly killing Lord Entrone, Geffenry hoped to get the allegiance it needs. That would give it access to those Tikiel canal routes through the eastern plains. But it backfired, Mylan said thoughtfully. Tikiel discovered the ruse and killed Ardis and Callens. I danced with Ardis a couple of times at the last ball, Vin said. Now he's dead, his corpse left on the streets outside a Ska slum. Oh, Mylan asked. Was he any good? Vin shrugged. Not very. That's all you can ask, Mylan? A man is dead and you just want to know if I liked him more than you?
Well, now he's dancing with the worms, said Titan, the final man in the group.
Mylan gave the quip a pity laugh, which was more than it deserved. Titan's attempts at humor generally left something to be desired. He seemed like the type who would have been more at home with the ruffians of Cayman's crew than the noblemen of the dance hall.
Of course, Doc says they're all like that underneath.
Vin's conversation with Doxson still dominated her thoughts. When she had started coming to the noblemen's balls back on that first night, the night she'd nearly been killed, she'd thought about how fake everything seemed. How had she forgotten that original impression? How had she let herself get taken in to begin admiring their poise and their splendor? Now every nobleman's arm around her waist made her cringe, as if she could feel the rot within their hearts. How many ska had Mylan killed? What about Titan? He seemed like the type who would enjoy a night with the whores. But still she played along. She had finally worn her black gown this evening, somehow feeling the need to set herself apart from the other women with their bright colors and often brighter smiles. However, she couldn't avoid the others' company. Vin had finally begun to gain the confidences her crew needed. Kelsier would be delighted to know that his plan for House Tekiel was working, and that wasn't the only thing she had been able to discover. She had dozens of little tidbits that would be of vital use to the crew's efforts. One such tidbit was about House Venture. The family was bunkering up for what it expected to be an extended house war. One evidence of this was the fact that Elend attended far fewer balls than he once had. Not that Vin minded. When he did come, he generally avoided her, and she didn't really want to talk to him anyway. Memories of what Doxson had said made her think that she might have trouble remaining civil toward Elend.
Mylan, Lord Renee asked, are you still planning on joining us for a game of shell dry tomorrow?
Of course, Renee, Mylan said. Didn't you promise that last time? Titan asked. I'll be there, Mylan said. Something came up last time. And it won't come up again? Titan asked. You know we can't play unless we have a fourth man. If you're not going to be there, we could ask someone else. Mylan sighed, then held up a hand, sharply gesturing to the side. The motion caught Vin's attention. She had only been half listening to the conversation. She looked to the side and nearly jumped in shock as she saw an obligator approaching the group. So far, she'd managed to avoid obligators at the balls. After her first run-in with a high prelin some months ago, and the subsequent alerting of an inquisitor, she'd been apprehensive to even go near one. The obligator approached, smiling in a creepy sort of way. Perhaps it was the arms clasped before him, hands hidden inside the gray sleeves. Perhaps it was the tattoos around the eyes, wrinkled with the aging skin. Perhaps it was the way his eyes regarded her. It seemed like they could see through her guise. This wasn't just a nobleman. This was an obligator. Eyes of the Lord Ruler, enforcer of his law. The obligator stopped at the group. His tattoos marked him as a member of the Canton of Orthodoxy, the primary bureaucratic arm of the ministry. He eyed the group, speaking in a smooth voice. Yes? Mylan pulled out a few coins. I promised to meet these two for shell dry tomorrow, he said, handing the coins to the aging obligator. It seemed like such a silly reason to call over an obligator, or at least so Vin thought. The obligator, however, didn't laugh or point out the frivolity of the demand. He simply smiled, palming the coins as deftly as any thief. I witness this, Lord Mylan, he said. Satisfied? Mylan asked of the other two. They nodded. The obligator turned, not giving Vin a second glance, and strolled away. She released a quiet breath, watching his shuffling form. They must know everything that happens in court, she realized. If nobility call them over to witness things this simple. The more she knew about the ministry, the more she realized how clever the Lord Ruler had been in organizing them. They witnessed every mercantile contract, Dachshund and Renew had to deal with obligators nearly every day. Only they could authorize weddings, divorces, land purchases, or ratify inheritance of titles. If an obligator hadn't witnessed an event, it hadn't happened. And if one hadn't sealed a document, then it might as well not have been written. Vin shook her head as the conversation turned to other topics. It had been a long night, and her mind was full of information to scribble down on her way back to Feliz.
"Excuse me, Lord Mylan," she said, laying a hand on his arm, though touching him made her shiver slightly. "I think perhaps it is time for me to retire."
"I'll walk you to your carriage," he said.
"That won't be necessary," she said sweetly. "I want to refresh myself, and then I have to wait for my terraceman anyway. I'll just go sit down at our table."
"Very well," he said, nodding respectfully.
"Go if you must, Valette," Cliff said. "But you'll never know the news I have about the Ministry."
Vin paused.
"What news?"
Cliss's eyes twinkled, and she glanced at the disappearing obligator.
"The Inquisitors are buzzing like insects. They've hit twice as many Ska thieving bands these last few months as usual. They don't even take prisoners for executions. They just leave them all dead."
"How do you know this?" Mylan asked skeptically. He seemed so straight-backed and noble. You would never know what he really was.
"I have my sources," Cliss said with a smile.
"Why, the Inquisitors found another band just this afternoon. One headquartered not far from here."
Vin felt a chill. They weren't that far from Clubs' shop.
No, it couldn't be them. Dachshund and the rest are too clever. Even without Kelsier in town, they'll be safe.
"Cursed thieves," Titan spat. "Damn Ska don't know their place. Isn't the food and clothing we give enough of a theft from our pockets?"
"It's amazing the creatures can even survive as thieves," said Carly, Titan's young wife, in her normal purring voice. "I can't imagine what kind of incompetent would let himself get robbed by Ska."
Titan flushed, and Vin eyed him with curiosity. Carly rarely spoke except to make some jab against her husband.
He must have been robbed himself. A scam, perhaps?
Filing away the information for later investigation, Vin turned to go, a motion that put her face to face with a newcomer to the group, Shan Ilariel. Ellen's former betrothed was immaculate as always. Her long auburn hair had an almost luminous sheen, and her beautiful figure only reminded Vin how scrawny she herself was, self-confident in a way that could make even a confident person uncertain. Shan was, as Vin was beginning to realize, exactly what most of the aristocracy thought was the perfect woman. The men in Vin's group nodded their heads in respect, and the women curtsied, honored to have their conversation joined by one so important. Vin glanced to the side, trying to escape, but Shan was standing right before her. Shan smiled.
"Ah, Lord Mylan," she said to Vin's companion. "It's a pity that your original date this evening took sick. It appears you were left with few other options."
Mylan flushed, Shan's comment expertly placing him in a difficult position. Did he defend Vin, possibly earning the ire of a very powerful woman, or did he instead agree with Shan, thereby insulting his date? He took the coward's way out. He ignored the comment.
"Lady Shan, it is a pleasure to have you join us."
"Indeed," Shan said smoothly, eyes glittering with pleasure as she regarded Vin's discomfort. Cursed woman, Vin thought. It seemed that whenever Shan grew bored, she would seek out Vin and embarrass her for sport.
"However," Shan said, "I am afraid I didn't come to chat. Unpleasant though it may be, I have business with the Renew child. Will you excuse us?"
"Of course, milady," Mylan said, backing away.
"Lady Velat, thank you for your company this evening."
Vin nodded to him and the others, feeling a little like a wounded animal being abandoned by the herd. She really didn't want to deal with Shan this evening.
"Lady Shan," Vin said once they were alone, "I think your interest in me is unfounded. I haven't really been spending much time with Elend lately."
"I know," Shan said. "It appears I overestimated your competence, child. One would think that once you gained favor with a man so much more important than yourself, you wouldn't have let him slip away so easily."
Shouldn't she be jealous? Vin thought, suppressing a cringe as she felt the inevitable touch of Shan's allomancy on her emotions. Shouldn't she hate me for taking her place? But that wasn't the noble way. Vin was nothing, a momentary diversion. Shan wasn't interested in recapturing Elend's affection. She just wanted a way to strike back at the man who had slighted her.
"A wise girl would put herself in a position where she could make use of the only advantage she has," Shan said. "If you think any other important nobleman will ever pay any attention to you, then you are mistaken. Elend likes to shock the court, and so, naturally, he chose to do so with the most homely and lumpish woman he could find. Take this opportunity. You shall not soon find another."
Vin gritted her teeth against the insults and the allomancy. Shan had obviously made an art out of forcing people to take whatever abuse she saw fit to deliver.
"Now," Shan said, "I require information regarding certain texts Elend has in his possession. You can read, can't you?"
Vin nodded curtly.
"Good," Shan said. "All you need to do is memorize the titles of his books. Don't look on the outside covers. They can be misleading. Read the first few pages, then report back to me."
"And if I should instead tell Elend what you are planning?" Shan laughed.
"My dear, you don't know what I'm planning. Besides, you seem to be making some headway in court. Surely you realize that betraying me is not something you want to even contemplate."
With that, Shan walked off, immediately gathering a collection of hangers-on from the surrounding nobility. Shan's soothing weakened, and Vin felt her frustration and anger rise. There had been a time when she would have simply scampered away, ego already too beaten down to be bothered by Shan's insults. This night, however, she found herself wishing for a way to strike back.
"Calm yourself. This is a good thing. You've become a pawn in great house plans. Most lesser nobility probably dream of such an opportunity."
She sighed, retreating toward the now empty table she had shared with Mylan. The ball this evening was being held at the marvelous Keep Hasting. Its tall, round central keep was attended by 6 auxiliary towers, each set off from the main building a short distance and connected to it by wall-top walkways. All 7 towers were set with winding, curving patterns of stained glass. The ballroom was at the top of the wide central tower. Fortunately, a system of ska-powered pulley platforms kept noble guests from having to walk all the way to the top. The ballroom itself wasn't as spectacular as some Vin had visited, just a squarish chamber with vaulted ceilings and colored glass running around the perimeter.
Funny how easily one can become jaded, Vin thought. Perhaps that's how the noblemen can do such terrible things. They've been killing for so long that it doesn't unsettle them anymore.
She asked a servant to go fetch Sazed, then sat down to rest her feet.
I wish Kelsier would hurry up and get back, she thought.
The crew, Vin included, seemed less motivated without him around. It wasn't that she didn't want to work. Kelsier's snappy wit and optimism just helped keep her moving. Vin looked up idly, and her eyes caught sight of Elend Venture standing just a short distance away, chatting with a small group of young noblemen. She froze. Part of her, the Vin part, wanted to scurry away and hide. She'd fit beneath a table, dress and all. Oddly, however, she found her valet's side stronger. I have to talk to him, she thought. Not because of Shan, but because I have to find out the truth. Dockson was exaggerating. He had to be. When had she grown so confrontational? Even as she stood, Vin was amazed at her firm resolve. She crossed the ballroom, checking her black dress briefly as she walked. One of Ellen's companions tapped him on the shoulder, nodding toward Vin. Ellen turned, and the other two men withdrew.
"Why, Valette," he said as she paused in front of him. "I arrived late. I didn't even know you were here."
Liar. Of course you knew. Valette wouldn't miss the Hasting ball. How to broach it? How to ask? You've been avoiding me, she said.
No, I wouldn't say that. I've just been busy. House issues, you know. Besides, I warned you that I was rude and... He trailed off.
Valette? Is everything all right? Vin realized she was sniffling slightly, and she felt a tear on her cheek. Idiot, she thought, dabbing her eyes with Lester Buenos' handkerchief. You'll ruin your makeup. Valette, you're shaking, Ellen said with concern. Here, let's go to the balcony and get you some fresh air. She let him lead her away from the sounds of music and chattering people, and they stepped into the quiet, dark air. The balcony, one of many jutting from the top of the central Hasting Tower, was empty. A single stone lantern stood as part of the railing, and some tastefully placed plants lined the corners. Mist floated in the air, prevalent as ever, though the balcony was close enough to the keep's warmth that the mist was weak. Ellen didn't pay any attention to it. He, like most noblemen, considered fear of the mist to be a foolish ska superstition, which Vin supposed was right. Now what is this about? Ellen asked. I'll admit I have been ignoring you. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve it, I just... Well, it seemed like you were fitting in so well that you didn't need a troublemaker like me being... Have you ever slept with a ska woman? Vin asked. Ellen paused, taken aback. Is that what this is all about? Who told you this? Have you? Vin demanded. Ellen paused. Lord Ruler, it's true. Sit down, Ellen said, fetching her a chair. It's true, isn't it? Vin said, sitting. You've done it. He was right. You're all monsters. He laid a hand on Vin's arm, but she pulled it away, only to feel a teardrop drip down her face and stain her dress. She reached up, wiping her eyes, the handkerchief coming back colored with makeup. It happened when I was 13, Ellen said quietly. My father thought it was time that I became a man. I didn't even know they were going to kill the girl afterward, Valette. Honestly, I didn't. And after that, she demanded, growing angry, how many girls have you murdered, Ellen Venture? None. Never again, Valette. Not after I found out what had happened that first time. You expect me to believe you? I don't know, Ellen said. Look, I know that it's fashionable for the women of court to label all men brutes. But you have to believe me. We're not all like that. I was told that you are, Vin said. By whom? Country nobility? Valette, they don't know us. They're jealous because we control most of the canal systems, and they might just have a right to be. Their envy doesn't make us terrible people, however. What percentage? Vin asked. How many noblemen do these things? Maybe a third, Ellen said. I'm not sure. They aren't the types I spend my time with. She wanted to believe him, and that desire should have made her more skeptical. But looking into those eyes she had always found so honest, she found herself swayed. For the first time she could remember, she completely pushed aside Reen's whispers and simply believed. A third, she whispered.
So many. But that's better than all of them.
She reached up to dab her eyes, and Elend eyed her handkerchief. "Who gave you that?" he asked curiously.
"A suitor," Vin said.
"Is he the one who's been telling you these things about me?"
"No, that was another," Vin said. "He said that all noblemen, or rather all Luthadel noblemen, were terrible people. He said that court women don't even consider it cheating when their men sleep with ska whores."
Elend snorted. "Your informant doesn't know women very well, then.
I dare you to find me one lady who isn't bothered when her husband dallies with another, ska or noble."
Vin nodded, taking a deep breath, calming herself. She felt ridiculous, but she also felt at peace. Elend knelt beside her chair, still obviously concerned.
"So," she said, "your father is one of the third?"
Elend flushed in the wan light, looking down. "He likes all kinds of mistresses. Ska, noble, it doesn't matter to him. I still think about that night, Valette. I wish... I don't know."
"It wasn't your fault, Elend," she said. "You were just a 13-year-old boy who was doing what his father told him."
Elend looked away, but she had already seen the anger and guilt in his eyes. "Someone needs to stop these kinds of things from happening," he said quietly, and Vin was struck by the intensity in his voice.
"This is a man who cares," she thought. "A man like Kelsier or like Doxson. A good man. Why can't they see that?"
Finally, Elend sighed, standing and pulling over a chair for himself. He sat down, elbow resting against the railing, running his hand through his messy hair. "Well," he noted, "you probably aren't the first lady I've made cry at a ball, but you are the first one I've made cry that I sincerely care about. My gentlemanly prowess has reached new depths." Vin smiled.
"It's not you," she said, leaning back. "It's just been a very draining few months. When I found out about these things, I just couldn't handle it all."
"The corruption in Luthadel needs to be dealt with," Elend said. "The Lord Ruler doesn't even see it. He doesn't want to." Vin nodded, then she eyed Elend.
"Why exactly have you been avoiding me lately, anyway?"
Elend flushed again. "I just figured you had enough new friends to keep you occupied."
"What is that supposed to mean?"
"I don't like a lot of people you've been spending your time with, Valette," Elend said. "You've managed to fit very well into Luthadel society, and I generally find that playing politics changes people."
"That's easy to say," Vin snapped, "especially when you're at the very top of the political structure. You can afford to ignore politics. Some of us aren't so fortunate."
"I suppose."
"Besides," Vin said, "you play politics just as well as the rest. Or you're going to try and tell me that your initial interest in me wasn't sparked by a desire to spite your father."
Elend held up his hands. "All right, consider me suitably chastised. I was a fool and a twit. It runs in the family." Vin sighed, sitting back and feeling the cool whisper of the mists on her tear-wetted cheeks. Elend wasn't a monster. She believed him on that count. Perhaps she was a fool, but Kelsier was having an effect on her. She was beginning to trust those around her, and there was no one she wanted to let herself trust more than Elend Venture. And when it wasn't connected directly to Elend, she found the horrors of the noble-ska relationship easier to deal with. Even if a third of the noblemen were murdering ska women, something was probably salvageable of the society. The nobility wouldn't have to be purged. That was their tactic. Vin would have to make certain that sort of thing didn't happen, no matter what bloodline one had.
"Lord Ruler," she thought, "I'm starting to think like the others. It's almost like I think that we can change things."
She glanced across at Elend, who sat with his back to the curling mists beyond. He looked morose. I brought out bad memories, Vin thought guiltily. No wonder he hates his father so much. She longed to do something to make him feel better. Elend, she said, drawing his attention. They're just like us. He paused. What? The plantation ska, Vin said. You asked me about them once. I was afraid, so I acted like a proper noblewoman, but you seemed disappointed when I didn't have more to say. He leaned forward. So you did spend time with the ska? Vin nodded. A lot of time. Too much, if you ask my family. That might be why they sent me out here. I knew some of the ska very well. One older man in particular. He lost someone, a woman he loved, to a nobleman who wanted a pretty thing for the evening's entertainment. At your plantation? Vin shook her head quickly. He ran away and came to my father's lands. And you hid him? Elend asked with surprise. Runaway ska are supposed to be executed. I kept his secret, Vin said. I didn't know him for very long, but... Well, I can promise you this, Elend. His love was as strong as that of any nobleman. Stronger than most of them here in Luthadel, certainly. And intelligence? Elend asked eagerly. Did they seem... slow? Of course not, Vin snapped. I should think, Elend Venture, that I knew several ska more clever than yourself. They may not have education, but they're still intelligent. And they're angry. Angry? He asked. Some of them, Vin said, about the way they're treated. They know, then, about the disparities between us and them? How could they not? Vin said, reaching up to wipe her nose with the handkerchief. She paused, however, noting just how much makeup she had rubbed across it. Here, Elend said, handing her his own handkerchief. Tell me more. How do you know these things? They told me, Vin said. They trusted me. I know that they're angry because they would complain about their lives. I know they're intelligent because of the things they keep hidden from the nobility. Like what? Like the underground movement network, Vin said. Ska help runaways travel the canals from plantation to plantation. The noblemen don't notice because they never pay attention to ska faces. Interesting. Plus, Vin said, there are the thieving crews. I figure that those ska must be fairly clever if they're able to hide from the obligators and the nobility, stealing from the great houses right beneath the Lord Ruler's nose. Yes, I know, Elend said. I wish I could meet one of them, to ask them how they hide so well. They must be fascinating people. Vin almost spoke further, but she held her tongue. I've probably said too much already. Elend looked over at her. You're fascinating too, Valette. I should have known better than to assume you'd been corrupted by the rest of them. Perhaps you'll be able to corrupt them instead. Vin smiled. But, Elend said, rising, I need to be leaving. I actually came to the party tonight for a specific purpose. Some friends of mine are meeting together. That's right, Vin thought. One of the men Elend met with before, the ones that Kelsier and Sazed thought it was strange that he would associate with, was a Hasting. Vin stood as well, handing Elend back his handkerchief. He didn't take it. You might want to keep that. It wasn't intended to be simply functional. Vin looked down at the handkerchief. When a nobleman wants to court a lady seriously, he gives her a handkerchief. Oh, she said, pulling the handkerchief back. Thank you. Elend smiled, stepping close to her. That other man, whoever he is, might have a lead on me because of my foolishness. However, I am not so foolish that I would pass up the chance to give him a little competition. He winked, bowed slightly, and walked back toward the central ballroom. Vin waited a moment, then walked forward and slipped through the balcony doorway. Elend met up with the same two as before, a Lee Cal and a Hasting, political enemies of the venture. They paused for a moment, then all three walked toward a stairwell at the side of the room. Those stairwells only lead one place, Vin thought, slipping back into the room. The auxiliary towers. Mistress Valette? Vin jumped, turning to find Sazed approaching. "Are we ready to go?" he asked. Vin moved over to him quickly. "Lord Elend Venture just disappeared down that stairwell with his Hasting and Lee Cal friends." "Interesting," Sazed said. "And why would... Mistress, what happened to your makeup?" "Never mind," Vin said. "I think I should follow them." "Is that another handkerchief, mistress?" Sazed asked. "You have been busy." "Sazed, are you listening to me?" "Yes, mistress." "I suppose you could follow them if you wish, but you would be fairly obvious. I don't know that it would be the best method of gaining information." "I wouldn't follow them overtly," Vin said quietly. "I'd use allomancy. But I need your permission for that." Sazed paused. "I see. How is your sight?" "It's been healed for ages," Vin said. "I don't even notice it anymore." Sazed sighed. "Very well. Master Kelsier intended to begin your training in earnest again when he returned anyway. Just be careful. This is a ridiculous thing to say to a Mistborn, I think, but I ask anyway." "I will," Vin said. "I'll meet you on that balcony over there in an hour." "Good luck, mistress," Sazed said. Vin was already rushing back toward the balcony. She stepped around the corner, then stood before the stone railing and the mists beyond. The beautiful swirling void. It's been far too long, she thought, reaching into her sleeve and pulling out a vial of metals. She downed it eagerly and got out a small handful of coins. Then, blissfully, she hopped up onto the railing and threw herself out into the dark mists. Tin gave her sight as the wind flapped at her dress. Pewter gave her strength as she turned her eyes toward the buttress-like wall running between the tower and the main keep. Steel gave her power as she threw a coin downward, sending it into the darkness. She lurched in the air. The air resistance fluttered her dress, and she felt like she was trying to pull a bale of cloth behind her, but her allomancy was strong enough to deal with that. Elend's tower was the next one over. She needed to get onto the wall-top walkway that ran between it and the central tower. Vin flared steel, pushing herself up a bit higher, then flung another coin into the mists behind her. When it hit the wall, she used it to shoot herself forward. She slammed into her target wall just a bit too low, folds of cloth cushioning the blow, but she managed to grab the lip of the walkway above. An unenhanced Vin would have had trouble pulling herself up onto the wall, but Vin the Allomancer easily scrambled over the side. She crouched in her black dress, moving quietly across the wall-top pathway. There were no guards, but the tower ahead of her had a lit sentry post at its base. Can't go that way, she thought, glancing upward instead. The tower appeared to have several rooms, and a couple of them were lit. Vin dropped a coin and catapulted herself upward, then pulled against a window mounting and yanked herself over to land lightly on the stone window ledge. The shutters were closed against the night, and she had to lean close, flaring tin to hear what was going on inside.
Balls always last well into the night. We'll probably have to pull double duty.
Guards, Vin thought, jumping and pushing against the top of the window. It rattled as she shot up the side of the tower. She caught the base of the next window ledge and pulled herself up.
"Don't regret my tardiness,"
a familiar voice said from inside. Elend.
"She happens to be far more attractive than you are, Teldon."
A masculine voice laughed.
"The mighty Elend Venture, finally captured by a pretty face.
She's more than that, Jastes, Ellen said. She's kind-hearted. She helped Ska runaways on her plantation. I think we should bring her in to talk with us.
Not a chance, said a deep-voiced man. Look, Ellen, I don't mind if you want to talk philosophy. Hell, I'll even share a few drinks with you when you do. But I'm not going to let random people come join us. I agree, Tilden, Jastes said. 5 people is enough.
See now, Ellen's voice said. I don't think you're being fair. Ellen, another voice said sufferingly. All right, Ellen said. Tilden, did you read the book I gave you?
I tried, Tilden said. It's a bit thick.
But it's good, right? Ellen said.
Good enough, Tilden said. I can see why the Lord Ruler hates it so much.
Radalavin's works are better, Jastes said. More concise. I don't mean to be contrary, said a 5th voice, but is this all we're going to do? Read? What's wrong with reading? Ellen asked. It's a bit boring, the 5th voice said. Good man, Vin thought. Boring? Ellen asked. Gentlemen, these ideas, these words, they're everything. These men knew that they'd be executed for their words. Can you not sense their passion? Passion, yes, the 5th voice said. Usefulness, no. We can change the world, Jastes said. 2 of us are house heirs, the other 3 are second heirs. Someday, we'll be the ones in charge, Ellen said. If we put these ideas in effect, fairness, diplomacy, moderation, we can exert pressure even on the Lord Ruler. The 5th voice snorted. You might be heir to a powerful house, Ellen, but the rest of us aren't as important. Tilden and Jastes will probably never inherit, and Kavoo, no offense, is hardly that influential. We can't change the world. We can change the way our houses work, Ellen said. If the houses would stop squabbling, we might be able to gain some real power in the government, rather than just bow to the whims of the Lord Ruler. Every year the nobility grows weaker, Jastes said in agreement. Our Ska belong to the Lord Ruler as does our land. His obligators determine who we can marry and what we can believe. Our canals, even, are officially his property. Ministry assassins kill men who speak out too openly, or who are too successful. This is no way to live. I agree with you there, Tilden said. Ellen's prattling about class imbalance seems like silliness to me, but I can see the importance of presenting a unified front before the Lord Ruler. Exactly, Ellen said. This is what we have to... Vin, a voice whispered. Vin jumped, nearly falling off the window ledge in shock. She glanced around in alarm. Above you, the voice whispered. She glanced up. Kelsier hung from another window ledge just above. He smiled, winked, then nodded down toward the wall walkway below. Vin glanced back at Ellen's room as Kelsier dropped through the mists beside her. Finally, she pushed herself off and followed Kelsier down, using her same coin to slow her descent. You're back, she said eagerly as she landed. Got back this afternoon. What are you doing here? Checking up on our friend in there, Kelsier said. Doesn't seem like much has changed since the last time. Last time? Kelsier nodded. I've spied on that little group a couple of times since you told me about them. I shouldn't have bothered. They're not a threat. Just a bunch of noblings getting together to drink and debate. But they want to overthrow the Lord Ruler. Hardly, Kelsier said with a snort. They're just doing what noblemen do, planning alliances. It's not that unusual for the next generation to start organizing their house coalitions before they come to power. This is different, Vin said. Oh? Kelsier asked with amusement. You've been a noble so long that you can tell that already? She flushed, and he laughed, putting a friendly arm around her shoulders. Oh, don't get like that. They seem like nice enough lads for noblemen. I promise not to kill any of them, all right? Vin nodded. Perhaps we can find a way to use them. They do seem more open-minded than most. I just don't want you to be disappointed, Vin. They're still noblemen. Perhaps they can't help what they are, but that doesn't change their nature. Just like Dockson, Vin thought. Kelsier assumes the worst about Elend. But did she really have any reason to expect otherwise? To fight a battle like Kelsier and Dockson were, it was probably more effective and better for the psyche to assume that all of their enemies were evil. "What happened to your makeup, by the way?" Kelsier asked. "I don't want to talk about it," Vin said, thinking back to her conversation with Elend. Why did I have to cry? I'm such an idiot. And the way I blurted out that question about him sleeping with Ska. Kelsier shrugged. "Okay, then. We should get going. I doubt young Venture and his comrades will discuss anything relevant." Vin paused. "I've listened to them on 3 separate occasions, Vin," Kelsier said. "I'll summarize for you if you want." "All right," she said with a sigh. "But I told Sazed I'd meet him back up at the party." "Off you go, then," Kelsier said. "I promised not to tell him you were sneaking around and using allomancy." "He told me I could," Vin said defensively. "He did?" Vin nodded. "My mistake," Kelsier said. "You should probably have Saze fetch you a cloak before you leave the party. You've got ash all over the front of your dress. I'll meet you back at Clubs' shop. Have the carriage drop you and Sazed off there, then continue on out of the city. That'll keep up appearances." Vin nodded again, and Kelsier winked and jumped off the wall into the mists. In the end, I must trust in myself. I have seen men who have beaten from themselves the ability to recognize truth and goodness, and I do not think I am one of them. I can still see the tears in a young child's eyes and feel pain at his suffering. If I ever lose this, then I will know that I've passed beyond hope of redemption. 24. Kelsier was already at the shop when Vin and Sazed arrived. He sat with Ham, Clubs, and Spook in the kitchen, enjoying a late-night drink. "Ham," Vin said eagerly as she came in the back door. "You're back." "Yup," he said happily, raising his cup. "It seems like you've been gone forever." "You're telling me," Ham said, his voice earnest. Kelsier chuckled, rising to refill his drink. "Ham's a bit tired of playing general." "I had to wear a uniform," Ham complained, stretching. He now wore his customary vest and trousers. "Even plantation Ska don't have to deal with that kind of torture." "Try wearing a formal gown sometime," Vin said, seating herself. She'd brushed off the front of her dress, and it didn't look half as bad as she'd feared. The blackish-gray ash still showed up a bit against the dark fabric, and the fibers were rough where she'd rubbed against stone, but both were barely noticeable. Ham laughed. "It seems that you've turned into a proper young lady while I was gone." "Hardly," Vin said as Kelsier handed her a cup of wine. She paused briefly, then took a sip. "Mistress Vin is being modest, Master Hammond," Sazed said, taking a seat. "She's growing quite proficient at courtly arts, better than many actual nobles that I have known." Vin flushed, and Ham laughed again. "Humility, Vin? Where'd you ever learn a bad habit like that?" "Not from me, certainly," Kelsier said, offering Sazed a cup of wine. The terraceman raised his hand in a respectful refusal. "Of course she didn't get it from you, Kel," Ham said. "Maybe Spook taught her. He seems to be the only one in this crew who knows how to keep his mouth shut, eh, kid?" Spook flushed, obviously trying to avoid looking at Vin. "I'll have to deal with him sometime," she thought. "But not tonight. Kelsier's back and Ellen's not a murderer. This is a night to relax." Footsteps sounded on the stairs, and a moment later Dockson strolled into the room. A party. And no one sent for me. You seemed busy, Kelsier said. Besides, Ham added, we know you're too responsible to sit around and get drunk with a bunch of miscreants like us. Someone has to keep this new crew running, Dockson said lightheartedly, pouring himself a drink. He paused, frowning at Ham. That vest looks familiar. Ham smiled. I ripped the arms off of my uniform coat. You didn't, Vin said with a smile. Ham nodded, looking self-satisfied. Dockson sighed, continuing to fill his cup. Ham, those things cost money. Everything costs money, Ham said. But what is money? A physical representation of the abstract concept of effort. Well, wearing that uniform for so long was a pretty mean effort. I'd say that this vest and I are even now. Dockson just rolled his eyes. In the main room, the shop's front door opened and closed, and Vin heard Breeze bid hello to the apprentice on watch. By the way, Docs, Kelsier said, leaning with his back against a cupboard, I'm going to need a few physical representations of the concept of effort myself. I'd like to rent a small warehouse to conduct some of my informant meetings. That can probably be arranged, Dockson said. Assuming we keep Vin's wardrobe budget under control, He broke off, glancing at Vin. What did you do to that gown, young lady? Vin flushed, scrunching down in her chair. Perhaps it's a bit more noticeable than I thought. Kelsier chuckled. You may have to get used to dirtied clothing, Docs. Vin's back on Mistborn duty as of this evening. Interesting, Breeze said, entering the kitchen. Might I suggest that she avoid fighting 3 Steel Inquisitors at once this time? I'll do my best, Vin said. Breeze strolled over to the table and chose a seat with his characteristic decorum. The portly man raised his dueling cane, pointing it at Ham. I see that my period of intellectual respite has come to an end. Ham smiled. I thought up a couple beastly questions while I was gone, and I've been saving them just for you, Breeze. I'm dying of anticipation, Breeze said. He turned his cane toward Lestibornis. Spook, drink. Spook rushed over and fetched Breeze a cup of wine. He's such a fine lad, Breeze noted, accepting the drink. I barely even have to nudge him elementically. If only the rest of you ruffians were so accommodating. Spook frowned. Nicing the knot on the playing without. I have no idea what you just said, child, Breeze said, so I'm simply going to pretend it was coherent, then move on. Kelsier rolled his eyes. Losing the stress on the nip, he said. Nodding without the needing of care. Riding the ryle of the ridge to the right, Spook said with a nod. What are you two babbling about? Breeze said testily. Wasing the was of brightness, Spook said. Nip the having of wishing of this. Ever wasing the doing of this, Kelsier agreed. Ever wasing the wish of having the have, Ham added with a smile. Brighting the wish of wasing the not. Breeze turned to Dockson with exasperation. I believe our companions have finally lost their minds, dear friend. Dockson shrugged. Then with a perfectly straight face he said, Wasing not of wasing is. Breeze sat dumbfounded and the room burst into laughter. Breeze rolled his eyes indignantly, shaking his head and muttering about the crew's gross childishness. Vin nearly choked on her wine as she laughed. What did you even say? She asked of Dockson as he sat down beside her. I'm not sure, he confessed. It just sounded right. I don't think you said anything, Docs, Kelsier said. Oh, he said something, Spook said. It just didn't mean anything. Kelsier laughed. That's true pretty much all the time. I've found you can ignore half of what Docs tells you and not miss much, except for maybe the occasional complaint that you're spending too much. Hey, Dockson said. Once again, Must I point out that someone has to be responsible? Honestly, the way you people go through boxings."
Vin smiled. Even Dockson's complaints seemed good-natured. Clubs sat quietly by the side wall, looking as curmudgeonly as ever, but Vin caught sight of a slight smile on his lips. Kelsier rose and opened another bottle of wine, refilling cups as he told the crew about the Ska Army's preparations. Vin felt contented. As she sipped at her wine, she caught sight of the open doorway leading into the darkened workshop. She imagined, just for a moment, that she could see a figure out in the shadows, a frightened wisp of a girl, untrusting, suspicious. The girl's hair was ragged and short, and she wore a simple untucked dirty shirt and a pair of brown trousers. Ben remembered that second night in Clubs's shop, when she had stood out in the dark workroom, watching the others share late-night conversation. Had she really been that girl? One who would hide in the cold darkness, watching the laughter and friendship with a hidden envy, but never daring to join it? Kelsier made some particularly witty comment, drawing laughter from the entire room. "You're right, Kelsier," Vin thought with a smile. "This is better." She wasn't like them yet, not completely. 6 months couldn't silence Reen's whispers, and she couldn't see herself ever being as trusting as Kelsier was. But she could finally understand, at least a little bit, why he worked the way he did. "All right," Kelsier said, pulling over a chair and sitting on it the wrong way. "It looks like the army will be ready on schedule and Marsh is in place. We need to get this plan moving. Vin, news from the ball?" "House Tikiel is vulnerable," she said. "Its allies are scattering, and the vultures are moving in. Some whisper that debts and lost business will force the Tikiel to sell off their keep by the end of the month. There's no way they can afford to continue paying the Lord Ruler's keep tax, which effectively eliminates one entire great house from the city," Dockson said. "Most of the Tikiel nobility, including Mistings and Mistborn, will have to move to outer plantations to try and recoup losses." "Nice," Ham noted. Any noble houses they could frighten out of the city would make seizing it that much easier. "That still leaves 9 great houses in the city," Breeze noted. "But they've started killing each other at night," Kelsier said. "That's only one step away from open war. I suspect we'll see an exodus start here pretty soon. Anyone who isn't willing to risk assassination to maintain dominance in Luthadel will leave town for a couple of years." "The strong houses don't seem very afraid, though," Vin said. "They're still throwing balls anyway." "Well, they'll keep doing that right up until the end," Kelsier said. "Balls make great excuses to meet with allies and keep an eye on enemies. House wars are primarily political, and so they demand political battlefields." Vin nodded. "Ham," Kelsier said, "we need to keep an eye on the Luthadel garrison. You're still planning to visit your soldier contacts tomorrow?" Ham nodded. "I can't promise anything, but I should be able to re-establish some connections. Give me a bit of time and I'll find out what the military is up to." "Good," Kelsier said. "I'd like to go with him," Vin said. Kelsier paused. "With Ham?" Vin nodded. "I haven't trained with a thug yet. Ham could probably show me a few things." "You already know how to burn pewter," Kelsier said. "We've practiced that." "I know," Vin said. How could she explain? Ham had practiced with pewter exclusively. He was bound to be better at it than Kelsier. "Oh, stop pestering the child," Breeze said. "She's probably just tired of balls and parties. Let her go be a normal street urchin again for a bit." "Fine," Kelsier said, rolling his eyes. He poured himself another drink. "Breeze, how well could your soothers manage if you were gone for a little while?" Breeze shrugged. "I am, of course, the most effective member of the team, but I did train the others.
They'll recruit effectively without me, especially now that stories about the survivor are getting so popular. We need to talk about that, by the way, Kel, Doxson said, frowning. I'm not sure if I like all this mysticism about you and the 11th metal. We can discuss it later, Kelsier said. Why ask about my men? Breeze said. Have you finally grown so jealous of my impeccable fashion sense that you've decided to have me disposed of? You might say that, Kelsier said. I was thinking of sending you to replace Yeadon in a few months. Replace Yeadon? Breeze asked with surprise. You mean for me to lead the army? Why not? Kelsier asked. You're great at giving orders. From the background, my dear man, Breeze said. I don't stand out in front. Why, I'd be a general. Do you have any idea how ludicrous that sounds? Just consider it, Kelsier said. Our recruitment should be mostly done by then, so you might be most effective if you were to go to the caves and let Yeadon come back to prepare his contacts here. Breeze frowned. I suppose. Regardless, Kelsier said, rising, I don't think I've had nearly enough wine. Spook, be a good lad and run down to the cellar for another bottle, eh? The boy nodded, and the conversation turned back to lighter topics. Vin settled back in her chair, feeling the warmth of the coal stove at the side of the room, content for the moment to simply enjoy the peace of not having to worry, fight, or plan. If only Reen could have known something like this, she thought, idly fingering her earring. Perhaps then things would have been different for him. For us. Ham and Vin left the next day to visit the Luthadel garrison. After so many months of playing a noblewoman, Vin had thought that it would feel strange to wear street clothing again. Yet it really didn't. True, it was a bit different. She didn't have to worry about sitting properly or walking so that her dress didn't brush against dirty walls or floors. Yet the mundane clothing still felt natural to her. She wore a simple pair of brown trousers and a loose white shirt tucked in at the waist, then overlaid by a leather vest. Her still lengthening hair was pulled up under a cap. Casual passers might think her a boy, though Ham didn't seem to think it mattered. And it really didn't. Vin had grown accustomed to having people study and evaluate her, but no one on the street even bothered to give her a glance. Shuffling ska workers, unconcerned low noblemen, even high-placed ska-like clubs, they all ignored her. I'd almost forgotten what it was like to be invisible, Vin thought. Fortunately, the old attitudes, looking down when she walked, stepping out of people's way, slouching to make herself inconspicuous, returned to her easily. Becoming Vin the street ska felt as simple as remembering an old familiar melody she used to hum. This really is just another disguise, Vin thought as she walked beside Ham. My makeup is a light coat of ash, carefully rubbed on my cheeks. My gown is a pair of trousers, rubbed to make them seem old and well-used. Who then was she really? Vin the urchin? Galette the lady? Neither. Did any of her friends really know her? Did she even really know herself? Ah, I've missed this place, Ham said, walking happily beside her. Ham always seemed happy. She couldn't imagine him dissatisfied, despite what he'd said about his time leading the army. It's kind of strange, he said, turning to Vin. He didn't walk with the same careful air of despondence that Vin had cultivated. He didn't even seem to care that he stood out from other ska. I probably shouldn't miss this place. I mean, Luthadel is the dirtiest, most crowded city in the Final Empire. But there's also something about it. Is this where your family lives? Vin asked. Ham shook his head. They live in a smaller city outside of town. My wife is a seamstress there. She tells people I'm in the Luthadel garrison. Don't you miss them? Of course I do, Ham said. It's hard. I only get to spend a few months at a time with them. But it's better this way.
If I were to get killed on a job, the Inquisitors would have a tough time tracking my family. I haven't even told Kel which city they live in."
"You think the Ministry would go to that much trouble?" Vin asked. "I mean, you'd already be dead."
"I'm a misting, Vin. That means that all of my descendants will have some noble blood. My children might turn out to be Allomancers, as might their children. No. When the Inquisitors kill a misting, they make certain to wipe out his children, too. The only way to keep my family safe is to stay away from them."
"You could just not use your allomancy," Vin said.
Ham shook his head. "I don't know if I could do that."
"Because of the power?"
"No, because of the money," Ham said frankly. "Thugs, or pewter arms as the nobility prefer to call them, are the most sought-after mistings. A competent thug can stand against a half-dozen regular men, and he can lift more, endure more, and move faster than any other hired muscle. Those things mean a lot when you have to keep your crews small. Mix a couple of coin shots with 5 or so thugs, and you've got yourself a small mobile army. Men will pay a lot for protection like that."
Vin nodded. "I can see how the money would be tempting."
"It's more than tempting, Vin. My family doesn't have to live in packed ska tenements, nor do they have to worry about starving. My wife only works to keep up appearances. They have a good life, for ska. Once I have enough, we'll move away from the central dominance. There are places in the Final Empire that a lot of people don't know about. Places where a man with enough money can live the life of a nobleman. Places where you can stop worrying and just live."
"That sounds appealing."
Ham nodded, turning and leading them down a larger thoroughfare toward the main city gates.
"I got the dream from Kel, actually. That's what he always said he wanted to do. I just hope I have more luck than he did."
Vin frowned.
"Everyone says he was rich. Why didn't he leave?"
"I don't know," Ham said. "There was always another job, each one bigger than the last. I guess when you're a crew leader like him, the game can get addicting. Soon money didn't even seem to matter to him. Eventually he heard that the Lord Ruler was storing some incalculable secret in that hidden sanctum of his. If he and Mare had walked away before that job. But, well, they didn't. I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't have been happy living lives where they didn't have to worry."
The concept seemed to intrigue him, and Vin could see another of his questions working within his mind.
"I guess when you're a crew leader like him, the game can get addicting."
Her earlier apprehensions returned. What would happen if Kelsier seized the Imperial throne for himself? He couldn't possibly be as bad as the Lord Ruler, but... She was reading more and more of the logbook. The Lord Ruler hadn't always been a tyrant. He'd been a good man once, a good man whose life had gone wrong.
"Kelsier's different," Vin told herself forcefully. "He'll do the right thing."
Still, she wondered. Ham might not understand, but Vin could see the enticement. Despite noble depravity, there was something intoxicating about high society. Vin was captivated by the beauty, the music, and the dancing. Her fascination wasn't the same as Kelsier's. She wasn't as interested in political games or even scams, but she could understand why he would have been reluctant to leave Luthadel behind. That reluctance had destroyed the old Kelsier. But it had produced something better, a more determined, less self-serving Kelsier. Hopefully.
Of course his plans before also cost him the woman he loved. Is that why he hates the nobility so much? "Ham," she asked, "has Kelsier always hated the nobility?"
Ham nodded. "It's worse now, though."
"He frightens me sometimes. It seems like he wants to kill all of them, no matter who they are."
"I'm concerned about him too," Ham said. "This 11th metal business.
It's almost like he's making himself out to be some kind of holy man." He paused, then he looked toward her. "Don't worry too much. Breeze, Dox, and I have already talked about this. We're going to confront Kel, see if we can rein him in a bit. He means well, but he has a tendency to go a little overboard sometimes." Vin nodded. Ahead, the customary crowded lines of people waited for permission to pass through the city gates. She and Ham walked quietly past the solemn group, workers being sent out to the docks, men off to work one of the outer mills alongside the river or lake, lesser noblemen wishing to travel. All had to have a good reason to leave the city. The Lord Ruler strictly controlled travel inside his realm. "Poor things," Vin thought as she passed a ragged band of children carrying pails and brushes, probably on duty to climb the wall and scrub mist-grown lichen off the parapets. Ahead, up near the gates, an official cursed and shoved a man out of line. The ska worker fell hard, but eventually picked himself back up and shuffled to the end of the line. It was likely that if he wasn't let out of the city, he wouldn't be able to do his day's work. And no work meant no food tokens for his family. Vin followed Ham past the gates, heading down a street parallel to the city wall, at the end of which Vin could see a large building complex. Vin had never studied the garrison headquarters before. Most crew members tended to stay a good distance away from it. However, as they approached, she was impressed by its defensive appearance. Large spikes were mounted on the wall that ran around the entire complex. The buildings within were bulky and fortified. Soldiers stood at the gates, eyeing passers-by with hostility. Vin paused. "Ham, how are we going to get in there?" "Don't worry," he said, stopping beside her. "I'm known to the garrison. Besides, it's not as bad as it looks. The garrison members just put on an intimidating face. As you can imagine, they aren't very well liked. Most of the soldiers in there are ska, men who have, in exchange for a better life, sold out to the Lord Ruler. Whenever there are ska riots in a city, the local garrison is usually hit pretty hard by malcontents, hence the fortifications."
"So you know these men?"
Ham nodded. "I'm not like Breeze or Kelvin. I can't put on faces and pretend. I'm just who I am. Those soldiers don't know I'm a misting, but they know I work in the underground. I've known many of these guys for years. They've consistently tried to recruit me. They generally have better luck getting people like me who are already outside mainstream society to join their ranks."
"But you're going to betray them," Vin said quietly, pulling Ham to the side of the road.
"Betray?" he asked. "No, it won't be a betrayal. Those men are mercenaries, Vin. They've been hired to fight, and they'll attack friends, even relatives, in a riot or rebellion. Soldiers learn to understand these kinds of things. We may be friends, but when it comes to fighting, none of us would hesitate to kill the others."
Vin nodded slowly. It seemed harsh. But that's what life is. Harsh. That part of Reen's teaching wasn't a lie.
"Poor lads," Ham said, looking at the garrison. "We could have used men like them. Before I left for the caves, I managed to recruit the few that I thought would be receptive. The rest, well, they picked their path. Like me, they're just trying to give their kids a better life. The difference is they're willing to work for him in order to do it." Ham turned back to her. "All right, you wanted some tips on burning pewter?" Ben nodded eagerly. "The soldiers usually let me spar with them," Ham said. "You can watch me fight. Burn bronze to see when I'm using allomancy. The first, most important thing you'll learn about pewter arming is when to use your metal. I've noticed that young allomancers tend to always flare their pewter, thinking that the stronger they are, the better. However, you don't always want to hit as hard as you can with each blow. Strength is a big part of fighting, but it's not the only part.
If you always hit your hardest, you'll tire faster, and you'll give your opponent information about your limitations. A smart man hits his hardest at the end of the battle, when his opponent is weakest. And in an extended battle, like a war, the smart soldier is the one who survives the longest. He'll be the man who paces himself. Vin nodded.
But don't you tire slower when you're using allomancy?
Yes, Ham said. In fact, a man with enough pewter can keep fighting at near peak efficiency for hours. But pewter dragging like that takes practice, and you'll run out of metals eventually. When you do, the fatigue could kill you. Anyway, what I'm trying to explain is that it's usually best to vary your pewter burning. If you use more strength than you need, you could knock yourself off balance. Also, I've seen thugs who rely on their pewter so much that they disregard training and practice. Pewter enhances your physical abilities, but not your innate skill. If you don't know how to use a weapon, or if you aren't practiced at thinking quickly in a fight, you'll lose no matter how strong you are. I'll have to be extra careful with the garrison since I don't want them to know I'm an allomancer. You'll be surprised at how often that's important. Watch how I use pewter. I won't just flare it for strength. If I stumble, I'll burn it to give me an instant sense of balance. When I dodge, I might burn it to help me duck out of the way a little faster. There are dozens of little tricks you can do if you know when to give yourself a boost.
Vin nodded.
Okay, Ham said. Let's go then. I'll tell the garrisoners that you're the daughter of a relative. You look young enough for your age that they won't even think twice. Watch me fight, and we'll talk afterward.
Vin nodded again, and the two of them approached the garrison. Ham waved to one of the guards.
Hey, Bebedon. I've got the day off. Is Certus around?
He's here, Ham, Bebedon said. But I don't know that this is the best day for sparring. Ham raised an eyebrow.
Oh?
Bebedon shared a glance with one of the other soldiers. Go fetch the captain, he said to the man. A few moments later, a busy-looking soldier approached from a side building, waving as soon as he saw Ham. His uniform bore a few extra stripes of color and a few gold-colored bits of metal on the shoulder.
Ham,
the newcomer said, stepping through the gate.
Certus,
Ham said with a smile, clasping hands with the man.
Captain now, eh?
Happened last month, Certus said with a nod. He paused, then eyed Vin.
She's my niece, Ham said. Good lass.
Certus nodded.
Could we speak alone for a moment, Ham?
Ham shrugged and let himself get pulled to a more secluded place beside the complex gates. Vin's allomancy let her make out what they were saying. What did I ever do without tin?
Look, Ham, Certus said. You won't be able to come spar for a while. The garrison is going to be occupied.
Occupied? Ham asked.
How? I can't say, Certus said. But, well, we could really use a soldier like you right now.
Fighting?
Yeah. Must be something serious if you're taking the attention of the entire garrison.
Certus grew quiet for a moment, and then he spoke again in a hushed tone, so quiet that Vin had to strain to hear.
A rebellion, Certus whispered. Right here in the Central Dominance. We just got word. An army of Ska rebels appeared and attacked the whole steppe garrison to the north.
Vin felt a sudden chill.
What? Ham said. They must have come from the caves up there, the soldier said. Last word was that the whole steppe fortifications are holding. But Ham, they're only 1,000 men strong. They need reinforcements desperately, and the Koloss will never get there in time. The Veltru garrison sent 5,000 soldiers, but we're not going to leave it to them. This is apparently a very big force of rebels, and the Lord Ruler gave us permission to go help.
Ham nodded.
So what about it? Certus asked. Real fighting, Ham. Real battle pay. We could really use a man of your skill. I'll make you an officer right off. Give you your own squad."
I'll have to think about it," Ham said.
He wasn't good at hiding his emotions, and his surprise sounded suspicious to Vin. Certus, however, didn't appear to notice. "Don't take too long," Certus said. "We plan to march out in 2 hours."
"I'll do it," Ham said, sounding stunned. "Let me go drop off my niece and get some things. I'll be back before you leave."
"Good man," Certus said, and Vin could see him clap Ham on the shoulder. "Our army is exposed," Vin thought in horror. "They're not ready. They were supposed to take Luthadel quietly, quickly, not face the garrison straight out. Those men are going to be massacred. What happened?"
No man dies by my hand or command except that I wish there had been another way. Still, I kill them. Sometimes I wish that I weren't such a cursed realist. 25. Kelsier tossed another water jug into his pack. "Breeze, make a list of all the hideouts where you and I recruited. Go warn them that the Ministry might soon have prisoners who could give them away." Breeze nodded, for once refraining from making any witty remarks. Behind him, apprentices scrambled through Clubs' shop, gathering and preparing the supplies that Kelsier had ordered. "Docs, this shop should be secure unless they capture Yeadon. Keep all 3 of Clubs' tin eyes on watch. If there's trouble, head for the bolt lair." Doxson nodded in acknowledgement as he hurriedly gave orders to the apprentices. One had already left, bearing a warning to Renew. Kelsier thought that the mansion would be safe, only that one group of barges had left from Feliz, and its men had thought that Renew wasn't in on the plan. Renew wouldn't pull out unless absolutely necessary. His disappearance would require removing both himself and Valette from their carefully prepared positions. Kelsier stuffed a handful of rations into his pack, then swung it onto his back.
"What about me, Kel?"
Ham asked.
"You're going back to the garrison like you promised. That was clever thinking. We need an informant in there."
Ham frowned apprehensively.
"I don't have time to deal with your nerves right now, Ham," Kelsier said. "You don't have to scam, just be yourself and listen." "I won't turn against the garrison if I go with them," he said. "I'll listen, but I'm not going to attack men who think I'm their ally."
"Fine," Kelsier said curtly.
"But I sincerely hope you can find a way not to kill any of our soldiers either."
"Sazed!"
"Yes, Master Kelsier."
"How much speed do you have stored up?"
Sazed flushed slightly, glancing at the numerous people scurrying around. "Perhaps 2-3 hours. It is a very difficult attribute to collect."
"Not long enough," Kelsier said. "I'll go alone. Dox is in charge until I get back." Kelsier spun, then paused. Vin stood behind him in the same trousers, cap, and shirt she had worn to the garrison. She had a pack like his slung over her shoulder, and she looked up at him defiantly. "This is going to be a difficult trip, Vin," he said. "You've never done anything like this before."
"That's fine."
Kelsier nodded. He pulled his trunk out from beneath the table, then opened it and poured Vin a small pouch of pewter beads. She accepted it without comment. "Swallow 5 of those beads."
5?
"For now," Kelsier said. "If you need to take some more, call to me so we can stop running."
"Running?"
the girl asked.
"We're not taking a canal boat?"
Kelsier frowned. "Why would we need a boat?" Vin glanced down at the pouch, then grabbed a cup of water and began to swallow beads. "Make sure you have enough water in that pack," Kelsier said. "Take as much as you can carry." He left her, walking over to lay a hand on Doxson's shoulder. "It's about 3 hours before sunset. If we push hard, we can be there by noon tomorrow." Doxson nodded.
"That might be early enough."
Maybe, Kelsier thought.
The Valtru garrison is only 3 days' march from Holstep. Even riding all night, a messenger couldn't have gotten to Luthadel in under 2 days. By the time I get to the army...
Doxson could obviously read the worry in Kelsier's eyes.
"Either way, the army is useless to us now," he said.
"I know," Kelsier said. This is just about saving those men's lives. I'll get word to you as soon as I can." Doxon nodded. Kelsier turned, flaring his pewter, his pack suddenly becoming as light as if it had been empty. "Burn your pewter, Vin. We're leaving." She nodded, and Kelsier felt a pulsing come from her. "Flare it," he ordered, pulling 2 mist cloaks from his trunk and tossing one to her. He put on the other, then walked forward, throwing open the back door to the kitchen. The red sun was bright overhead. Frantic crew members paused for a moment, turning to watch as Kelsier and Vin left the building. The girl hurried forward to walk at Kelsier's side.
"Ham told me that I should learn to use pewter only when I need it. He said it's better to be subtle."
Kelsier turned to face the girl. "This is not a time for subtlety. Stay close to me, try to keep up, and make absolutely certain you don't run out of pewter." Vin nodded, suddenly looking a bit apprehensive. "All right," Kelsier said, taking a deep breath. "Let's go." Kelsier took off down the alleyway in a superhuman dash. Vin jumped into motion, following him out of the alley and onto the street. Pewter was a blazing fire within her. Flared as it was, she would probably go through all 5 beads in barely an hour. Kelsier ignored the traffic, bolting out into the very center of the street, maintaining his ridiculous speed. Vin followed, growing increasingly worried about what she had gotten herself into.
"I can't let him go alone," she thought.
Of course, the last time she'd forced Kelsier to take her with him, she'd ended up half dead in a sickbed for a month. Kelsier wove between carriages, brushing past pedestrians, charging down the street as if it were meant only for him. Vin followed as best she could, the ground a blur beneath her feet, people passing too quickly to see their faces. Some of them called out after her, their voices annoyed. A couple of these, however, choked off immediately, falling silent.
"The cloaks," Vin thought. "That's why we're wearing them. That's why we always wear them. Noblemen who see the mist cloaks will know to stay out of our way."
Kelsier turned, running directly toward the northern city gates. Vin followed. Kelsier didn't slow as he approached the gates, and the lines of people began to point. Checkpoint guards turned with surprised faces. Kelsier jumped. One of the armored guards crumpled to the ground with a cry, smashed down by Kelsier's allomantic weight as the crew leader passed overhead. Vin took a breath, dropped a coin to give herself a bit of a lift, and jumped. She easily cleared a second guard who looked up with surprise as his companion squirmed on the ground. Vin pushed against the soldier's armor, throwing herself higher into the air. The man staggered but stayed on his feet. Vin was nowhere near as heavy as Kelsier. She shot over the wall, hearing cries of surprise from the soldiers on top of it. She could only hope that nobody recognized her. It wasn't likely. Though her cap flew free as she soared through the air, those who were familiar with Valette the court-going lady would probably never connect her to a Mistborn in dirty trousers. Vin's cloak whipped angrily in the passing air. Kelsier completed his arc before her and began to descend, and Vin soon followed. It felt very strange to use allomancy in the sunlight. Unnatural, even. Vin made the mistake of looking down as she fell. Instead of comfortable swirling mists, she saw the ground far below. So high, Vin thought with horror. Fortunately, she wasn't too disoriented to push against the coin Kelsier had used to land. She slowed her descent to a manageable level before thumping against the ashen earth. Kelsier immediately took off down the highway. Vin followed him, ignoring merchants and travelers. Now that they were out of the city, she had thought Kelsier might slow down. He didn't. He sped up. And suddenly she understood. Kelsier didn't intend to walk or even jog to the caves. He planned to dash all the way there. It was a 2-week trip by canal. How long would it take them? They were moving fast, horribly fast. Slower than a galloping horse, certainly, but surely a horse couldn't maintain such a gallop for very long. Vin didn't feel fatigue as she ran. She relied on the pewter, only passing a little of the strain onto her body. She could barely feel her footsteps hitting the ground beneath her, and with such a large reserve of pewter, she felt that she could maintain the speed for a decent length of time. She caught up to Kelsier, falling into place beside him.
"This is easier than I thought it would be."
"Pewter enhances your balance," Kelsier said. "Otherwise you'd be tripping over yourself by now."
"What do you think we'll find? At the caves, I mean."
Kelsier shook his head. "No use talking. Save your strength."
"But I'm not feeling weary at all."
"We'll see what you say in 16 hours, Kelsier said, speeding up even more as they turned off the highway, running onto the wide towpath beside the Luth-Davin Canal.
16 hours?
Vin fell behind Kelsier slightly, giving herself plenty of space to run. Kelsier increased their speed until they were going at a maddening pace. He was right. In any other context, she would have quickly missed her step on the uneven road. Yet with pewter and tin guiding her, she managed to stay on her feet, though doing so required increasing attention as the evening grew dark and the mists came out. Occasionally, Kelsier threw down a coin and launched himself from one hilltop to another. However, he mostly kept them running at an even pace, sticking to the canal. Hours passed, and Vin began to feel the fatigue that he had implied would come. She maintained her speed, but she could feel something underneath it, a resistance within, a longing to stop and rest. Despite pewter's power, her body was running out of strength. She made certain to never let her pewter run low. She feared that if it ever went out, the fatigue would come upon her so powerfully that she wouldn't be able to get started again. Kelsier also ordered her to drink a ridiculous amount of water, though she wasn't that thirsty. The night grew dark and silent, no travelers daring to brave the mists. They passed canal boats and barges tied up for the night, as well as the occasional camp of canalmen, their tents huddled closely against the mists. Twice they saw mist wraiths on the road, the first one giving Vin a terrible start. Kelsier just passed it by, completely ignoring the terrible translucent remnants of the people and animals who had been ingested, their bones now forming the mist wraith's own skeleton. Still, he kept running. Time became a blur, and the running came to dominate all that Vin was and did. Moving demanded so much attention that she could barely even focus on Kelsier ahead of her in the mists. She kept putting one foot ahead of the other, her body remaining strong, yet at the same time feeling terribly exhausted. Every step, quick though it was, became a chore. She began to yearn for rest. Kelsier didn't give it to her. He kept running, forcing her on, maintaining the incredible speed. Vin's world became a timeless thing of forced pain and burgeoning enervation. They slowed occasionally to drink water or swallow more pewter beads, but she never stopped running. It was like she couldn't stop. Vin let the exhaustion overwhelm her mind. Flared pewter was everything. She was nothing else. Light surprised her. The sun began to rise, the mists vanishing. But Kelsier didn't let the illumination stop them. How could he? They had to run. They had to keep running.
I'm going to die.
It wasn't the first time the thought had occurred to Vin during the run. In fact, the idea kept circling in her mind, picking at her brain like a carrion bird. She kept moving, running.
I hate running, she thought. That's why I always lived in a city, not out on the countryside, so I wouldn't have to run.
Something within her knew that the thought didn't make any kind of sense. However, lucidity was not currently one of her virtues.
I hate Kelsier too. He just keeps on going. How long has it been since the sun rose? Minutes? Hours? Weeks? Years? I swear I don't think...
Kelsier slowed to a stop on the road ahead of her. Vin was so stunned that she nearly collided with him. She stumbled, slowing herself maladroitly as if she had forgotten how to do anything other than run. She stopped, then stared down at her feet, dumbfounded.
This is wrong, she thought. I can't just stand here. I have to be moving.
She felt herself begin to move again, but Kelsier grabbed her. She struggled in his grip, resisting weakly.
Rest,
something within her said.
relax. You've forgotten what that is, but it's so nice.
Vin, Kelsier said, don't extinguish your pewter. Keep burning it or you'll fall unconscious. Vin shook her head, disoriented, trying to make out his words. Tin, he said. Flare it, now. She did so. Her head blazed with a sudden headache that she had almost forgotten, and she had to close her eyes against the blinding sunlight. Her legs ached and her feet felt even worse. The sudden wash of senses restored her sanity, however, and she blinked, looking up at Kelsier. Better? He asked. She nodded. You've just done something incredibly unfair to your body, Kelsier said. It should have shut down hours ago, but you have pewter to make it keep going. You'll recover. You'll even get better at pushing yourself like this, but right now you just have to keep burning the pewter and stay awake. We can sleep later. Vin nodded again. Why? Her voice croaked as she spoke. Why did we stop? Listen. She did. She heard voices, yelling. She looked up at him. A battle? Kelsier nodded. The city of Holstep is about an hour more to the north, but I think we've found what we came for. Come on. He released her, dropping a coin and jumping over the canal. Vin followed, following him as he rushed up a nearby hill. Kelsier crested it, peeking over the top. Then he stood up, staring at something to the east. Vin crested the hill and easily saw the battle, such as it was, in the distance. A shift in the wind brought sense to her nose. Blood. The valley beyond was speckled with corpses. Men still fought on the far side of the valley. A small, ragged group in unmatched clothing was surrounded by a much larger uniformed army. We're too late, Kelsier said. Our men must have finished off the Holstep garrison and tried to march back to the caves. But Beltru City is only a few days away, and its garrison is 5,000 strong. Those soldiers got here before we did. Squinting, using tin despite the light, Vin could see that he was right. The larger army wore imperial uniforms, and if the line of corpses was any indication, it had ambushed the Ska soldiers as it passed. Their army didn't have a chance. As she watched, the Ska began to throw up their hands, but the soldiers just kept on killing them. Some of the remaining peasants fought desperately, but they were falling almost as quickly. It's a slaughter, Kelsier said angrily. The Beltru garrison must have orders to wipe out the entire group. He stepped forward. Kelsier, Vin said, grabbing his arm. What are you doing? He turned back to her. There are still men down there, my men. What are you going to do? Attack an entire army by yourself? For what purpose? Your rebels don't have allomancy. They won't be able to run away on swift feet and escape. You can't stop an entire army, Kelsier. He shook himself free of her grip. She didn't have the strength to hold on. She stumbled, falling to the rough black dirt, throwing up a puff of ash. Kelsier began to stalk down the hill toward the battlefield. Vin climbed to her knees. Kelsier, she said, shaking quietly with fatigue. We aren't invincible, remember? He paused. You're not invincible, she whispered. You can't stop them all. You can't save those men. Kelsier stood quietly, his fists clenched. Then slowly he bowed his head. In the distance, the massacre continued, though there weren't many rebels left. The caves, Vin whispered. Our force would have left men behind, right? Maybe they can tell us why the army exposed itself. Maybe you can save the ones who stayed behind. The Lord Ruler's men will certainly search out the army's headquarters, if they aren't trying already. Kelsier nodded. All right, let's go. Kelsier dropped down into the cavern. He had to flare tin to see anything in the deep darkness, lit only by a bit of reflected sunlight from far above. Vin's scraping in the crack above sounded thunderous to his over-enhanced ears. In the cavern itself, nothing. No sound, no light. So she was wrong, Kelsier thought. No one stayed behind. Kelsier breathed out slowly, trying to find an outlet for his frustration and anger. He'd abandoned the men on the battlefield. He shook his head, ignoring what logic told him at the moment. His anger was still too fresh. Vin dropped to the ground beside him, her figure no more than a shadow to his straining eyes. "Empty," he declared, his voice echoing hollowly in the cavern. "You were wrong."
"No," Vin whispered. "There."
Suddenly she was off, scrambling across the floor with a cat-like litheness. Kelsier called after her in the darkness, gritted his teeth, then followed her by sound down one of the corridors.
"Vin, get back here! There's nothing—"
Kelsier paused. He could just barely make out a flicker of light ahead of him in the corridor. Bloody hell! How did she see it from so far away? He could still hear Vin ahead of him. Kelsier made his way more carefully, checking his metal reserves, worried about a trap left by Ministry agents. As he drew nearer to the light, a voice called out ahead.
"Who is there? Say the password!"
Kelsier continued walking, the light growing bright enough for him to see a spear-holding figure backlit in the corridor ahead. Vin waited in the darkness, crouching. She looked up questioningly as Kelsier passed. She seemed to have gotten over the drain of the pewter drag for the moment. When they finally stopped to rest, however, she'd feel it.
"I can hear you,"
the guard said anxiously. His voice sounded slightly familiar.
"Identify yourself."
Captain Demus, Kelsier realized. One of ours. It's not a trap.
"Say the password,"
Demus commanded. "I need no password," Kelsier said, stepping into the light. Demus lowered his spear.
"Lord Kelsier, you've come. Does that mean that the army succeeded?"
Kelsier ignored the question. "Why aren't you guarding the entrance back there?"
"We thought it would be more defensible to retreat to the inner complex, my lord. There aren't a lot of us left."
Kelsier glanced back toward the entrance corridor. How long until the Lord Ruler's men find a captive willing to talk? Vin was right after all. We need to get these men to safety. Vin stood and approached, studying the young soldier with those quiet eyes of hers. "How many of you are there?"
"About 2,000,
Demus said.
"We were wrong, my lord. I'm sorry."
Kelsier looked back at him. "Wrong?"
"We thought that General Yiden was acting rashly,"
Demus said, blushing in shame.
"We stayed behind. We thought we were being loyal to you rather than him. But we should have gone with the rest of the army."
"The army is dead," Kelsier said curtly. "Gather your men, Demus. We need to leave now." That night, sitting on a tree stump with the mists gathering around him, Kelsier finally forced himself to confront the day's events. He sat with his hands clasped before him, listening to the last faint sounds of the army's men bedding down. Fortunately, someone had thought to prepare the group for quick departure. Each man had a bedroll, a weapon, and enough food for 2 weeks. As soon as Kelsier discovered who had been so foresighted, he intended to give the man a hefty promotion. Not that there was much to command anymore. The remaining 2,000 men included a depressingly large number of soldiers who were past or before their prime. Men wise enough to see that Yiden's plan had been insane, or men young enough to be frightened. Kelsier shook his head. So many dead. They'd gathered nearly 7,000 troops before this fiasco, but now most of them lay dead. Eden had apparently decided to test the army by striking at night against the Holstep garrison. What had led him to such a foolish decision? Me, Kelsier thought. This is my fault. He'd promised them supernatural aid. He'd set himself up, had made Yeden a part of the crew, and had talked so casually about doing the impossible. Was it any wonder that Eden had thought he could attack the final empire head-on, considering the confidence Kelsier had given him? Was it any wonder the soldiers would go with the man, considering the promises Kelsier had made? Now men were dead and Kelsier was responsible. Death wasn't new to him, neither was failure. Not anymore. But he couldn't get over the twisting in his gut. True, the men had died fighting the final empire, which was as good a death as any Ska could hope for. However, the fact that they'd likely died expecting some sort of divine protection from Kelsier, that was disturbing. You knew this would be hard, he told himself. You understood the burden you were taking upon yourself. But what right had he? Even members of his own crew, Ham, Breeze, and the others, assumed that the final empire was invincible. They followed because of their faith in Kelsier, and because he had couched his plans in the form of a thieving job. Well, now that job's patron was dead. A scout sent to check the battlefield had, for better or worse, been able to confirm Yeden's death. The soldiers had put his head on a spear beside the road, along with several of Ham's officers. The job was dead. They had failed. The army was gone. There would be no rebellion, no seizing of the city. Footsteps approached. Kelsier looked up, wondering if he even had the strength to stand. Vin lay curled up beside his stump, asleep on the hard ground, only her mist cloak for a cushion. Their extended pewter drag had taken a lot out of the girl, and she had collapsed virtually the moment Kelsier had called a halt for the night. He wished he could do the same. However, he was far more experienced with pewter dragging than she was. His body would give out eventually, but he could keep going for a bit longer. A figure appeared from the mists, hobbling in Kelsier's direction. The man was old, older than any that Kelsier had recruited. He must have been part of the rebellion from earlier, one of the Ska who had been living in the caves before Kelsier hijacked them. The man chose a large stone beside Kelsier's stump, sitting with a sigh. It was amazing that one so old had even been able to keep up. Kelsier had moved the group at a fast pace, seeking to distance them as much as possible from the cave complex.
"The men will sleep fitfully," the old man said. "They aren't accustomed to being out in the mists."
"They don't have much choice," Kelsier said. The old man shook his head.
"I suppose they don't."
He sat for a moment, aged eyes unreadable.
"You don't recognize me, do you?"
Kelsier paused, then shook his head. "I'm sorry. Did I recruit you?"
"After a fashion. I was one of the Ska at Lord Tresting's plantation."
Kelsier opened his mouth slightly in surprise, finally recognizing a slight familiarity to the man's bald head and tired yet somehow strong posture. "The old man I sat with that night. Your name was—"
"Menace. After you killed Tresting, we retreated up to the caves where the rebels there took us in. A lot of the others left eventually, off to find other plantations to join. Some of us stayed."
Kelsier nodded. "You're behind this, aren't you?" he said, gesturing toward the camp. "The preparations?" Menace shrugged.
"Some of us can't fight, so we do other things."
Kelsier leaned forward. "What happened, Menace? Why did Yeden do this?" Menace just shook his head.
"Though most expect young men to be fools, I've noticed that just a little bit of age can make a man far more foolish than he was as a child. Yeden, well, he was the type who was too easily impressed, both by you and by the reputation you left for him. Some of his generals thought it might be a good idea to give the men some practical battle experience, and they figured a night raid on the Holstep garrison would be a clever move. Apparently it was more difficult than they assumed."
Kelsier shook his head. "Even if they'd been successful, exposing the army would have made it useless to us."
"They believed in you,"
Menace said quietly.
They thought that they couldn't fail.
Kelsier sighed, resting his head back, staring up into the shifting mists. He slowly let his breath exhale, its air mingling with the currents overhead.
So, what becomes of us?
Menace asked. We'll split you up, Kelsier said, and get you back into Luthadel in small groups. Lose you among the Ska population. Menace nodded. He seemed tired, exhausted, yet he didn't retire. Kelsier could understand that feeling.
Do you remember our conversation back on Tresting's plantation?
Menace asked. A bit, Kelsier said. You tried to dissuade me from making trouble.
But it didn't stop you.
Troublemaking is just about the only thing I'm good at, Menace. Do you resent what I did there? What I forced you to become? Menace paused, then nodded.
But, in a way, I'm thankful for that resentment. I believed that my life was over. I awoke each day expecting that I wouldn't have the strength to rise. But, well, I found purpose again in the caves. For that, I'm grateful.
Even after what I did to the army? Menace snorted.
Don't think quite so highly of yourself, young man. Those soldiers got themselves killed. You might have been their motivation, but you didn't make the choice for them. Regardless, this isn't the first Ska rebellion to get slaughtered. Not by far. In a way, you've accomplished a lot. You gathered an army of considerable size, and then you armed and trained it beyond what anyone had a right to expect. Things went a little more quickly than you anticipated, but you should be proud of yourself.
Proud? Kelsier asked, standing to work off some of his agitation. This army was supposed to help overthrow the final empire, not get itself killed fighting a meaningless battle in a valley weeks outside of Luthadel.
Overthrow the...
Menace looked up, frowning.
You really expected to do something like that?
Of course, Kelsier said. Why else would I gather an army like this?
To resist,
Menace said.
To fight. That's why those lads came to the caves. It wasn't a matter of winning or losing. It was a matter of doing something, anything, to struggle against the Lord Ruler.
Kelsier turned, frowning. You expected the army to lose from the beginning?
What other end was there?
Menace asked. He stood, shaking his head.
Some may have begun to dream otherwise, lad, but the Lord Ruler can't be defeated. Once I gave you some advice. I told you to be careful which battles you chose to fight. Well, I've realized that this battle was worth fighting. Now let me give you another piece of advice, Kelsier, survivor of Hathsin. Know when to quit. You've done well. Better than any would have expected. Those Ska of yours killed an entire garrison's worth of soldiers before they were caught and destroyed. This is the greatest victory the Ska have known in decades, perhaps centuries. Now it's time to walk away.
With that, the old man nodded his head in respect, then began to shuffle back toward the center of the camp. Kelsier stood, dumbfounded. The greatest victory the Ska have known in decades. That was what he fought against. Not just the Lord Ruler, not just the nobility. He fought against 1,000 years of conditioning, 1,000 years of life in a society that would label the deaths of 5,000 men as a great victory. Life was so hopeless for the Ska that they'd been reduced to finding comfort in expected defeats. This wasn't a victory, Menace, Kelsier whispered. I'll show you a victory. He forced himself to smile, not out of pleasure, and not out of satisfaction. He smiled despite the grief he felt at the deaths of his men. He smiled because that was what he did. That was how he proved to the Lord Ruler, and to himself, that he wasn't beaten. No, he wasn't going to walk away. He wasn't finished yet. Not by far.